We're live. Interesting. Gonna get some fun today. And tomorrow. At least in German time. So let's go. Ah, comically high. You have seen what I... I'm glad at least someone recognized my cosplay. Yeah, I found my sunglasses again. It's quite good. So, yeah. I hope you had a great day until now. And yeah, very, very, very cool stuff, Halloween. I really like the day. My favorite holiday of the year, even. Yeah, better than Christmas. Anyway, let me just. I have to extract the chat. So I have extracted the chat. It's quite a wonder that I can still see with this, because this has not my real, it's like my eyes are a bit better than when I had these. Anyway, so what I plan today is like have some fun with some scary videos perhaps, and then just have some fun with some scary stories of mine, and then we'll play either Resident Evil Village, or we might play something else that I randomly found on PS5. Interesting, you can even see my eyes through this. That is not supposed to happen. Okay, so let's see. I think we'll start with some scary videos for the occasion. And I'm just gonna see if I find some. So, I've got some horror videos pulled up right now. Hello there, Samuel. 11. Are you ready for the Halloween stream? Glad you made it. Oh yeah, I can just, I will just, you know what, I'm gonna try this. Let me try this. Yep, I can do this. So, congratulations. You have been turned to mods. Okay, so if there is a chatbot that's gonna annoy me, just delete it. That's all you have to do. Oh, Samuel, I just realized I didn't say General Kenobi. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. That was very, very bad. Said that. So I will just start with looking at a very scary video. I don't know if it's scary. Don't know. I'm just gonna see if it's scary. So you can. Oh, this. Okay, we just gonna see. This is scary. It's called Kuchisakona. And if you know the story, so I'm gonna tell you the story of this video now. Story is very scary, as is apt for this day. It's about the woman with a mouth that it's not open, and if you see her, she asks you, I don't know what she asked, but she asks you something, and whatever you say, you're dead. Okay, anyway, let's just start. Let's just get into this scary video. Oh yeah, and I should probably get out my hearing aid, because Agent Smith can't hear. Smith has to rely on this, so I hope it's not too loud. If this is too loud, just let me know. But I'm gonna start. Kuchisaka Ona, the slith-mouthed woman. Okay, let's go. Is it gonna be scary? I'm gonna be afraid on Halloween Eve. Rot. Okay, it starts fine. That's fine. Let's see how scary this is. Hello, dude. Dude in a corridor, anxiously waiting to get killed by Kuchisake Ona. Stretching out. Okay, he thinks he is the Joker. Yeah, you probably shouldn't sing in a creepy cellar. Oh, yeah, there's someone. Probably a new friend you will make along the way to death. Is he drunk? I think he's drunk, by the way. You should never encounter ghosts when you're drunk. Always be sober when you encounter ghosts. Take your handy and switch on the flashlight, idiot. Okay, who's creepier, the guy or the weird ghost thing? Okay, whatever. Yeah, that's what she asks. She asks you that. Whatever you say, you're dead. Dead.
Do you think I'm beautiful?
Oh god, he's creepier than the ghost. Oh man, how can you do that? He's creepier than the ghost thing.
As a matter of fact, I do. Why don't you take off this mask?
He's such a weirdo. He's creepier than the ghost thing. How can you manage to do that? What is he doing? Oh my god, he's so weird. He's so creepy.
Do you still think I'm beautiful?
I mean, she's not a 0 out of 10.
What happened to you?
A bad filter applied to her. What happened? Okay. Yeah, I have to send her that. I'm sorry. She's like 6 of 10. I mean, what am I gonna say? I mean, that was a bit underwhelming. I have to be honest. I expected more from this title. Okay, whatever. Okay, she's got some problems. Like, she's got some back pain. She like has like her neck is broken 60 times. It's not so good. That is not so good. So, what did you think of this one? Yeah, so he's dead, though he was pretty stupid, and I'm still not convinced that he was not a monster. So I'm gonna drink some apple juice that's distilled in Ireland. But it's just apple juice. So okay, that one was shit. Like, he was such a weirdo. I think he was the monster. I think he was the monster. Pretty sure he was the monster. Yeah, it was a quick death, but like, I think he was weirder than her. Oh man, he was weirder than her. How can you manage that? Okay. Okay, so that was not that good. Let's see if we find another one that's better. Let's see. Oh god, yeah, it's still going. Okay. So I'm gonna see if I find another story that's worse. Like, we will like watch this for, I don't know, like we will watch 3 or 4 more, and then we'll get into my stories that are much more creepy. But yeah, okay. Actually, I'm gonna need your help, mates. Gonna need your help to choose scary stuff. So I will do this. So you now see weird videos, and just tell me what you want to see, and I will scroll through them slowly, and then you tell me what you think might be scary. Like this ding dong, he's got big eyes, but I don't think big eyes are scary. They're not though. So, oh, this looks good. It's like a dude in a box. Don't know what he does there. Probably lives there. And that's not a shame. Some people don't have money. And don't, like, it's okay. So, don't peek. That's the truth. You should never peek. Visitors. Okay, he looks like dead. I don't know. He's probably gonna get mauled by, I don't know, a werewolf, teacup, whatever. We don't care. The Mime 3. Yeah, I like it. What I put in was a scary short film. So, oh, this looks good. This looks good. Don't look in the mirror. Oh god, that reminds me of my mirror story. But you've heard that before last year, so I'm not gonna play that. Muckback. Yeah, this seems to be the same woman, I think. The river. Oh, this looks cool. Do you think we should look into the river of death? Yeah, you looked super dead. I agree, Samuel. Super dead. Super dead on Halloween. What else do you want? Let's see. Let's have some fun with a good video. Something where I say that looks creepy. Perv. I've seen this one, unfortunately. Ouija 2. I think Ouija boards are stupid. I think Ouija boards are very stupid. Like, not in principle, I like the idea, but the way it's done is always stupid. So, because people that use Ouija boards are really stupid. Every movie, so stupid. I hate them. I've apparently watched the horror short The Smiling Man, though I don't remember. Switched. Oh, this looks cool. And there is a weirdo ding dong here. Let me in. This looks cool, but it's 20 minutes. I think that's a bit long, I think. So we're gonna watch weird 20 long minutes and look away. Momo. Oh, that looks good. So there's a Momo creature. Momo creature is 6 minutes and 51 seconds of terror for us. Do we want that? Yeah, let's. You know what? Let's just see. Let's see what. Oh, good. Okay, so I don't know what happens here. I think it's too scary to show to me. That's a shame. So I can't watch that. I don't know why. Anyway, clowns are stupid, not scary. Perhaps I should put away the S. Should put away the S. More Shari. Night Visit. Let's just watch Night Visit. I don't know. It's random. I don't know. Okay, so we've got Night Visit. Let's see if Night Visit is just a glitch in the Matrix. Perhaps it is. Okay, I'm just gonna start this one. Hi, Mr. Zizo7. We are here in the Matrix looking for scary movies. Though we have not found one, we've just found an idiot that tried get it on with the girl, and the girl just slit him up. Just slit him up so it wasn't scary, it was stupid. So no, anyway, I'm just gonna try this one. So it's called Night Visit. Perhaps it's gonna be scary. Let's go. It's Spencer Killer Film. You know what we got today.
Yeah, name's Heather Feldman.
Blue pill, stay in the Matrix. Oh, it's a policeman. You're gonna get died. He just entered. That's breaking and entering.
Police!
Oh, steak, that would be so brilliant now. You're dead, mate. You're just dead. What are you doing? Oh, I like that shot of the corridor. That's cool. I like my corridors. Spooky and ancient. Get through the corridor, mate, to your death. Yeah, it's not that scary. But something scary might happen. I like the song. That's a cool song. That's a very cool song.
Your pretty smile will always linger on, though you are many miles away.
Oh no, mate! I hope it gets you now. You stopped at the Song of Beauty.
Mrs. Feldman?
Oh, it has no subtitles. I hope that's okay. I mean, the story is like he's dead, and that's the story. So, I hope you're okay with it. Mr. F, you don't know what you have stumbled into. You stumbled into my Halloween stream. Yeah, let's see. Who like take a guess how he's gonna get deaded. Hello, weird thing in the background.
Mrs.
Okay. Was she missing her head? What happened? He's just watching the stupid tape. It's your job, mate. Like you learned this in police academy. What's the problem? Don't sleep, Mr. Anderson. Okay. I hope you have fun doing whatever you're doing. Yeah, okay. That's so scary. Okay, this is more dumb than scary. This is so freaking stupid. I'm sorry. Can't take this serious. Yeah, okay. I mean, if they're into that, I don't care. I mean, be my guest. Do whatever you want if you're happy. I'm not one to judge. Agent Smith doesn't judge people. He just hates them. What is this ding dong doing? Look at him. Look at him. What an idiot. What a freaking idiot. This is so stupid. What the frick is this? Now someone with asthma is like following them. Why? I don't get this one. This is so...
Long day?
Oh, it's her husband. Okay. I really want to write a story, like a script for a little horror short. I would love that. What's the problem, mate? If you like watch stuff, I don't care. Just don't go to your wife with that. She probably doesn't like it.
Whatever you want to watch, babe.
The Russian blockade of the Black Sea has made it impossible for Ukraine to deliver.
Readings are shifting around so much I can't make heads or tails of what's out there.
Is something scary gonna happen, or is it just weird stuff that I don't care about? Yeah, this is so confusing and bad. This is bad. Like I don't know. Yeah, like you know me, guys. Like, I try my best to be, like, very benevolent, but this is really, really freaking bad. Really freaking bad. Yeah, VHS tapes are hunted now, Mr. If that's true. They're hunted by the agents of whatever. I'm gonna stop this now, yeah. Like, now he's gonna do some weird stuff to her. Perhaps he's gonna do that stuff to her. I don't know. This one's confusing. Really confusing and bad. Like, I want some scary stuff that jump scares me. Like, give me at least one jump scare. I mean, you didn't, like, you failed on psychological horror, like, for 5 minutes. Please give me a jump scare at least. You know, I hate jump scares, but perhaps it's gonna give me a jump scare. No? No jump scare? You won't bother with that? Okay, mate, if that's your beer, I don't care.
Babe, what are you doing?
This is so... Okay, this one's really bad. Oh, there's the weird thing in the background. I like the weird thing in the background. That's a nice touch. I like You know, I really like weird things in the background. So this one, that was like, yeah, it was a 2 of 10. Oh god, okay, it's over. I'm so sorry to have wasted 5 minutes of your valuable lifetime in this stream. I'm truly sorry. Like, I'm truly sorry. That was very, very bad. I didn't know. If I had known this was this bad, I wouldn't have watched it. Anyway. Oh god, it's going. It's still going. It's hunting me now. Yeah, whatever. So, I would like to watch this Momo stuff. I would like to watch this Momo. So 2 more to go, then we're gonna listen to some of my scary stories. Because it's pretty cool. Like the guy who reads my stories, he did my new one, and it has got mixed reviews, so it might be bad. But I would like to hear your opinion on that. But we're gonna listen to 3 stories of mine today that are perhaps creepy and perhaps boring. I don't know, but it's probably not as boring as this one was. So yeah. Ah, god, this apple juice really burns. Okay. We could watch like yeah. I'm sorry. I wanted you to be part of this. So if you know a scary short, just tell me. Like I will watch it immediately because I'm just guessing right now. Like this ding dong with the weird blue eyes. He looks fine. The river thing looks fine as well. I don't know. The mannequin. Don't peek. Doll. Selfie. Night Night Nancy. Like look at this weird woman with the 2 big teeth. I don't know. Stalker, yeah. Night Night Nancy, it sounds kind of cool. What do you think? Is Night Night Nancy not terribly stupid? What do you think? These are not that good. Like, I think horror should be either very shocking, like with gore, though that's not the horror I like. You know, I don't like gore horror. Or psychological stuff like The Grudge or what's it called? The Babadook. Yeah, I hope at least one of them is terrifying. Yeah. Let's hope Night Night Nancy's okay. So, and you tell me if it's shit, because I think like as I said, you know me, I'm quite benevolent in like judging things. I mostly see the good in things, and I think that's a good way to look at things. Like I'm not the guy that like hates everything, but in horror I'm that guy. So if horror is bad, I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna call it out today as well. So let's see if Nancy's horror I have to call out, or if it's good. If it's good, so let's see. Night Night Nancy. So what's it message? That's probably Nancy. It's probably Nancy. I'm so sorry, but I will do the voices. Yeah, just got up. What are you up to? Yeah, and then to Samuel, yeah, and then not much. Hey, you can send me pictures from, and I didn't get to read that. Okay. Yeah, should give me a sec. Okay. He wants D-pics? Samuel, yeah, probably. Oh god, yeah, okay, so you got a creepy picture. What are you gonna do, Nancy? What are you gonna do? You're gonna see you're stalked today. Just call the police. Just call the stupid police. Why would you go towards it? Go away from it. It's a classic mistake of people starting horror. Like she's like running into the monster thing. Don't do that. Run away. Is it gonna be behind her? I like that. That was a good framing of the thing. Like, has a corner. It has a terrible corner. Oh, there's a weirdo. Yeah, there was a weirdo thing in your house, but it might have been just a tramp. I think that looked like a trap. Why would you not close your freaking door? You're so fucking stupid. Look, it's a zombie tramp. Oh, a zombie. It has a cool hoodie. I want that hoodie. Give me your hoodie. Yeah, close your freaking door, you dumb... Whatever. There's someone with a knife. Why won't you... Like, he's a zombie. Why won't you tell him that? I'm calling the police. Should have done that ages ago, you dumb... Whatever. Discount Michael Myers, hello. The actress is good, by the way. I like that actress. She's doing well. She's doing very well. But it won't do you any good. You're gonna die now. Because of the weirdo with knife, long hair. That's looking for breadcrumbs in your house. The operator's gonna say, oh, I'm the operator. Oh no, he hurt me. I like the mask though. The monster is too human. I love my Lovecraftian monsters more. Beats get I mean, how did he not see her? I mean, kick the door into his face. Yeah, you're gonna get jump scared now. I'm gonna get jump scared now. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna get jump scared. I'm gonna jump. I always jump at jump scares, but oh yeah, he's dead. Okay, fine, whatever. Don't care. I don't know who he was. Don't care. Don't care. Why would you do that? He was just there. All the freaking police, you dumb whatever. Is he gonna be behind? Oh god, he's gonna be next to you. Why? Oh, there are apparently handcuffs on you now. No! What the frick was that? It was so freaking dumb. I'm so sorry, mates. I'm so sorry. That was so bad. Oh my god, that was bad. I expected horror, not laughter. Jesus Christ, that was so bad. It didn't make any sense. Why was there the stupid tramp and then there was her stupid boyfriend or whatever? Oh god, man. Just hi, copy paste. Oh, now I can do what I wanted to do yesterday or whatever that was. Here. Yeah, that was very stupid. That was very, very stupid. Does anyone know a good horror short? This is gonna be the last one before I start my story, so should be a good one. Do you know a good one? Like Lights Out. Lights are just very good. Lights Out is very good. Oh, and copy the paste. Try to put in a message so I see you got modded. Oh, and Mr. F, you are gonna get modded as well. Wait a moment. Here. Okay. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put it like the scariest short film of all time that will not make you be able to sleep. Yeah, I don't want to sleep anyway. Great, copy the pasty, but that told me that, yeah, look, that's a weirdo. We found a weirdo. We're gonna watch the weirdo now. The weirdo face peeking out of the closet. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we'll just, I'll tell you what, mates. I will just put, yeah, copy the basic, just like if there's a Rachel, like if there's a bot that spams like, do you wanna meet my 50 feet away from you and I always wanted to be with you. If there's some bot like that that spams that in the chat, just delete them. Hit delete. Delete them from the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. Anyway, yeah, this one looks good. Like sleep, like it had a weird ghost face. And after that, we'll start listening to my stories and have some fun with really scary stuff. And yeah, but I thought like during the time that people arrived to the stream, I would like watch some of these Ding Dong films. I thought they would be like better. But that's a problem I have. Like I don't get scared anymore. Like it's like there's nothing very scary. Yesterday I bought a game that's supposed to be scary. We'll play that later. Like I hope it's scary, but I think the last thing that really scared me was Amnesia. The Dark Descent. That one was freaking terrifying. I hated it. So I've got so for today later, if you're still there, you have the choice of 3 things. Like I downloaded Amnesia, the new one that I haven't played. Like I've played like 10 minutes. And I've got Resident Evil Village or a random horror game that I found. So we might watch or play any of those later this evening if we are scared. But we are gonna just watch the Ding Dong thing from the closet now. And I'm gonna drink some more apple juice. Yeah, Amnesia was the only game I've ever played that I had to stop playing. So we might get some, like if I play the new one now, I might get really, really scared and you might see me really, really scared. So like that would be something as well. So you have the choice. I will do a poll later to let you choose what I'm about to play. Like, but let's just go to Sleeping, horror short film. And you might have noticed I haven't told you to like the others because they were shit. So anyway, let's go. Let's go. Hello? Oh, that's good if you haven't played the newest one. Might be scary to you as well. And by the way, I might change my glasses because I can't, like, this is not adapted to my current strength of seeing. Because this is like a 10-year-old pair of glasses. In principle, I like sleeping horror, like the dreaming and stuff. Go and sleep. You're gonna die, mate. Okay, the actor's bad already, but we'll see. Okay. Could you start acting, perhaps? That would be nice, mate. Oh, there's a ding dong in his home. I mean, fine. There's another ding dong in someone's home. I don't find that scary. I know people do, but I don't. Okay, what was that supposed to tell me? Huh. Are we gonna play Mario Kart now? Ah, God. Stop beeping. It's still going? What's he doing? Do something. Do something. Oh, he's awake. I hope he acts now. Please start acting, mate. Okay. To you getting mauled. I know what the problem with these videos is. I'm gonna tell you after we finish this one. Yeah, Samuel, you go kick him. I'm gonna kick him. I'm gonna agent kick him in slow-mo bullet time and he's gonna drop down. Okay, there's an open door. What the frick is going on? I know why this is so bad, by the way. I know it. I'm gonna tell you. I might be wrong, but like from a writing perspective, because I've written so much horror, I think. And it's passable, my horror, so I think I know what the problem here is. Because the way, like the directions, well made. I like the way it's filmed, but the script is bad. The script is very, very, very bad. And rule number one, always hit the fucking monster. Okay, this is just getting annoying. Yeah. It's too high pitched. That's not a scary noise. Okay, I'm gonna stop it here because what I think is everything that happened until now could have been cut. There was nothing in there that made you scared, or that at least for me that gave me a feeling of something being wrong. There was this stupid sound, but it was put in editing. So there was nothing till now that told me this is unusual. Let's see how he gets taken. I don't know. Whatever. It's gonna gobble him up in this freaking closet. Whatever. Yeah, fine, mate. You just have one loud noise. Kick it. Kick it in the face. It's just a dude. Kick him. Oh, there's something coming. That's creepy. That was a bit creepy. Oh no, it's just a dude. It's just a freaking dude. Just kick them. Just hit them. Hit them with your night lamp. I don't care. Just hit them. Don't just stand there. Okay, hello, second dude. It was the jump scare. Okay. Okay. Jory Boychuk. Jory Boychuk. Yeah. Like everything about this was great except for the script. The script was rubbish. Like, what the frick was that? There were some dudes in his room. I think that was even not. I think that wasn't even supernatural. And now to get to the point, what I think what was really bad is like there was nothing before, like when I paused, that told me there was something unusual. It was just an everyday situation. There were no drawn out shots. There was no unusual actions going on there. So for me, it was like, yeah, okay, this is a normal day. So cut to the chase. And then the last 30 seconds was some ding dongs in this freaking house. Whatever, don't care. Don't care, mate. Okay, so yeah. So does anyone have something that's scary? I might show you the Frostmare video that's scary. Actually, wait. I think it's 31. I'm just gonna look for it. There's a very scary video. Like, that's very, very well done. Yeah, I don't know, Samuel. It's so stupid. So fucking stupid. He should have just attacked them. Just should have attacked them. Oh, and by the way, if you like horror, this guy has the best horror videos out there. So subscribe to him and watch him. But I'm gonna look for the video. This one, yeah, I don't know. Let me put up my. I have to look at it like this. Yeah, there's a fucking stupid thing here. I've seen this one. You know, this is the second part of the one I thought of. Like, these are the videos that I watched when I watched scary videos on my channel. Like, I started my channel with watching scary videos, if you don't know. So, yeah, this is the guy I watched all the time. Because he's very good. He's got good videos. You see the weird, creepy things here. I don't remember. Yeah, I watched this as well. This one was good as well. Where are you, freaky weirdo thing? Where are you? No, it wasn't this. It looked a bit like that, but I don't know. I don't know. I know how I'm gonna find it. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. I'm just gonna put this up here. I'm gonna look for myself. One moment, please. I know where it might be. Where is it? Where are you? Weird fucking stupid video. I'm gonna need some time. So yeah, there it should be there. And I hope you had a great day until now, by the way. So I hope your Halloween went great. And do you even celebrate it at your country? Like, we don't celebrate it in Germany. I just celebrate it because I love it. But there are many people that don't celebrate it, which is quite a shame. Quite a shame. Because I think it's the best holiday. I think it's the best one. No. Hi, I'm here. Good to have you. No, I actually tried to do Agent Smith. But James Bond fits as well. So Samuel was reading some Romans to counter the terribleness of horror on Halloween. Yeah, I'm looking for the video. It's very creepy. We'll watch it, and after that we'll listen to my stories a bit. And after that we'll play some games, but yeah. Yeah, but Samuel, it's okay. Like, Romans it's very cool. Like, I never got a good Roman story. I never found one. So if you've got a good one, just tell me. That would be nice. So where was the video? Unfortunate. Because I don't know which. Oh yeah, I saw this one. So this might be close to it. Yeah. See. So what Roman story were you reading? I mean, if you don't want to share it, it's fine. You don't have to. Just interested. So I just want to. I want to find it. It's so good. It's such a good. Like, it's so much scarier than the stuff we just watched. So much scarier. so much scarier. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. There. Wait. This is like this is the scariest video I've seen that like like might be real. Let me see. Ah, where is it? Wait a moment. I've got it here. Can't find the link. Why is there no link here? Let me see. Yeah, we're getting very spooky today. Today is a spooky day, yeah. Yeah, Roman story misunderstanding is something that happens quite a lot, unfortunately. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Let me see if this is the one. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. So stupid. So stupid. I had it yesterday, I think. I just don't remember what it was called. It's so dumb. Such a good video. I want to share it with you, but I don't find it. I want to find it. Well. I think Roman stories are cooler when you have the problem of like society, like their father don't like if there's a guy who likes a girl and the father doesn't like them, or if they don't have enough money, or you know what I mean? That's something yeah. That's something I really like in romance, but I don't like the oh yeah, there's he didn't tell her the whole truth. Oops, I'm sorry. I think there it is. I think I found the video. Yeah, I found it. Okay, I found it. Yeah. Yeah, good romance stories, they are very hard to find, unfortunately. You know, I like romance, even like, I don't know. If it's well written, but the problem is most romance is like some wet dream of someone. I know that's a bit mean of me, but you know what I mean? It's yeah. Mm. So now I'm gonna show you, at least I think it's a truly terrifying story or video. I think it's the worst one I've seen online, like in regards to um or with regards to whatever you say scariness. But I don't know, there is can't. One moment. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, competitive based. I really agree with you. That's the problem. Like making something that's really brilliant nowadays, because there are so many things that drown it out. I really don't like that. Like I'm very sad about that. Yeah. Like there are some very like with romance, you could do so many cool things. Like you could make the two people that are destined to be like it's always this idea of two people that are destined together, and I like that. I like that because I think that's the way, and I that's just a personal opinion. It's obviously not something that's proven or that's really true, but for me, I think that like there are people destined for each other. I do believe that. I'm a bit perhaps romantic in that regard, and I think what should keep them apart is like something like society or circumstances, but never misunderstandings. Because I think the key to a good relationship is talking to each other truthfully. And I do that with my wife, you know, like I always tell her the truth. I always tell her what I really think, because otherwise, if you don't do that, it's like everything goes down the drain. I really truly believe that. And I think every relationship should be built on that. And it's also like this trust thing. Like I would like my wife can get my phone every time she wants. Like why not? I don't care, because I have nothing to hide, and I really don't. So and I could get hers. You know what I mean? So romance stories should be built on something externally that tears them apart, and they have to fight against that, and they have to prevail through their love. Like yeah, I think that's the thing. But now let's go to the scariest like ghost video I've ever seen online, and it's probably a student project, so it's fake. I can tell you that it's fake, pretty obviously fake. But we're gonna see it. So this is from the Frostmare TV guy. I love him. Like I watched half of my videos when I did my multi-scared reactions, like this thing that started my channel, why I started YouTube. He's the guy that I watched things from and commented on, and he really deserves subs. But yeah, so this is the one that really got under my skin, because I know it's fake, but it's so well done. The way he narrates it's also. So are you ready for some scares? Because I am. I'm gonna take a sip of apple juice and then we're gonna go.
Now, we want to look at the updated case of El Franco, who thinks that an evil entity is inheriting his old apartment. He decided to place a night camera in his room because he doesn't feel safe there anymore. A bite mark on his arm is proof for his concerns.
So perfect setup. He says like, there's this dude. He had a bite mark. He found it on his arm after he slept, so he doesn't know what's going on. He put a night camera up. Perfect setup. Like story-wise, great stuff.
Shortly after setting everything up, he became witness to some unusual activity that unfolded during his sleep.
I love his cat though. It's a very cute cat. Hi, it's unfair. It's gonna go like for 5 more hours. At least that's how long I'm gonna be here. Like 5 or 6 hours. I love Halloween, so Halloween streams are gonna go on for like 6 hours. And by the way, this was not an orb. I've seen an orb. Like I know. People think that's stupid, but I've seen an orb in my in real life. Like an orb is like a weird glowy entity that you see like a sphere that floats around. I've seen one, and I think they are real because I've seen one. So take that as you will. And I'm not shitting you. Like it's not. It was a very interesting experience. So it's unfair. And then wait. It's unfair. I can do this. Okay, I did it. Yeah, like it's like there is something like supernatural that I've seen like and experienced, but yeah, it's unfair. Just take your time, have a good evening, come back if you want. Like later on we'll listen to stories and play some games. So yeah, so this was not an orb. This is already fake. I know how an orb looks like. I've seen one. So this was fake. Let's go.
Inexplicable object right in front of the lens.
Yeah, it's just mote of dust. Just a mote of dust. But look at that, everything could happen. Like there could be a hand grabbing him. This scene alone.
Not asleep. Stuff just starts happening in his room.
I mean, that was obviously triggered, but
This night,
nicely set
the
up.
door just opened.
Nicely set up.
Although he was the only person home, and all 3 of his cats were with him. So what could have caused that? At least he was suspicious at that point. But it got better.
I love this one so much. It's so well made. It's better written than most horror movies.
Something was tampering with the tower of his cats. And the following night, the entity opened the door again. Maybe just to say hi. Very unsettling. Another time he was just playing with one of his cats.
Depends on the ghost, Samuel. Depends on the ghost, I think.
Some say
Not this one, though, probably. Yeah, look at that. Did you see it? There was a fucking A-bag on the stairs. Let's go back a bit. So bad, I love it. Like, look at it, it's here. There's a fucking a-hole here. It's so fucking creepy because it looks so real. It's so well shot. Yeah, and it's gone. It's gone. So well made.
Some viewers say it is the head of a female. Could it be? But how?
So well made.
Go.
So well made. I love this one.
In fact, the spirit of a
Hi,
female
Devil-esque. I hope you had a great Halloween till now.
get rid of her.
Oh god, he put this one in? This is an additional clip normally. You don't see it with this. Yeah, look at that this fucking a-hole in the fucking bathtub.
What do we make out of that?
It's so well done. I love this one.
Answer. Or is some
So
foul
scary.
involved here?
Like, if I hadn't seen this one before, I would have been scared shitless. The first time I watched this on this channel, like, I did a reaction to that way back, like 2 years ago, I was so scared. Scared me shitless, this one.
Almost a little bit too creepy, to be honest. He catches her staring, now almost on a daily basis.
Yeah. So well done. This should have been a movie.
Wouldn't you be terrified at this point? Is it a demon? Or
Look
is
at
she
that
your friend?
fucking asshole.
maybe
Look at her. It's so weird.
A hoax, of course.
So scary. I hate this.
Sometimes
Like, this is the kind of ghost that would scare me shitless. Really. Like, this is the only thing that would get me. This fucking ghost woman grudge A-bag.
it's just the cats that give him a good spook. Thank God, right? But this must have been one of the most terrifying captures that his night camera could capture.
Yeah, this is the worst one. This is so bad. Oh, look at it. It's so fucking bad. I love it. Look at that piece of shit.
At the eye that is definitely looking
Look at the eye. It's so well made. I love it.
at him. mean,
Oh, I
it's
love
safe
it.
to say that this must be a demon, if it isn't just a friend in a mask.
It's so well made.
Doubt? Let me know.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. But seriously, this one is so well made. I love it. I love it so much. Like, it's this premise that there's something watching you in your bedroom. I love that. That is so brilliant. And the way it's shot is like this stupid shaky camera that no one cares about, but it makes it so realistic. And obviously it's a CGI A back, the CGI B, but man, it's so well done. So well done. Yeah, it's unfair, right? Yeah, it's an Onryo. It's definitely an Onryo. I think so too. Like Onryo are the women ghosts in like black hair, white gown. That's the Onryo. And it's like in The Ring, in The Grudge, it's the same type of ghost, yeah. And that's one of those. And I think they got inspiration from that. I'm pretty sure they got inspiration from that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so now, first thing we wanted to do is finish. We wanted to get into the mood with some scary videos. Unfortunately, the scary videos I picked were shit. So we watched this scary one, and now we're gonna go into some stories of mine. So if you always wanted to hear some stories of mine, we're gonna listen to some now. So I wrote a story for this evening. Like, it's just for this evening to listen to it with you guys. And I wrote it on roads and some time before, so I prepared it. And it's the third part of a series. So I think we should just watch the first two. Obey the Walrus. I don't know what it is, but yeah. Yeah. Copy and paste is right. Yeah, it's like a ghost that's like because it was buried preemptively, and then they thought, yeah, we should not have done that. Yeah. Obey the Walrus was I that sounds familiar. Sounds familiar, but sounds very familiar. I think I've seen it. I think I've seen it. Yeah, I heard it's pretty scary. I heard it's pretty scary. I think it's gonna ban me if I play it because that's copyrighted, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. So are you ready for a story playing in... Do you say it like that, playing in? I don't know. Or taking place in Russia in 1976. There were some events in Russia 1976 that are pretty disturbing. So, yeah, we're gonna listen to them. So the first one, like there are 3 parts to the story. And we're gonna listen to some of it, and I'm gonna comment on it because obviously I wrote it, but yeah. And I wanna know your thoughts on it. So I'm not gonna play one we already played last year. I'm gonna play one that's, or some that were, pretty recent, so yeah. So if you want to hear good horror stories on a daily basis, subscribe to this guy Wideth22. That's his name. He reads my stories. He's a pretty nice guy, like, and he told me it's okay to play them on my stream, like no copyright problems. And he says he likes that, like he's okay with that. And he read all of my stories, so this playlist is all of my stories. Never mind, doesn't matter. So the first one, this is the first one he actually read of mine. Okay, so it's called The Encounter in Siberia, and it takes place in, I think, 1976. And it's about yeah, I should probably get yeah, disturbing things in Russia. 1970 wasn't 1975 anymore. Yeah. Good one. It's unfair. So like the premise of all of my stories is like there's this dude, and he's collecting strange reports that he thinks are linked. Obviously they are linked, otherwise I wouldn't write it that way. So you can find the links. But in these ones, the links are pretty obvious, I think. So we're just gonna listen to this one. And like it's probably gonna take some time, but I hope you will enjoy them. Like like these are the things I wrote. The thing is, there might be some translation errors. Like I wrote that I'm German, obviously because I'm German. So my expression in English is not as good as in German. I think it's fine. I mean, otherwise I couldn't do videos in English and talk in English. But so these are like in English. So if there are any problems, I hope you can I hope you can see over them. And I'm sorry for them in advance, but so we'll start with this one. So this one is of a KGB agent, I think. So story that was fun, and let's just get going into the story. And I hope it's gonna put it like this. And if it's too loud, please tell me. And we're just gonna start. So let's just go with the Russian things.
It was long ago when I worked at Station 13 in the deep Siberian wastelands, and I was much younger than now. Station 13 was a Soviet outpost, and the Cold War was still brewing back then. On a day in late autumn, 6 days after some shooting stars had lit up the dark night, one of our supply planes brought news of a village some days' walk away. The little settlements had seemingly been attacked, as there was white smoke rising from the wooden houses, and no people were to be seen anymore. Therefore, some of us decided to get to the village and look for survivors and the cause of the catastrophe. The Siberian landscape is not easily passable in many parts, so we had to use horses instead of cars for traversing the rocky, wild areas. Our small group had started the journey in the early morning hours, slowly fighting a way through a thicket of coniferous trees.
I hope this is okay. I think this is I think the volume is now okay. I hope it's now okay. Yeah, I think if I would put it on 0.5 speed, Amir, it would be pretty bad. So I hope it's all right now. Like I hope it's all right now.
Despite the green all around us, the surroundings had felt bleak and barren. All the tree trunks lying around halfway rotten reminded us of the mysterious explosion from half a century ago. A graveyard of once mighty plants. It had already become noon when the forest lay finally behind us and we managed to move on a bit quicker. The village got close when the sun had already started to set, sending down its cold light. Passing by a clear creek, we made for the hillside where plants grew rampant, and my gaze wandered across the many trees in the distance, looking for survivors of the happenings we had set out to investigate. Russian summer days are comfortably warm, and therefore we were not forced to wear thick clothes or traverse frozen lakes or snowy hills. A smell of fresh and healthy nature was in the air, and I almost started dreaming whilst my horse carried me onwards. It slowly got cooler, and the terrain got rougher and rougher. I still searched the horizon, looking for hollows or caves where some poor people in need might have hidden themselves. The predatory animals around these hills were nothing to underestimate, and they smelled blood over long distances, making a wound even more dangerous for possible survivors, if there were any to begin with. People from around here would normally know how to deal with the wilderness, but in shock and terror, knowledge is easily forgotten. When we had almost reached the village, I spotted 5 bears charging towards our little group. The horses had been restless for a while already, but the view of these big predators made them panic, and we had a hard time trying not to be thrown off. One of us, a man from the KGB like me, had taken a shotgun for emergency situations and pointed it at the charging animals, ready to pull the trigger. I wondered whether agitating them with a shot was a good idea, but I also trusted in my colleague to not do anything rash. Indeed, I was right. The man waited patiently as the others tried to get their horses back under control. The bears had almost reached us, darting towards us at terrifying speeds. My heart was beating heavily. I tightened my grip around my pistol, ready to aid my colleagues. "Stop!" One of the others suddenly screamed. His voice was trembling, confused. When the bears had come even closer, I noticed that something was wrong with them. The moment I realized what it was, I wished that I had never joined the expedition in the first place. I looked at the animals, disturbed by what I saw. The bears ran right past us, not even giving off a sign of having noticed us. Their eyes and their motions were radiating a bottomless terror. They were fleeing. Soon, I spotted similar groups of animals nearby, also running across the ridges and hills, squeaking and screaming like a frightened swarm. The horses suddenly started to lose it as well. They rose, and I only narrowly managed to hold on to my saddle. The others reacted quickly enough as well, and all of us barely stayed on top of our animals. There were flocks of birds flying past and towards a horizon far behind us. Beyond the hills and trees, where all the animals had come from, I suddenly sensed an alien presence that made my skin crawl. The taste of acid filled my mouth. Never had there been such terror in my mind. It was like a slice of hell had descended upon the world behind the ridges, making a bottomless fear resurface deep within all living things that had gotten too close to it. Carried by our horses, we fled far away across the hills and stones and creeks, through thorns and vines and small patches of Siberian trees, until the terror had faded away, and the horses fell to the ground in exhaustion. That evening, we set up camp on the slope of one gravelly hill nearby, close to the rim of a small forest of pine trees. When a little fire had been lit up, we finally found some time to rest and process the strange events we had been a part of. Despite a lot of alcohol, sleeping was out of the question for a long time, as I was aware of something being out there between the hills, some entity of malevolence lurking. The madness that crept into my mind and the intoxication made me dream up a horrid display of terrible visions, and I was thrown into an abyss of nightmares. The next morning, I woke up shivering and hungover, as the night had been cold and long. I was not the first one that had woken up, and it was quickly becoming clear that something was wrong. Some men were sitting around a campfire, cooking juicy beans. They slowly told me that many of the horses had not lived through the night. The flight had driven them to the brink of death, and the freezing temperatures under the moon's gaze had pushed them over. With sadness, I looked at the cadavers of our companions close by. The terror still echoed through my mind, but the presence was gone, and there were also no animals fleeing anymore. Soon, we sat together around the fading fire. Nobody knew where we were, as our flight had been without direction. I could only estimate that on foot it would take us days to get back to the station. Many cursed at the fact that we could not really call for help in this no-man's land. There were also arguments about whether we should try and find a way back towards the village, or whether we should flee as cowards. Most did not want to go back, and in my head, the fear also warned me against it. But there were some protests. Were we this cowardly? This meek? Not a single man denied the panic that had gotten its hold of us, but some played it down and were intent on heading back. The debate was getting more heated minute by minute, when a woman stumbled out of the branches, about 40 years of age, and judging by her clothes, belonged to one of the shamanic tribes living here in the Siberian wastes. She seemed insecure, exhausted, and was heavily shaking. We were quick to ensure her that no danger was stemming from our group.
I know the
As some
story.
men wanted to tell her about the events of the day before, she interrupted, lost in thoughts. You felt it as well, didn't you?
Probably sadism.
That entity. We do not know whether it was an entity yet. Someone immediately interrupted, but without much conviction. I am sure of it. I saw it. On one of my journeys, in my dreams, she muttered. She sat down, and we hurried to give her something to drink. In your dreams? Isn't that a part of your tradition? Dream walking? I was a bit skeptic, but also curious. I had already seen things before that defied all logic. It is. I was out there, close to it. Her hands were shivering, tightly gripping onto the old cup someone had given to her. You were there. Please, tell us. That might make planning our next move easier. Someone said, hopefully. I don't believe in such drivel. Another one groaned, but we quickly told him to shut up. The woman took another sip, and her eyes started to drift off, but she soon snapped out of it. As you might have guessed by my clothes, I am a shaman. Some of you will think of me as a charlatan. Fine by me. But our culture is spread across these lands, as you will know. It has been for ages. My skills in dreaming were never the best, even though many people expect that from me. My nightly strolls and visions were also crazy and ambiguous, and save for one or two nightmares, always harmless. But when those fires crossed the sky and rained down upon the earth, everything changed. The night after those falling stars, I found myself standing in a village that had been struck by the stones from the heavens. It was dark, and the moonlight was held off by clouds, but I still could see some things. 4 cabins had entirely been destroyed, and only scorched stumps were coming out of the ground in their place. I could smell death, could hear the cries of the people who had lost their friends and families. The road was bumpy, and I had to walk some steps to get a better look at the impact crater. It looked like the ground had been ripped apart. Then, there were piercing screams. They came from the house close by. Suddenly, I stood in the living room, where a family had, by the looks of it, just started eating dinner. A man, his wife, and 2 boys. They were lying down on the ground, shaken by spasms, suffering the pains of oncoming death. I just stood there, looking on as their skin started to become strangely white and coarse, turning into a lime-like substance. Their panicked eyes turned red and their veins started to burst. Their throats went silent, and a terrible quietness made my ears go mad. Then, there were other screams. Louder and louder, the chorus of voices grew, begging for their lives and for their God to save them. Soon, however, that was over as well, and left was only a dead village. Left were only the remains of its citizens, looking like statues, slowly turning into white dust. The woman started crying. After having woken up, I told my mentor of the dream, but he just fell silent and ordered me never to visit that place ever again in my mind. I immediately told him that I had not done so on purpose and that a strange power had placed me there, but he just advised me to take some herbs for better dream control before going to sleep.
That sounds insane. And you think that what you saw was real?
One of the men asked. I think so, yes, the woman replied, hesitantly.
So, the presence is a disease from space?
I asked in disbelief, my hairs standing on edge. She looked into my eyes, and I spotted a fear beyond everything I had ever seen. No, that was not my only dream. The woman took another sip from the cup and continued.
Yeah, so this is the premise of the story. And I'm just gonna interrupt it a bit because I want to talk to you a bit as well. So yeah, I really like the guy who reads this. Like, he's really doing a great job. And who said it in the chat? Who said it in the chat? Wait. Yeah, Amir said it. Yeah, the storyteller, like, he's so nice. He's so nice. The storyteller is so good. Like, we're gonna listen to it further. So that's the premise. Like, weird stars struck the earth. There was this village that was apparently wiped out, and now they stumbled upon this shamanic woman. yeah. So that's all we got today. No, we're gonna listen to it further. So that's the setup. I think it's quite neat. And the thing with the bears, I think I wrote that in because simply I wanted something very scary. Like if the bear charges you, that's scary, I think. But I wanted to subvert that a bit and make it more scary by them fleeing from something, from whatever thing happened in the village. And I'm gonna tell you later. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Because the 3 stories will tell you what happened. But first, it's a scary thing. And yeah. Any questions till this point? I will gladly answer them, but then we will continue because it's like one part of the story is like there's whatever you say, like a space between the paragraphs there. I don't know what it's called. Like, well, the first part of the story is like done here, and the second one will start now when she tells about the second dream and ongoing stuff. But yeah. I'm just gonna wait a moment, then we will just go on with the story. So let's see what the second dream was that she had. I think it's gonna start it. It's gonna get going.
In the following night, I found myself standing in the village again, but the situation had gotten a lot worse. The houses had turned white and begun to fall apart in some places. The corpses I found in the houses had almost entirely turned to dust, slowly covering the floors of all those ill-fated homes. On the third night, the mist started to rise.
Mist? What mist?
Someone wanted to know, but the woman already continued her tale. It was a white dust, and I think breathing it in would immediately kill any living thing. My body wandered through the empty streets, and I saw the houses falling apart, almost as if I witnessed centuries passing, eating away at them. It did not get worse than that. For a while, at least. But yesterday, the mist got denser, started to taste sour. It felt so real. And then, I saw it for the first time. She buried her face in her hands and took a deep breath. When she had calmed down a bit, she continued.
What did you see?
I asked her.
I was getting sick.
That dream, it did not come at night, but suddenly at noon. I got sleepy all of a sudden. Barely managing to lie down, I lost consciousness and dove into the dream. Everything was as in the visions before. Thick mist, fading houses. But there were no corpses anymore. Just pieces of clothing, covered in white dust. However, most of the substance had gone. The streets and the houses were barely visible, and I had to concentrate to see them. The white fog covered everything now. And then, a shape appeared in the distance, closing in on me, until I could see it vividly. It's strange. I cannot describe it precisely. It was neither man nor woman, neither old nor young. Its skin must have been white as dust. But do you know that feeling when you see something in the corner of your eye, like a veil ungraspable? Well, it was like that. I can see it in front of my inner eye. Its smile that cannot be from this world. But describing it seems impossible. The words are not forming. My mouth cannot speak them, cannot let them echo through our air. Perhaps because I suspect that they could lure it here, she said with a shiver.
It's all right. You don't have to be afraid. It was just a mirage.
I tried to calm her down, but all of us knew that those were just empty words. The men around me shook as well, pale, looking to the ground, trying not to think about the being we had been close to the day before. The woman was still crying. The cup slipped from her hands and fell. Her voice had grown very quiet, and she muttered, "It had gotten close, and just smiled at me. What are you?" I wanted to know, completely disturbed. It just looked at me, its lips pressed together, and said, "I am God." The words left its mouth as if they were obvious, but they ripped away every last shred of calm from my mind. "That's not possible," I cried. It continued looking at me, not changing its expression. "No, I am not God. I am the witness." It corrected itself, almost sounding pleased. "Witness? A witness of what?" I asked. "A witness of their arrival, their deeds," it answered. The dream faded, and I awoke, covered in sweat. When she repeated the entity's words, it was as if I could hear them in the howling of the winds, in the rustling of the bushes, and even deep within the core of my soul. Everyone else might find them silly, but our little group was shaken to the bones. We considered that the woman was lying to us, that there was another explanation, but there was none. Time passed, and we sat in silence.
Yeah. Yeah, the double voice is very nice. I'm gonna pause it here a bit because I want to there's something that's very important to these, because I know what the other stories are. So the thing that he hears it in the wind as well is very important. Like he seems to hear the voice in the wind as well, in the winds as well. Just want to point that out because that's going to be very, very important in the other stories as well, because that's the central point of this one. But I'm just going to continue now. But yeah, his voice changed. Yeah, very badass, very nicely done.
Until someone spoke up. "We should get back to the station. This is futile. We just say the village was burned down and that there were no survivors. That isn't even a complete lie." "No, but it might be better to..." Another one started, but he was suddenly interrupted. The winds had started to wheeze louder, and the howling sounds of predatory animals soon joined in. My throat got dry, and I sank to the ground, trying to breathe. Some others had already fainted or crawled across the gravel. The last horses went mad and got free, running wildly into the distance, away from our camp. Then came the cold. It felt like freezing up from the inside, as if my veins were slowly shrinking, making me an easy target in the Siberian wilderness. The feeling of pure panic. I struggled to get up. 2 others had managed to get onto their feet as well and searched the area for signs of danger. I spotted the woman lying on the ground. "It is coming," she whispered. "We have to leave now. Go." One of the others screamed and started to run away into the forest behind us. Those trees looked like a wall of protection against the danger of death and madness. We had to hide, get to safety. Many were already gone and fainted. We had to leave them behind. What would them slowing us down help anyone? Together, with another man who looked at me with determination, I moved towards the forest. All who were still standing did the same. They jumped into the trees, away from the hellish hill, and I prepared to follow them, when suddenly a hand got a hold of my wrist. I almost fainted, out of fear, when I heard a desperate voice calling for me. "No, not that way. This is where it is coming from." I froze and looked back. The woman was holding me in place. She must have gotten up and ran over to me. Her eyes were full of determination. "Look at the field beyond the hill.
There was nothing. We should be able to see it already if it was coming from there.
She pointed at the grassy hills opposite of the trees. 2 others awoke from their petrification and got up.
Then, we have to go there, to those hills. Run, away from the trees.
They must have heard her words as well. I did not hesitate for long, and soon the 4 of us were darting across the brown plains, onwards, not looking back, not listening to the terrible screams coming from behind us, giving us more reason to sprint faster. I do not know how far we had gotten, because as we had left the hills behind, there was another forest waiting for us, with leafless trees and dead shrubs. Without a doubt, we were lost, but we also were alive. Exhausted, we dropped down next to a little pond that was sparkling in the midday sun. We hadn't managed to take any rations or water with us, as all our instincts had made us escape in blind panic. The water from the ponds tasted bad and sour, but it was more than nothing. I could not believe that only 4 people had escaped with their lives. The woman probed the horizon with her gaze, looking for the entity that was, in all likeliness, still following us.
How did it get into the woods? Wasn't it approaching from the other direction? From the village?
I finally asked.
I do not know. And who would?
The woman said. Probably no human. What's your name, anyway?
Daria. Just Daria.
She introduced herself. We others gave her our names as well.
How on earth will we get back to the station now?
The question echoed back from the trees, almost mockingly.
I know a little bit about the area. Where exactly are you from?
Daria asked. When we described the location of our base, she seemed to have a rough idea about where to go. That was the first thing in a long time that brought us relief. Perhaps there was a way out of this hell. After a short break, we made our way into the forest and hoped that the station was in that direction. But was it safe there? And what did that being even want? Why did it kill our kind? I had to remember the other things I had seen, the things in the depths of Station 13 itself, and doubts about the nature of our world pierced my mind again. The ground was full of thistles and other ugly plants. The flowers looked rotten, old, and dead. Stones blocked our way countless times. When everything finally came, fear crept back into us. What if it was still behind us? What if it was still closing in on us? It had to be faster than us, or to just cut us off. We rested at a gloomy clearing and found that Station 13 was close, perhaps another day's walk away. After some discussion, we decided to stay and gather some more strength to finish our journey on the next day. That way, we could at least start to run again in case it got close to us once more. We drew lots and determined the order of people guarding our little camp. A fire was out of the question, even though we all knew deep down that it would find us anyway, if it so chose. Dinner had only consisted of berries, and a little river had provided us with fresh water. I was the first one on guard duty, soon being the only one of us left awake.
Hi, Ghost Stone Dog. I'm just gonna pause it here for Ghost Stone Dog because yeah, I want to do this. I wanted to do this for some time, so now you're a mod, Ghost Stone Dog. Congratulations for that. So yeah, we're gonna listen. So I'm just gonna yeah. Hope you find more translate this Dog. Yeah. Happy Halloween to all of you, by the way, again. So yeah, so now we're at a point where they're just camping. There's this weird thing after them that's weird. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, I mean, what do you mean by it sounds like D&D? Because I don't know D&D. I know I'm a heathen. I don't know anything about D&D. And I think my apple juice is. I drank my apple juice, so I will get some more apple juice. One moment. I'm gonna slide away on the right side of my stream. Got. You don't. You don't hear me anymore. Yeah, I know Dungeons and Dragons, and I've never played it. I know there is a Lovecraftian version. I don't know what it's called. And fun fact, the next story we're gonna listen to, that's a story I based a scenario on this Lovecraft D&D. I don't know what it's called. Yeah. Okay, great, yeah. So, and yeah, and by the way, the Discord, I always have it on, like, sometimes it's closed because, yeah. But I will gladly talk to you. So just message me on Discord, like, I will just chat. Like, I will chat with everyone. I'm in the luxury, whatever you say, I've got the luxury of having not so many subscribers, so I will take time for all of you. So if you just message me with a PM or whatever on Discord, I'll talk to you. Like, I will take my time, be sure. Be assured. I will just, because, all of you guys, you're so great. And I'm very glad that you're here today as well, because, like, Halloween streams are very important for me for a very weird reason. I don't know why, but because I just love Halloween and love horror. That's what started the channel in the first place. And yeah, so thanks for being here today as well. And I hope you enjoyed a bit. And yeah. So yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, love it. And yeah, like it was so stupid. Like, I was the game master because, like, I'm the story guy in my friends groups as well. Like, I'm the guy that tells stories, so I was the one who set up the scenario. And they were like in this Lovecraftian scenario that is gonna be like, it's gonna be the second story. We'll go to it like in 10 minutes or whatever, and you will listen to it and you will see why it's a great story for Lovecraft D&D. But they were so stupid. Like, they just did not go where I wanted them to go. So in the end, I dropped a hospital on them. They just all died. So anyway, and yeah, again. So yeah, Goal. I'm so glad you're here often, and all the others, Amir and Samuel and all the others. Thank you for being here in my streams. I know it's like there are so many content creators. But I'm glad you like some of my stuff. So it's like when I get home from work, and work sometimes shit. So I really enjoy being with all of you and like posting the videos. So I'm glad people watch them, and that's all. That's all I want. And yeah, so great shoutouts to all of you that are here today. And yeah, I will do that again today. But yeah. So because there are so many people here and. So much good content, but anyway, I'm just going to continue the story now, and afterwards we'll talk about that. Yeah, copy the pasty. Exactly that. If the players don't want to do what you want to do, you just drop a hospital on them. That was the thing. Yeah. Anyway, we'll finish the story now. We'll talk about it later, because this is the central story of the Russian storyline.
Staring into the darkness. The air was unnaturally arid and felt strangely spent. Or was I imagining things? My eyes had slowly gotten used to the dark, and I was able to see the shapes of the bushes and trees around us. The wind was blowing coldly around my body, and the air was filled with the chirping and humming of insects. But had there not just been a hand between the trees? No, I must have been mistaken. I got sick, but I had to pull myself together. The bushes were rustling, evil and foreboding. What if it suddenly broke through? What would I do? Could anything even be done? Or would we die, squished like bugs? I imagined hearing high-pitched laughter in the distance. Or was it just the wind? Was it, in the end, just the wind? Did the air not taste strangely acidic? Sour? Now it was gone. Or had the taste never been there in the first place? Were there not creatures sneaking through those bushes, gaping, lurking? Did not the shadows dance around strangely over there?
That, by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt it. I just, because we're gonna listen to all three stories, this is so central. Did not the shadows dance around there? Whatever I said. That's so central. It's a very, very central line. Like, it doesn't seem like anything. Like, it's just in there. But in the end, it's very, very, very important. The shadows dance around. You might keep that in mind for the next one. Just saying, I'm going to start now to continue.
I heard a loud thumping noise, like a big drum. My heart beat. Soon, I buried my face in my hands. Time passed slower and slower. Again and again, I imagined hearing or seeing things in the dark, smelling or tasting something in the air. But nothing happened. Finally, my time was up, and another man took my place as a guard. I slept away faster than I would have expected. A scream woke me up. I rose from the ground, looking around in confusion. It had come from Daria. She had awoken in tears. "What happened?" I asked fearfully. I did not find its presence, but maybe it was hiding. "Another dream. I was in this forest, deep inside this forest, somewhere. It was brighter than here, a lot brighter, but perhaps I was just seeing differently than with my normal eyes. I ran through trees as dead as these, and soon I noticed the white dust hovering close to the ground of the forest. And then it rose from the dirt, as if it was breaking through the surface of an
Hi,
ocean.
intruder!
This entity, the witness, it looked exactly like the last time, smiling this terrible smile, looking at me from half-dead eyes. "Why are you following us?" I asked in desperation. It did not move. I thought it had not heard me, but then it made a step towards me. "I need you. I need substance to walk this earth," it said, with no emotion in its voice and its strangely bent lips. "What do you mean, substance?" "The carcasses at the place of arrival, the creatures running into the forest, into me. I emerged from their dust. I own their substance. Carried by the winds, I am from you. I see your race, without purpose in these cosmos, a cosmos that reaches farther than you will ever get, without fate in a dark sea of blackness, made as cattle, ending as cattle. I testify."
Okay, so everything, I'm just gonna stop. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna stop it here because I want to reply to some comments that you great people did, and also just want to say something to this point because all the things, and that was so hard. Every single word that thing says, the witness, single thing it says is very, 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 very important to understand everything. But anyway, I'm gonna reply like, intruder. Cool for you to be here. Thank you, and I hope you have a great Halloween, and I hope you're having the best time of your life right now. And DK Moon, you told me, yeah, tell them the adventure goes this way. Yeah, no, they were kicking street lamps, and I just heard them for that because they were doing stupid stuff. So my friends that played my scenario were just really stupid. I'm just thinking of something, and I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with anything. It is probably really dumb. Like, I would be would be probably very fun to do a Discord D&D with you guys, and I would be the game guy, master, whatever. That would be so much fun. So if you ever up for playing some whatever D&D Lovecraftian universes, because You know, that's the thing I can probably do and create most aptly, like detectives or whatever investigating some weird stuff. I might think of something. I might create a scenario and we might do some Discord stuff. But anyways, it's unfair said half that eyes, one eye was dead while the other wasn't. Yeah, that's not what I think. It's like they were almost gone from the world. But
It took
yeah.
another step. I wanted to flee, but knew it was futile. Then, suddenly, it turned around and walked away from me, towards all the dust. Slowly, parts of its body crumbled off, almost like a sandcastle in a storm. I know where the others are. I have to bring them the glad tidings. What tidings? What are you talking about? I screamed, but it already fell apart and disintegrated into the white dust it had been born from.
Oh, and just, I'm sorry that I paused it again. Something, I prepared that here. It talks about stuff like very biblical. Like it says, I'm not God. It says like, I'm gonna bring you great tidings and stuff like that. That's gonna be very, very, very important for the third story I'm gonna play today. Like that's a very, very, like I prepared the third story a long time ago. Like this story you are listening today, this been like 6 years ago. I planned the stuff here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Samuel. I don't want anything from you. Like, if you can spare the time, but I think your guys all are, like, all of you that are in the chat and stuff, and probably all the guys that don't are in the chat that just listen. I think you're a lot of fun, so it would be so funny to to play something like that. I agree. I don't know if it works through the internet, but you know, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna try it anyway. Because like that's what I do this channel. Have fun. Like have fun, do some cool stuff. Like I don't want to make money, I don't want to get followers, I just want to have some fun with people that are like into the same stuff as I am. That's what I want. Yeah, by the way, Goal, the made us cattle line, that is, I think that's the most important line in what it says. Yeah, it's the most important line it says, and it's so funny that you got it. By the way, I didn't think so much. Like, I thought people who listened to it would say like, yeah, that's the stupid line, but that's the most important line it says. That's the most important line it says. And so kudos to you that you got that line. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one that's really important. That's the one that's really important. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know anything as well. So it would just be fun. Like, I don't know. I want to have fun. Like, and by the way, I don't think, I will not record that. Like, I will not do content from that because I do content, but I don't care. About free time stuff, you know what I mean? Like I do content, yeah, but I will separate that from fun, from stuff. Like if we play something, I will just do it because it's fun. So yeah, I've heard of D&D streams. But you know, it's like something to do with your friends, and I don't think you have to record it. So if I would do that, I would not record anything. I would just record it. I'm sorry. I would just do it because it's fun. Because I like stories. I mean, that's the channel name. So. Yeah, great game rules. Yeah, we have to explain them. I will explain them too. So I know. And if something doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. Just have fun. Like, I'm not one for sticking to game rules. I'm just gonna have fun. I don't know the Satan scene from the Mark Twain claymation movie. It's unfair. I don't know that one, but I might look it up after this. Yeah, I'm not. I don't do content for content or views. I do it to relax in the evening and to get to know cool people like you. Because yeah, it's like I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I really enjoy talking to people that have the same interests as me. So that's all I want. Like, because the world is a big world and there are many people with different ideas, different opinions, and finding people that have similar opinions is I like that, and that's what I enjoy, talking to those people. And you all are those people, because you you appear to the stream. So anyway, so let's get back to the story, perhaps. So it said born as cattle, die as cattle, or something like that. That's pretty important. And some more hints to that are in Hebrew Report 3, but I'm not going to play that one today. Yeah, kids movie scenes that are disturbing are pretty well made. Like there's this scene in Pengu where there's a walrus, and you probably know it. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just gonna continue the story. So the thing says, and again, because that's such a brilliant observation, born as cattle, whatever as cattle, that's very central. And I sat there like an hour, because that was so important, because I knew that it was gonna be central for the whole storyline. Like every story has a bit of a storyline, but and every of my each of my horror stories is a horror story on its own. But if you read or listen to all of them, there's a very big picture beneath them. And these things, the things said, like the thing with the kettle, that's such a central thing, because that's such a lore thing. It's like the thing I had with Wheel of Time 2 days ago or 3 days ago with the things about the parallel worlds. That's something like that. Ah, yeah, the old D&D. Yeah, I don't like what the rules are. And what the rules are. Yeah, it's like, just have some fun. I don't know. And if we don't adhere to the rules, I don't care. Just have some fun with you guys. That's what I want. Like, there's so many. Like, I never thought there would be so many great people on YouTube, like that enjoyed random content of an idiot reading Wheel of Time or reaction to Dune or Bleach or whatever. And yeah, so cool. So we might do that. Like I might write a scenario for the Lovecraft D&D. I will do that, because I think I could give some content. I will not do the content from the second episode, but yeah. Yeah. It's copy to paste. I agree. It's like, it's hard. And that's what I wanted to do with my horror stories, because I think that the thing I wanted to do with my horror stories was always like two things. I wanted to do a scary story every time, a story that scared me in some way, because I am not easily scared. I mean, yeah, you saw it in the last movies, the videos we just watched, like before this. I'm not easily scared, but everything I write, I want to write because I want to make myself afraid. So I think it's, at least for some people, perhaps scary. And I want to tell a very big story about something happening. Yeah, there are no secret doors, Emir, in my things. Yeah. You know what? Let's just finish the story, and before we get to the next one, we were just gonna talk sometime. Because that's like, I want to talk to some great guys and girls at Halloween. We're doing that right now, so everything is already perfect for me. So let's just go into the story a bit, and let's just see.
After that, I awoke. Was it heading for us? Is it coming? I asked. No. It went the other way. I think that we might be safe for now. When I had digested those words, I started to panic. It's heading for the station. It's heading for the station. We have to warn them. Too late. It is faster than us.
Daria said, quietly. The world turned gray and meaningless when I realized that she was right. What if the being reached civilization, cities? Would it end us all? What did it even want? Did it want anything at all? I was devastated. We would soon reach the station ourselves and see what the entity had done. Despite the danger, that was the only place where we might be able to find any help at all. 2 days later, around noon, we finally got back to Station 13. Sweaty and hurt by thorns, we broke through the final bushes, let our gazes wander, and finally froze in terror and disgust. Death had come and visited the station. White dust was lying everywhere, covered the concrete, the grass, the clothes. Nobody had survived. Even the dogs in their cages had turned to heaps of dust, slowly being blown away by the wind. It appeared as if some people had tried to escape with jeeps, but they had not come far. The alarm systems were still howling. We made our way into the main building, but no one was left inside either. Just warning lights flashing bright through cold corridors of concrete. We were still full of panic and adrenaline. Was it still here, in these corridors? No, probably not. We would have noticed, would have felt it by now. Nonetheless, again and again, I imagined seeing shadows flickering in the corners of my eyes. Perhaps it was still here after all.
And by the way, again, like, this is not random. The shadows flickering in the corridors, again, shadows. Just want to tell you that. Like, this is not a random line. Just, yeah, whatever.
Would it grow out of the dust and disintegrate us as well? My thoughts were trailing off when we got into the command center. The walls inside were covered in deep scratches and dust. I had to inform my superiors of the situation, the KGB, somebody. They had to close off this area. I quickly grabbed the phone and dialed the number of the central station in Moscow. What is happening over there, Station 13? First this message, and then radio silence. What experiment did you do exactly? Someone answered the phone, furiously shouting at me. But when I had made my reports and given them my identification, they fell silent. Until today, I do not know whether we had led the entity to Station 13 or if it had already been headed there. I also do not know what happened to the creature after the attack. Had it reached its goal and just faded away? Or was it still wandering across the Siberian wastes while draining the life from the surrounding environment? Station 13 was given up. The loss of nearly all people stationed there was covered up with greatest efforts and was counted as one of the biggest failures of scientists inside the Soviet Union. Daria and the other two had fled into the woods as they feared being buried together with the other information on the incident. I did not tell on them, and reported that I was the only one surviving the terror. My official statement was full of lies, but I think they knew and didn't care. I am now 75 and hope that at the end of my life, this story will finally get out to people. I sat on it long enough. Some helicopters were sent to the village, but neither an impact crater nor white dust were ever found. The houses had just disappeared, as if they had never existed in the first place. And almost nobody had ever heard the message that had been sent by Station 13 to the central station before it went silent. The message that caused the young woman who received it to have a psychotic breakdown. The message I have heard only once. The humming, the wheezing, and the voice. The voice that sounded neither young nor old, neither male nor female. The voice that spoke calmly and quietly and said,
I am the witness. I have witnessed their arrival.
Okay, so that was the first story. I hope you enjoyed it a bit. This is the first of 3. Like, it's a 3-part series, but I never told anyone that it's a 3-part series. I just released them. So this is the start. This is the start of the Russian universe, as I would call it. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope it didn't bore you. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the encounter in Siberia. So the premise is something got down in Siberia, some weird thing. Some weird thing is running around there, got mauled by some things, perhaps. Perhaps it got mauled. I think I already spoiled some stuff. But so it like went through this through the yeah, the people are like cattle. That is pretty important. That people might be like cattle to some faction. Oh, that's so cool, DK Moon from that's wow. Wow, that's so cool. I would love to see that. That's so cool. Yeah, I love Death from Sandman. And yeah, again, I'm so sorry to not have edited it yet. Like, it's in my DaVinci editing whatever scale, whatever. I'm gonna edit my reaction to the last episode. Sandman is my favorite show of the year. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Cole. Yeah, I thanks. I'm glad that you, not some of you, that you enjoyed it. Like, it's like this was the first story I wrote in Siberia, but it's the thing is, in my horror stories, I try to do I try to do horror stories that stand on their own. And I want to do a connection story between, not between, below them, that connects all of them if you are patient and if you think about things. But yeah. Yeah. Because I think that's something that's missing a bit for me. Like, scary stories on their own are missing, and like a very, very big universe of horror is missing. And I try to tackle that, and I know I'm not perfect. I'm not the perfect writer. I hope you like this one. And I think my biggest problem is that I'm translating it from German, because I write my stories in German, because I think in German they are pretty good. But in English the translation lacks on some points. But yeah, it's like, yeah. And you will see that in the next one. So the next one we'll listen to is gonna be It Came from the Mines. And I want to warn you, and I really, sincerely, I want to warn you. There's a girl in this story, and the girl talks like perhaps an adult. Like, you know, like the girl is 8, and she talks way above her age. And the problem is I couldn't translate that. Like, the girl in German, she talks like an 8-year-old. She does. It's okay. But in English, she talks like an adult. So that was a translation problem. And, you know, because I'm just one person that just does some like, I just try to translate stuff as best as I can. And I sometimes fail, but yeah. Yeah, Stephen King, I like Stephen King. There's some really, really, really great work of Stephen King done. Some stuff I don't like, but in general, I like Stephen King, yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna go into the next one, and actually this one is my most listened to story.
In the winter of...
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna stop. So let's just see how many people have read it. Like 70,000 people listen to the story, which is like, I have not thought of my stories being that widely heard or whatever. Yeah, Gold. The problem is, I need an editor. I really do. Like, I need people from that are native speakers that tell me, yeah, mate, this is a girl that sounds like she's 50 and not 8. Like in German, it's fine. I know it's fine, but yeah. Yeah. Mm. So this is probably my most listened to story. Let's look at the comments. So yeah, here you see I commented on this because I always comment on this. Actually, let me perhaps quickly look at the stuff they say. So yeah, I always tell the guy that reads them, yeah, you are the badass. But yeah. Okay, this guy doesn't want to listen to a story. That's a interesting story. Yeah, here you see it here. Like, the comments are like this, and I know I would have liked this to be better, but this is YouTube stuff. I would have translated it better probably, but yeah, copy paste. I agree. It's a problem. Like there's this little girl in the story, and it apparently is bad, but I don't know why. And the problem is in German, it would be a totally fine 9-year-old girl or 8-year-old girl. It's fine, but in translation, it's probably bad. So anyway, so. Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for the story of the mines? That's like, this is directly after this whatever thing came to Earth. In the last story, it got perhaps destroyed. We don't know yet, but it got wished away. And yeah, anyway, we're gonna go listen to the story. It came from the mines. So perhaps for background a bit. This is a village. It's a bit far away from whatever happened just there in the story we just listened to. But it's like a bit off. So the thing came down, it spoke his stuff, or its stuff, it said they are coming, and they are coming, and you will see it here if you're paying close attention. But yeah, so let's go to the mines. So there is something in the mines that came because it came from the mines. I'm just gonna start. Let's have some fun with this.
In the winter of 1979, the KGB got interested in the old Gulag Butogchek and its surrounding mines, as they promised to hold gold, silver, and perhaps even uranium. The camp had been deserted since 1955 and had not been manned again. You might have heard of it. What should not be known to you, however, is Solovsk, the small town located near the Gulag. Our geologists who have been tasked with exploring the mines were spending their nights in Solovsk, as it was so close by. The Petrovs had worked for us before and sampled some of the loneliest locations of the motherland. They were both exceptional in their field of work and have been the first choice when we decided to explore the area and search for new precious resources. They soon ventured to the old abandoned mines to take samples. When they did not report back for some time, and we got news from the local doctor of something traumatic having happened to them, I was tasked to travel to Solovsk as well, to take care of things. I had not been happy at first, as I did not crave visiting that place at the edge of the earth, but soon I set out. The town and its surroundings were the most unnerving piece of dirt I had ever seen. The memories of the bleakness and desolation of that place still makes me shiver nowadays. A run-down room in the local inn had been rented for me, and I quickly tried to settle in. Even on the first day of my investigation, I sensed that my time in Solovsk would not be blessed, and I wished that another had been hired in my stead. But they had chosen me, as I was known for my thorough and discreet morale. I hurried to question Mr. and Miss Petrov to be able to leave that dump as quickly as possible. As Miss Petrov was the only one still sane enough for a longer talk, I chose to deal with her first. We met in a small side room of the doctor's office that had taken them in, and where they would stay until we could arrange for a specialist to take them. The room was meager, and I would have liked to say that it had seen better times, though that would have probably been a lie. It smelled stuffy and a bit rancid, as if decay had settled in over the years. Miss Petrov was sitting at a boring wooden table, her dark hair disheveled, and her eyes underlined with wrinkles. She immediately started talking after I had finished my introduction.
You know why they sent us down into those tunnels, don't you? Of course you do.
Yes.
Well, we have often worked for the government. Some of the most important mining locals have been established because of us. Please keep that in mind before you judge us. We came here some days ago and immediately started exploring after renting a room. The tunnels in these hills are not old, as they have been driven into the ground by the workers not more than 20 years ago. Camp, they called it, but the air told of many lives lost around that place. The rundown barracks, the strange feeling one gets. I felt death residing there. Demise. You might think it to be laughable, but should you decide to venture there, be careful.
I'm always careful. Keep talking.
I'm sorry. I just want you to understand how we already felt. How it was possible for my husband to lose it. The tunnels we explored during the first days were quite wide, and the walls were strengthened with wooden bars that had already started to rot. Do you know the smell of musty wood? Disgusting. We did not find much, some traces of uranium. I wanted to give up, but my husband would not hear me. He wanted to try one more tunnel. Just one more. Why did I agree? Why did I not stop him?
She stopped and started to look around the room in confusion. Focus.
Yes, I'm sorry. That one shaft, that lonely, offside tunnel, was our designated target. It felt different from the others, in a way more barren, bleak, and lifeless. That is why my husband thought it to be the most promising one. He had had a good sense for places bearing resources before. So, we took our tools and went inside. I'm still shaking when thinking back to that hole and to the freezing winds at that squared entrance into darkness. The air smelled used up and was bitingly cold, making my lungs hurt with every breath. The hillside that the tunnel was driven into was stony and barren, almost as if nature had barely dared to touch it. The tiny vegetation on it was dead and rotten. Normally a good sign. Radiation causes similar effects, and the old tribes of these lands did talk on these hills as a place of death, of people and animals getting sick when stepping too close. However, what? However, I am not so sure anymore of radiation being the cause of all those tales. You probably think me as just a lunatic, but if you had stood in that tunnel yourself. We went on to explore the old mine shaft. It was not wide enough for both of us, so my husband went in first. The flashlights did not pierce the darkness more than 30 feet in front of us. The walls were hard and limy, trenched and dry. I'm somewhat afraid of closed spaces. Not the best conditions to have in my profession. One more reason to be glad for not having to go at the front. Our instruments did not show any noteworthy radiation against our hopes. Our spirits were down, and the air started to get thinner. I could not see that much ahead. He was in front of me, after all, blocking most of the sight. And suddenly, he stopped and listened. He claims to have heard something, decided that it just had been the wind wheezing. I hadn't heard a sound, but I felt a bit sick. Perhaps radiation, after all. not 10 feet later, my husband stopped once more, asked me to be silent. We listened into the darkness. I almost expected to hear a giggle, a howl, or some other terrible sound. Perhaps an animal having gotten lost, but there was nothing. He must have been mistaken. Still, no remarkable readings on the Geiger counter, even a bit less than outside. Perhaps the rocks shielding us from the background radiation. Slowly, we ventured on, breathing heavily. The air got thinner and thinner. I was freezing, but not only from the outside, but also from deep within, from inside my soul. That is the best description I can give you.
Your soul was freezing. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know, but that is how it was, down there. My husband must have felt something similar, because when I tapped him on the shoulder to show him the readings, he jumped. It was as if he had almost forgotten that I was behind him. Then he let out a hollow laugh and moved on. I followed him. The darkness in front of us was truly unpleasant. Behind us, the same. Suddenly. What? He screamed.
He screamed what?
To run. And that it was over there.
And what was over there?
I didn't see anything. I'm sorry. He panicked and shoved me towards the exit, so I ran, trying not to lose my mind. Do you know what that is like? Him just snapping, just like that. We got to the entrance. You know the rest.
Okay. Do you remember anything else?
There was a bang. I think the tunnel collapsed behind us.
Of course. Thank you. The information I had gotten out of her was not worth a lot. Probably they had just encountered some stray animal or their own fear. The woman had sounded a bit unstable anyway. It would perhaps prove more useful to speak with her husband after all. Talking to Mr. Petrov made me feel more uneasy, but I reminded myself to stay professional and to think about everything from a rational perspective. We met in a treatment room, and it was a lot harder to have a conversation. Mr. Petrov seemed to have gone slightly insane, and did not seem to be able to give any sensible answers to my questions. Again and again, he started to ignore me and talk to himself. Mr. Petrov, do you know why I am talking to you? I started.
I know why you're here. Because of the deep.
The deep?
The deep. Inside the hills. Inside the ground.
I'm here because we were waiting for you and you did not report back to us. Then we got a call from the doctor.
A report?
Because of the uranium.
I remember. We were supposed to search and to find and to bring it to you. The glowing miracle.
If you want to phrase it that way, yes. Your wife has already.
Where is she? Is she safe? Is she safe from the deep? I don't suppose she is. Nothing is safe from the deep. Not me. Not her. Not you.
What is the deep?
The deep is below. Below the ground. But it is not safe to stay there. Slowly, it will surface to get us all. I have seen it down in the tunnel.
That is what I want to talk to you about. Focus and tell me what happened. Back then, he seemed to go completely off the rails and looked at me with a piercing gaze, never closing his eyes.
That is what you want to know. Are you absolutely sure? There is no going back once I have told you. You will only get that knowledge out of your head by a bullet.
Trust me, that is something I have dealt with before. So keep talking.
We were just exploring, at least in the beginning. A hole in a hill, wanting to be explored. So we did that, went inside. Me first, my wife second. I should have known, I should have felt it. She warned me, told me she was sick. But we carried on. No radiation to be felt, no sounds to be heard. Or was I mistaken? I swear there was something in the air, only barely audible. My wife did not hear it. So clueless. Maybe she did not want to hear it. Who knows? We carried on, deeper into the tunnel, into the darkness. What might we discover? Glowing rocks. We went on until I heard it again. A whispering breeze, almost like a child. But I did not see anything. It was too dark. Only darkness in front of me. The eternal blackness. We carried on again. The journey, the search. And then I saw it. He fell silent. His face suddenly showed pain and fear, as if the memories were knives piercing his stomach. Carefully, I asked, "The deep?" He continued to look at me. His eyes seemed to be begging me to end his life. The deep, in front of me, not 20 feet away. The deep sat there in that tunnel. At first I did not comprehend what I was seeing, what was happening in front of my eyes. It was darkness, but the flashlight should have pierced it. The light was eaten by the deep. I thought something was inside of it, inside the blackness, but I must have been mistaken. There was nothing. I felt like gazing into an infinite abyss, and yes, the deep is infinite, you see. The deep is infinite. Infinite? And then you ran from it? Of course I ran. Pushed my wife towards the exit, because, you see, the deep was slowly chasing in on us. It got closer and closer, ate the tunnel and the light. I think it might be here already, here with us. You have to warn them. Perhaps we might still escape from it. Somehow, the deep is already here. Then, he just seems to give up, and started to giggle like a madman. I left him and his wife in the care of the local doctor. We had to search the camp and its surroundings, as I reluctantly realized. When I took some men to the mine.
Yeah, so that's the first part. And yeah, so yeah, I mean, what do you think about repetitive? What do you exactly mean by that? That's I think that's something interesting, because that's probably something that might be changed. I might change that. Also, it's unfair. Yeah, you exactly. you got the very exact translation. That's what it's called in German, actually. That's what the story is called in German. Die Tiefe. That's what I call it in German. Yeah. Well, let's see what the deep does, because the deep is now loose. The deep just came out of the mines, and the person, whoever says it, doesn't know. So let's go. Samuel, yeah, very deep. Yeah, it's deep. It's interesting because I think in German the translation is different from. It's not different, but it has this very, very, very slightly different meaning.
I found exactly what the Petrovs had told me. A caved-in tunnel. There were some other shafts close by, but nothing noteworthy was inside. Not far away, near a pile of rubble, we found a tramp that must have slept close by. He was brought to the station of the local militia, where I interrogated him. The man was dirty and reeked of urine, though he was quite happy to talk to me.
Where do you want me to start?
Well, he told us that you sometimes sleep near the mines.
That's correct. Normally, I don't have a roof above my head, you see. And that's why I go to the mines. There are many tunnels leading down into the ground, and the trenches nearby are roofed as well. The ones that the workers pushed the carts through long ago. It was easier that way, you know. That said, I would have liked it if those criminals had had it a bit harder.
I heard of that, yes. Were you staying there during the night to escape from the rain?
Exactly. Because of the rain. And those cursed birds. The mines are the only place where I can get some quietness. I hate those doves and owls. They did.
And by the way, I'm sorry to pause it here, and it's pretty unimportant, but this is one of the most important things about this story as well, because the doves, that's so important. Like, it explains almost everything to a level. So but the problem is, this is another story. Like, I already published another story about the doves stuff, and it's out, but it gives you a bit more context, but not probably a lot. But this is important. So he's hearing doves. Hearing doves is pretty bad in this universe, so to speak. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that before we go on. And yeah.
Did not let me sleep all week. Stupid things.
And as
Do you
of
know how
Spain,
annoying
happy
crowing can
Halloween
be?
to you. I
I
hope you
bet
have a
you
great
do.
day.
Yes,
We're listening to
it's happened to me
stories
as
of
well, once or twice, when I was
scariness.
camping. But back to the mines. You said that you were there when those two people came running out. Please, tell me about that evening. Try to remember every detail.
Of course. Of course. I already told you that I was just looking for a quiet place. I knew about the Gulag, of course. That had been there until shortly before I arrived here, and I heard that they were digging up some uranium. The latter part is only a saying. You see, I do not believe that. Uranium, in these parts, never. Nowadays, they claim to find it everywhere. The area around the mines is not that bad. Anyway, yeah, there are stories of death and a curse, but what do I know? Sounds made up and superstitious. If you ask me, life itself is a curse. At least when you're a poor sod without a place to stay. But
It's
at least
unfair.
I'm not a kulak.
Didn't you tell me that you refused to go to a shelter? No one's forcing you to sleep out in the open. Or am I mistaken?
They suck. Who knows what they do to you in those so-called shelters? If only she hadn't left me. Everything would still be fine. It's her fault.
I see. Let's say it can get pretty bad. But now, tell me, that evening...
All right. Sorry. So, I was looking for a dry place and went to the Gulag. You were there. You know, there are plenty of suitable spots. So, I looked around. The sides of the hills were covered by snow, and the bare trees would have not protected me from the weather. I did not want to get sick, after all. Some houses are nearby, if you can even call them that, where the workers had slept. I thought about resting there, but I didn't like the place. It seemed uninviting, slightly evil. But perhaps that's just because I remembered some of the stories.
Stories? What kind of stories?
Just some crap. Crap that's told about places like that, where people have died. The work here has not been pleasant. Yeah, let's put it that way. Insanity spreads among the people. Perhaps because their minds start to rot away, or perhaps there was uranium after all, frying their brains. But I think that's not likely. If you're forced to work like that, day after day, year after year, until the end of your life, yeah, you just
snap. Well, they got what they deserved, right? At least I'm free, and not a traitor to the motherland. Some people say they did experiments on the inmates, probed their brains after sawing off their skull caps. Without anesthesia, imagine that. I wonder if at least they learned something new. Well, whatever. People are said to have died every day. That changes a place, let me tell you that. Yeah, those are the stories. Some killed themselves, some just died laughing maniacally. Hanging was apparently quite the trend. And all that grisly stuff had the skull field that the old nomads had created many years ago, before the Gulag had opened its gates. They said that that place is the seat of death itself. Take all that together, and I think you understand why I did not want to sleep there. Better not. And the smell, as if everything was soaked in piss. Disgusting. So, I looked for another place. The entrances to the mine seemed much more inviting. Well, as far as you can call such a gaping hole in a snowy hill inviting at all. But it would protect me during the night. So there I lay down in the entrance of one of those tunnels. And there you stayed, until those two geologists. Yeah, that was the fourth night of me sleeping there, and not much happened the night before. Nothing much happened in the nights before.
Nothing much or nothing?
Well, in the third night, I was a bit drunk, but only a bit.
How much?
A bottle of vodka. Yeah, I know. Don't look at me like that. I can't do nothing about that. Makes me feel warmer than a campfire ever could. I didn't have any matches left anyway. Spent all my money on...
I get it. I do not want to judge you. I only want to find out what happened. So, what did happen? The thing that was nothing much.
Don't know why, but I did not want to go deeper into the tunnel. There was this bad inkling, sickness. But it was not fear. I think. Probably the vodka. Yes. I'm not afraid of a stupid mine.
Of course not.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I think there was something with me. Perhaps some animal, deep inside the shaft. Who knows? Wolves can sometimes get pretty lost. Whatever. I stayed at the entrance and didn't go any further. Not deeper into the dark. Why would I? The night was clear. Full moon shone brightly. Quite pretty, you know. It can be very pretty over there, even when it's day. The sun and the bushes cast funny shadows. I slept at the entrance, protected from the snow, safe. What else could I wish for? It was all right for some days. After that, I planned on getting some food. One of the bakers sometimes lets me have some bread.
Did you see something? Was there more than a suspicion?
No, that was it. The next evening, I suddenly heard screams. When I got up, I barely could see two people running away. They looked as if the devil himself was pursuing them. Then, roaring, and part of the hill crashed down. Bam! I was shocked. At first, I thought of going into those barracks nearby. I did not want to get crushed, but I deemed it better to be careful because of the thought of spirits of the dead workers. So, since then, I stayed below a big tree. The weather changed for the better, after all.
I see. So, you're telling me that two people ran away. Did they feel sane to you? Can you tell me anything about that?
No. Well, yes. The guy was screaming something like, in the blackness, the deep, or something along those lines, I think. And the woman seemed just confused. As
confused as one is with having just escaped a rock slide. Don't really know.
Thank you. You've been a great help. You may leave. Of course, he had not really helped me at all. But what was I supposed to say to that poor tramp? I let him go, and he went back to the mines to look for a new place to sleep. Perhaps everything would be easier than I thought. A man having gotten exposed to too much radiation, an unfortunate rock slide, nothing more. Back then, I was confident, was sure that I could soon deal with important things again. I thought of the events as insignificant. I would be proven wrong. A young girl, perhaps 9 years old.
Okay, so she's apparently 9 to 8 years old. So I'm just gonna warn you here. So she's gonna sound a bit too, what do you say, far-aged? I don't know if that's a word. So if you think she's sounding too old, it's translation problems. So let's go. Let's enter Etrushka. And thank you, Corksbar, for the shades. Yeah, I make Agent Smith right now. Agent Smith. Let's go.
Was standing at my doorstep the next morning, a little self-made doll in her hands. She nervously introduced herself as Etrushka. I asked her into my room, hesitantly, as I was not good with children and did not have time anyway. But maybe she had heard something. She lived at the edge of town, after all. All right, you wanted to talk to me?
Yes. Are you looking at secret things? That's what my mom said. Everybody talks about you. I've seen something secret and something scary.
I see. Your mother... Okay. What did you see? What's secret and scary?
I was playing a bit away from the houses. I always play there, and it was there when I observed something. You need good observations, don't you?
Yes, indeed. Please, tell me. What did you observe?
Do you know the trees, a bit away from the houses? Those old, gnarly trees that grow everywhere, that grow and bloom in the summer.
I've seen them.
I have a hiding place nearby, but that's a special place. So please don't tell anyone about it. Promise.
It's my job to keep things secret, so yes, I promise. Please, tell me more.
Usually, I'm climbing those trees with Andresh, but he has the flu. This is why I was alone. I played with my doll and sat inside my hiding place. Then I decided to go climbing. And that's why I went to that tree. My favorite tree.
Suddenly, she got calmer. Her once firm manner of speaking faded, and her voice began to crack. I did not know what to do, so I offered her some cookies. That seems to help a bit.
Very kind. That tree, my tree, it has a hole. Not just a small knot hole, but a big one, as big as my hands. A bird lived there last summer. Do you know something like that?
Yes, I do. Perhaps a strong woodpecker made it. They sometimes do stuff like that.
Yeah, woodpecker.
That's
totally.
right. That might be. Or perhaps it was just an old tree. I didn't really take note of it. At first, I probably only looked for it because I remembered the cute little bird from last summer. Did it fly south? But then I spotted it. Or, in a way, did not.
She fell silent. I started to get nervous. Perhaps I should call her mother. This was her job. But then, I stopped. In a way, did not. What do you mean?
It was just black, very dark, terribly dark, and mean. I was very afraid. I'm still afraid. But don't tell my mom, because she might not let me play by the tree anymore. And that's where my secret place is, you see.
Don't worry. I won't tell her. The hole was black. In what way? Was it evening?
No. It was about 3. That is what the clock at the church tower showed. I can already tell the time, you see. The sun was shining, but the rays never reached the hole, because that part of the tree never faces the sun. It's always covered in shadow, that hole, but not yesterday. Yesterday it was just black, as if light could not go there. Can't light go everywhere? I couldn't even see the remains of the bird's nest from summer. I also couldn't see the inside of the tree. Nothing. Just darkness. Just blackness. I was so terribly afraid. It was weird, and it had no smell. Then I took all my courage and got a bit closer. I swear something was inside the darkness. I think. But nothing alive. No animal, no plant, but something. Something that could think. I felt like being washed away by it, as if I could barely hear anything around me, because the darkness bewitched me, as if the hole got bigger and bigger and bigger.
It grew?
No, that's just what it felt like. I took a pebble and threw it inside from far away. It took some time until I hit the hole. I'm not good at throwing, but then I made it. Do you know what happened then?
No.
Nothing. And that made me even more afraid. No sound. And the pebble did not bounce back. Scary. Was the tree bewitched? As if it had eaten the pebble? I ran home. I took a flashlight to make the dark go away. When I came back, nothing was there anymore. No nest, no pebble. Just a cavity in the tree. Then I went home. Was too afraid of the outside. But today, I immediately ran to you, as fast as I could, because I knew that you were looking for secrets and might be able to help me.
She was exhausted, and I called her mother. The woman was quite nervous, as she had a rough idea about my profession, but I hurriedly told her that Etruska had done nothing wrong. After they had left, I went to their neighborhood and finally spotted the tree. At least one thing had not been a lie. A strange, smooth hollow sat inside its trunk. For the rest of the day, I started to plan the clearing of the caved-in tunnel, which I had set for the next morning in light of the events. It had already gotten very late in the night, when suddenly a call from the militia reached me. I got somewhat uncomfortable, as they told me another half-mad person had come to the station. With worries, I set out and arrived not 10 minutes later. A young woman was sitting in one of the interrogation rooms, visibly shocked and sweating. Under normal circumstances, I would have described her as attractive and pretty, but the crazy look in her eyes did not sit well with me at all.
Can you help me? You have to help me, please.
How?
I don't know if it's still there. The train station.
Take a deep breath. What's that about the train station?
I was coming back to town. Had been visiting my sister for the last week. During the way back home, there was this feeling, a premonition, that something terrible was about to happen. And when I finally left the train, I immediately spotted him. Or did I smell him? This stench. The train left, and the platforms were drenched in darkness, most of the lights broken. He was sitting there, leaning against that old lump of concrete they called concourse. I knew he was planning something, that dirty tramp.
Did he harass you?
Oh, a tramp.
No, not at
We
first.
heard that
He
before.
just sat there with his filthy sweater and that felted hood. Wasn't he freezing at all? Perhaps he was already dead, killed by the cold, or so I thought. I mean, It's not very warm around this time.
But he was still alive.
Yes, I was just standing there, waiting for my taxi. The train station is some distance away from town, so you would not expect me to walk with all my luggage, wouldn't you?
No, of course not.
Exactly. I was keeping an eye on him. That dirty lot. He was just sitting, leaning against the wall, his head deep in the hood. I could only see his chin from where I was standing. Then he started shaking, perhaps a bad dream. But nothing else happened. Despite that, I was afraid that he would get up and drag me into some bushes. It is known that young women are sometimes...
I understand your reservations.
Indeed. I was so afraid. What if he jumped at me? The last rays of light that the old lamps on the ceiling gave off made me feel somewhat comfortable, though. Despite that, I started feeling chilly. Not because of the temperatures, but because of something growing deep inside of me. Something that made me feel true fear. It was bottomless. True fear. I must have scanned my surroundings, as my instincts told me that I might not be alone with this tramp. But there was only the blackness of the night, then.
At this point, she stopped telling her story and just looked at the table she was sitting at.
He started coughing, then, almost a roar, screamed in terror. The shock almost made me lose my senses, and I nearly fainted. I was afraid of him getting up, running at me, determined.
Again, she stopped, took a moment to collect herself.
But he just sat there, not moving anymore. Only the hood, this darkness. I could not see the features of a man anymore. No skin, just darkness. A deep darkness, as if the shadows had swallowed his face. Just like that. And then he rose, turned around towards me. Just stood there. Oh, Lord, this darkness. Like an eternal abyss filled with abominable demons, hypnotizing, evil. Somehow, that thing started moving, made one step, even though I'm not sure that it did not have a head anymore. No human one, at least. Who knows what wraith was resting under that hood, what terrors hid in its depths. Another step towards me. I couldn't stop looking. Another step. I had to escape that being.
She started hyperventilating. I had a dark suspicion, but did not tell her. I asked her to calm down and keep on telling her story.
I couldn't get away. He was blocking me. It was blocking me. I came closer, was almost there. Thinking back to those moments, I finally turned around, ran away in the other direction. The road runs around the hill, so I managed to get home after all, but you know what?
What?
In the darkness, I was not alone anymore. Not alone anymore. Not alone anymore.
She seemed to start dozing off right in front of me. I did not stop her, and took some officers of the militia and went to the train station. Our flashlights parted the night, and we were ready to search the surrounding area, but that proved to be unnecessary. Next to the tracks, below dead ceiling lamps, we found the ragged clothes of a man. Their owner, however, was gone. I knew the hooded sweater. I had seen it not long ago. It belonged to Alexia Yu, the poor soul that we had found near the mines and that I had interrogated before. I don't know what I found more disturbing. The fact that something might have infected him when he had returned to the mines in search for a place to sleep, against all reason, or the fact that we discovered the belt still being buckled. How could he have possibly undressed? We never saw the tramp himself ever again, and the most insane theories of his whereabouts are still keeping me awake at night, even to this day. At this point in time, it started to become apparent that we were not dealing with tall tales, but possibly with some kind of bioweapon. What else could cause such hallucinations? I was so sure that American agencies had smuggled them in and that they had used them to hurt our great country. I immediately called my supervisors. To my dismay, they decided to observe the situation for a bit longer. Had I been the one to make a decision, I would have ended all of this with a clean area bombing. We deemed it unwise to inform the residents of Solovsk about the situation, as we knew that otherwise we would not be able to keep the people in town. We had to contain this virus at all costs. During the next few days, I began interrogating as many locals as I could, starting at the edges of Solovsk that were closest to the mines, the same area where little Etrushka lived as well. The statements painted a rather unsettling picture, but at least they all seemed to verify that somewhere around that part of town there were hallucinogens poisoning the air. I have added the ones that are probably the most relevant in retrospect. Testimony of Dmitry Y., 28/12/1973.
Whether I saw something, I sure as hell did. Those children were trespassing again. Can you believe that? Irresponsible parents. You know how often they nowadays let their children fetch water from their well? Every day, at least 10 buckets. Even more when frost is imminent. You know how much energy it wastes when they heat up that water for their baths? Irresponsible. They had once been normal people. I've known them for long. Probably forgot harder times.
Was there anything else?
No. I have to get back to work. And there they are, trespassing again. Go away. Ask them.
Testimony of Guskov W. and Polkov S., 29/12/1973.
We don't want to play over at our place anymore. Our parents are so strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Strange. I can't tell you more. Same for me. They just feel different. Foreign. Even though nothing has changed. I have to admit, I'm a bit afraid of them now. Me too. Me too. So we go to Dmitri. He shouts at us a lot, but at least he's normal.
Anything else?
No.
Testimony of Sadova A., 29/12/1973.
Are you the electrician?
No, I'm not. I am a party member. We are currently investigating. You will understand that I require your full cooperation.
I didn't know. I'm so sorry. The electrician's visit has been due for 2 days. That's why I just assumed that the streetlights aren't working anymore. How am I supposed to walk my dog at night without breaking my bones?
Since when are they broken?
3 days ago, I think.
Did something else happen these past few days?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Testimony of Salko O., 29/12/1973. The government. Yes, I'm investigating. Because of the air. What about it? It smells disgusting all the time. It reeks of vinegar. Sometimes the air is fresh and clean, and suddenly... I see. Where, exactly?
Everywhere. Here, at the other end of Solovsk. That's all I can say.
After I was done, I went back to the militia to think everything through. Much of the things the locals had told me sounded rather unimportant. That is why I was not in good spirits when I remembered that the old gulag had not been searched yet. Maybe I would get lucky there. Slowly, I set off towards those rotten barracks and tunnels of the old camp, hoping to find at least some clues. As soon as I entered the first house, I got chills and an unpleasant heaviness started to numb my mind.
Yeah, so I just want to add this. These random citizens questions here are, of course, probably one of the most important things of the story. Like the thing with the children rather going to an A-bag than going to the parents, because the parents might be changed is pretty important. And I'm just going to tell you now because there's a story that explains it and it's out, but because in these we are listening today, it's not that clear. So the problem is several people are changed. Like there seems to be something taking them over and like making them different people. And that's why the children are afraid. And that's why they rather go to an A-bag that tries to kill them with a shotgun because they go to his garden than go to their parents. And that says something, I think. So I just wanted to say that this is also pretty important because the children, like they just rather go to this A-bag than to their parents because their parents are perhaps changed. And that's a pretty central part of the story. So anyway, I'm just gonna go on now.
The building almost looked like a farmhouse, its walls covered in peelings of white paint, its windows white and dull, making it impossible to look inside. After entering, a smell of stale, rotten air greeted me, and I could hear the wind wheezing through cracks in the old walls. The first room I sat in was filled with rusty bunk beds which had resisted the flow of time remarkably well. I knew about the people that had perished at this place years ago, all those that had risen their dirty fists against our motherland, all those traitors and kulaks. This is where they had paid their price, and worked and died. Carrying on, I got to an old prison ward where the worst of the worst had been held and killed. Those who even refused to redeem themselves through a life of hard work. Most of the heavy iron doors were closed, but in one I found human remains, together with the savage smell of old rot. Looking at that old corpse made me sick and dizzy, even though I'd seen dead men before. Remembering my objective, I examined the room and carried on towards the next part of the building. I really wish I hadn't. The place I entered etched itself into my mind, a strange, sterile-looking room, leading into several small chambers. Worryingly, I noticed the stench of death getting even worse, the sources undeniably being in some of those rooms. What did I even hope to find here? The solution to my case? Never. I should have left. Hesitantly, I approached the reeking door. The floor in front of it was colored dark, probably dried blood. Slowly, my hand found the handle and opened the door. Instead, there was a treatment room, almost like a dentist's office. But on the seat, I found a horribly mangled corpse, its eyes long rotten away, its open mouth frozen in place by rigor mortis, making it emit an eternal, silent cry of death. The skull plate was missing, sawn off, electrodes still resting in the remains of the brain. What had they done at this place? The KGB's research was known to me, but I had never seen it firsthand. Quickly, I left the room and tried to keep my lunch in my stomach, though I failed miserably. Shaking, I spit it all over the ground. Christ. I would not find anything, so it would be wiser to leave this hell. When turning around, a strange sound started to echo through the building. It sounded like choppy cries of a dove, disturbing me more than anything before. That innocent sound of calamity. Then, coughing and wheezing joined in, and finally, whimpering. In shock, I saw one of the doors slowly open, and a man exited one of the rooms. His stomach ripped wide open, so that his decomposed intestines were hanging out. The arms and legs thin and haggard, the face a grimace, missing the eyes.
How was it alive? What was happening?
What
creature fell, twitching on the ground. When it finally stopped, I decided, against all sanity, to take a closer look at it. I was terribly afraid, but had a duty as well. And after all, I still had a gun. Slowly, I walked towards it, tiptoeing forwards. Again and again I stopped, waiting for the creature to suddenly get up again. It didn't. Finally, I managed to calm down and climbed over the body. A part of me expected it to try and grab me, but it was dead. After finally entering the room, I was in for another shock. There, on a table, the same body was lying. How? I did not need more questions. I needed answers. A whisper was in the winds that came through the open window into the room, and like in a bad dream, I looked at the corpses on the table and on the ground. That was not possible. I left the building and leaned against a wall, slowly breathing. Then, I called for backup.
Yeah, so the thing is, that's very, 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 very important. And if you, there's like this story that has this as a topic, as its central core. There seems to be something from space that's replacing people. That's all I'm going to say, because it would otherwise spoil too much. But keep that in mind. There is something that's replacing people. And this is the scene I wrote in, actually. So this was not in the original story when I first wrote it. But all of this scene in this weird laboratory thing, that's something I added because I wanted to show it a bit more. Because there is something that replaces people. So this is a situation where something from space, and I'm going to tell you this, something from space replaced the people. Like it took the thing from whatever the what do you say, what is it called, the thing you lie on at a hospital. So it took that thing, it replaced it with something living, and that's the thing that approached him. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say. You would figure that out from a story I'm not going to play today. But I want to give you the context so you might understand it. So yeah, so that would be in the story I have not or I will not play today. But it's there. But I don't want to interrupt the flow too much, and I just want to give you that information because you haven't heard the story. So that's what's going on. So he saw like a corpse on a table, like or on a table, whatever. What do you say? Like there's the corpse on the desk and it's been examined, and there's something that tries to copy that, so the results are gonna be horrific, and you saw that it just came in and made him go mad. Yeah. Anyway. The
militia had come quickly and searched the barracks thoroughly, but aside from the copied body, nothing out of the ordinary was found.
Copied body, very
deliberate. They took
deliberate.
care of the bodies, the way they always did. After we had finished searching everything, we headed back to town. I went back to my room and tried to relax, which I even managed to do after some time. My head seemed to quiet down. The empty room protecting me made me feel strangely safe. In the evening, an old man came by to visit me, having heard of my investigations and looking for a talk. He was a bit absent-minded, but had a friendly glimmer in his eyes. He immediately started talking.
I know why you are here. Perhaps it has something to do with it.
Please, go on.
I rarely leave my home, as my bones have become weak due to all the hard work I've done, and my mind has suffered from time as well. This is why I at first thought of everything as a hallucination, that I was imagining things. I really love looking at the night sky, the one thing that can give me peace. Some time ago, I built myself a telescope to witness the beauty of the Milky Way. It is very romantic, and me and my wife love looking up, observing things like the meteorites and lights some months ago, or the comets that passed by last year.
The heavens are a truly magnificent place of wonder. 2 days ago, I was looking up into the depths of space as well, towards Orion, my favorite constellation. Up there, the power of the stars slumbers, but what? At first, I thought that there was dirt on the lens, just a small dark spot erasing some of my sight. Then, another thought dawned. The stars were going out. They were going out, one after another, perhaps eaten up by some sinister mass. That was nonsense, of course. Something like that can't happen. The sky was clear when I looked at it with my eyes, so it had to be something on the lens. I decided to look at it the next day, as I was tired. When morning came, and I'd finished brewing some coffee, I noticed it because of my mug that cast a dark shape onto the table. It was not the dark itself, not the shadow I could see clear and black, but whatever lay in that darkness, waiting, drooling, seeking for something in me that I couldn't understand at all. Was the darkness looking in my direction? My mind told me that no creature could live inside that spot, as it was not bigger than the palm of my hand. Nevertheless, a cold shiver ran down my spine when I looked at it, like a small trench into nothingness. That is what the shadow looked like. I reached for the mug, my hands shaking. Perhaps I was just imagining things, but it felt strange, cold. But not in my skin, but inside my hand. It was difficult to touch the mug, as if an invisible barrier of fear kept me away, or an instinct. But finally, I managed to push the cup away. It flew off the table and shattered on the floor. The shadow remained, like a hole in the table. I got on my knees, took a look from below. There was nothing out of the ordinary. I got sick. I've seen a lot during the years in the camp, but that hole was the most disturbing thing I have ever witnessed. It was so deep, eternal and deep, deeper than space, which I'd loved to look at. Untouchable, infinitely distant. Is it still there? I'd gotten anxious, but did my best not to show him. No. When the first rays of sun hit it, it disappeared. I see. Yes. And that is what you saw yesterday? Yes. This spot, this darkness, this deep. Since those moments, it is as if it was everywhere in my house, as if it had entered, in all the dark spots there are, every moment. I did not see the black again, but still, I knew that it still hides in every shadow. I could only sleep with all the lights on. Can you imagine that? Just to escape the dark, sleeping in the light, without a blanket. Because under a blanket, there is darkness. Do you understand? Yes, I do. I don't think so. It is even in this room, in every shadow. Thank you. Would you be so kind as to follow me? I want you to talk to another colleague of mine. Of course. I brought him to the local doctor. If he had gotten in contact with some contaminant, there surely were some tests to prove it. But we did not get that far. When sitting in the waiting room of the doctor's office, the old man got more and more agitated, anxious. He was shaking like a child. It is in all the dark. In everything. Don't you understand what that means? If I were to close my eyes, the darkness would be there. So close. Inside of me. Please help me. He tried to stop blinking. His eyes had started getting teary when I had enough and left the room. I was just telling the receptionist that I was leaving when coughing and howling came from the waiting room. We stormed inside, but all that we found were 2 terrified patients and the corpse of the old man.
He was refusing to blink, as he told you. What a madman. Then he wasn't able to keep his eyes open. He wasn't able to keep them open anymore. His lids closed, his gaze full of terror, and when he opened them again, his eyeballs were gone. Only a deep darkness remained. An abyss. I think he was dead instantly. He fell, twitched around, and then was gone.
The other patient was not able to give a statement and had to be injected with sedatives. The cause of death was quickly found. The old man's head was completely hollowed out. Looking at the corpse made me feel cold, and the effects it had had on the sanity of the other patients. Was it spreading through the air? Was I contaminated as well? Or what if there was something real in that lonely town? Something in the dark that possibly seemed crazy. But I had to start considering it. You never know. The situation worsened in the following weeks. Rumors of a mysterious deep that slowly invaded the lives of more and more people began to spread. Mistrust started to grow. The way some people behaved got increasingly stranger. Some acted as if they did not feel at home in their own skin. The edges of town were the first areas to show more signs of the deep. Things disappeared. From cupboards, from garages, from bedrooms, from bags. The darkness was witnessed again and again, and was dreaded and feared. I myself did not see it for a long time, and still looked for explanations, aided by the local doctor and an expert for bioweapons I had sent for,
to do.
but I
It's
found
all for
none.
the job.
I felt more and more pressed to order an area bombing, but part of me clung to hope. I think it was the night of January 15th when I got another call. Taking the current situation into account, I had waited for one on a daily basis. Despite that, I felt uneasy. After listening, I hurried into the night. When I got to the place where it had happened, I was admittedly glad that little Etrushka was still alive and breathing, clinging to her rag doll. But what she told me, crying, made my stomach hurt.
Yeah, the little girl's coming in. So sorry.
They're gone.
Gone? Who?
My parents. They're gone. It took them. It took them both.
It? Did you see something?
No, but I've felt it deep inside of me. Since yesterday. I wanted to go to you, but they did not let me. They told me I was fantasizing.
They? Who? Your parents?
No. Well, they looked like my parents, but they were different. I didn't notice it at first, only when I was with them for a bit longer. When we were eating lunch, they talked like always and were having a small argument. Suddenly, I felt it, as if someone was pouring really cold water on my head. You know.
And it happened suddenly?
Without warning. They suddenly looked different, Mom and Dad. The same ones, but different. Maybe they moved in a strange way, talked differently. I can't really remember anymore. But they were not my parents. They were strangers in my house. Something must have taken them in the night. A monster. I said nothing because I didn't want them to notice. But they must have suspected something and did not allow me to go outside anymore, only to wait in my room. The day passed by so slowly. I wanted to escape, but who would have believed me? Grown-ups would only have said that I was imagining things, that I was playing around. My real mom always said things like that as well, all the time. So I stayed inside my room with Aunt Livy, my doll. And then the sun started to fade behind the hills. It grew cold. Nobody talked during dinner. We were eating clear, watery soup. My real mom would have made it with veggies. She would have, because dinner is important. Nobody spoke.
Very
We only
important that
sat
it's
there,
watery soup, by the way.
disgustingly silent. We didn't even look at each other. And suddenly I knew that they would come and get me as well, in the night. That they would call the monsters. I didn't know what to do. I decided to stay awake as long as possible. I did not feel safe in the dark because...
Because of the stories. Because of the hole in the tree.
Yes, I only had a little flashlight. The light protected me and Aunt Livy. Then, the time had come. My fake parents went to bed. I heard them walk down the hallway. They were breathing heavily, as if they had walked for an hour. Some light came from the hallway. I could see it through the slits below the door. It wanted to make me feel safe, so I would go to sleep. I was terribly afraid. Would it come through the window or through the door? Was it already under my bed, with me? Would it slither out, slowly, a pure evil, like a snake, and take me away, leaving another Etruska behind?
Did something come for you?
No, it was worse. I almost wished that a monster had come, but no. Everything was quiet until...
What happens then? Etruska, you don't have to be afraid anymore. I am here now. Everything is fine. I'm gonna make it right. So please, help me and tell me what happened.
These screams coming from the fake mom and the fake dad. They screamed, almost roared. They were not my parents, and yet I was so shocked and dropped my flashlight, listening into the night.
Never
Then
trust me.
I mustered all my courage and left my bed, holding on to Aunt Livy. We had to stay together. The door was creaking. It was creepy, and when I opened it, the hallway seemed to get colder and more humid. But maybe I just imagined that. I looked towards the room of my parents.
What did you see? You can tell me. I will believe you. I promise.
Nothing. Just darkness. The long hallway was illuminated, the way it always was in the evening, but behind the door frame leading to the room of my fake parents, only blackness. Like the hole in that tree, but much, much bigger. An abyss so deep. I'm not sure, but maybe it might be that something was moving inside. Something like the monster that took my parents, looking for prey. Or maybe there was nothing. Nothing at all. A hollowness, just a big emptiness. Deep. And then it came towards me. The lights in the hallway went out, and then it was really close. That darkness. I looked out of my room, out into the heavy darkness that made breathing more and more difficult. And something approached. I felt it. I was sure. I wanted to slam the door shut so it could not reach me, could not come into my room. Not into the only room still illuminated by the flashlight on the ground. The door was almost shut, but then something pressed against it. From the other side. Something had come through the deep.
And by the way, I just want to mention that here, and I'm gonna pause it here. This is exactly the point where the story comes from. That is a nightmare I had. That is exactly the nightmare I had that made me write this whole story. I dreamt of like looking down the corridor, light going out, darkness coming in. I pressed the door doesn't shut because there's something like there's this little slit and you can't close it, you know? That's where the story comes from. So you now have some trivia to where the story comes from. All of this, all you heard was just from this dream. So anyway, let's go. Yes, it's disturbing, but it happened. Let's go.
Or was it the darkness itself? I don't know. Did I hear whispering? Or were those just my own thoughts? I just don't know. I'm so confused.
Her tears did not stop. You are really helping me, and you are very brave. I tried to calm her. It took some time. Then she regained some composure. What happens next?
I looked outside the window. The moon shone a bit, so there was light outside. Moonlight, I ran to the window and climbed out. I don't know why, but it was not entirely closed.
It's okay. You are very brave. Thank you for telling me. Very good.
Please, do not leave me alone out here. I don't want to be alone. Aunt Livy is the only thing I have left.
I will take care of it. The little girl was traumatized, but I admired her courage. The screams of her parents had notified militia and me, and so she did not have to stay too long under that street lamp where we had found her, alone. Only that tattered doll in her arms. I did worry about her, however. What if she had gotten contaminated? Or worse? What if she had not? If truly there had been. I did not want to think about it, but I had to know. The house looked huge in the faint light of the moon. The windows seemed giant, and I could not see inside as it was too dark. I did not spot any light, and thus could not determine where Etruska's room was located, until I saw the open window. Had something from the outside. And there it was. The deep inside the house. Or somewhere else. Inside my head. Hypnotizing, like a curse, like a siren. A darkness suppressing one's soul. A gorge of black energy, making the heart pound. When I think back to the deep, I could not tell whether something was hiding inside, whether something rushed towards me through that darkness. Though, the boundlessness I felt has never left me. I was so glad that the moon protected me and warded it off somehow. And suddenly, I realized new moon was near. The black night that once every month fully robbed the night sky of its gleaming disk. What would happen? Would the deep swallow the town and everything inside? Erase the inhabitants, the houses, the buildings, the streets? I had to think. Because if it were true, if the deep would take everything, no bombs were needed. My hands could stay clean. I could just let it happen and did not have to worry anymore. Did someone else suspect it? That new moon would bring the end? I don't think so. Everybody was just too afraid to notice. I made a decision. The next day, I left town. I turned my back on it, the way I should have done long before. After all, not only the deep threatened my other comrades. No, those mysterious, strange people that had been seen more and more often deeply disturbed me as well. After I was gone, the problem would maybe solve itself. I took a car and left. left that hellhole, that city of the deep. My supervisors knew about it. They knew that all they had to do was wait until Solovsk and its residents would fall into darkness. And even if not, the bombers were ready. I did not tell the militia or Solovsk, just ordered them to calm down the others. I promised that help would come, one way or another. When I sat in a safe place on the evening of January 17th, I prepared for the
My
call I
birthday,
had to
by
make.
the way.
I had to be sure that everything would go down as I suspected. After some deep breaths, I called the station of the militia in Solovsk. "How is it over there? Is everything all right?" I just heard a panicked voice screaming.
Thank God you called. We didn't get through to anybody else. The lights are fading. The darkness is coming. It's coming from everywhere. The hills, the houses, the holes. It's coming. This horrible deep. You know, don't you? You know. Please help us.
"Are you certain?"
Of course. We can't escape the lights. They're starting to flicker. The deep is here. You have to.
That is all there was before the line went dead forever. They sent some planes in the following days. We got some pictures. The town was gone. Not a soul to see. Only the mines. The mines where the deep had come from in the first place. I do not know if it had gotten everyone. Perhaps someone managed to escape. Was someone out of town when it happened? Solvosk had been isolated, and the residents had not had much contact with other towns. So it was more or less easy for us to cover everything up.
Yeah, the deep is coming.
Whether I had a bad conscience because I left them behind, all those people, all those children. No, I do not. I did what had to be done. I had to make sure that no one survived. You might think of me as a monster, but I don't care. Though, independent of all those events, some good things happened as well. About a week later, after a long time of waiting, my brother and his wife managed to adopt a little girl. A little girl and her ragged doll. I was finally able to get the following report.
Yeah, so that was the story. Yeah. So the thing is, I couldn't let Etrushka die because I like Etrushka as a character. I don't know why. It's just a stupid 8-year-old girl. Though she might be 40 nowadays or 50. So there might be a story where she's the hero. But yeah, I couldn't let her die. Like I thought about it, but I think because the story is so depressing because the whole town gets swallowed. I wanted to give away something positive, and I wanted Etrushka to live. So she lived. In the end, he took her away from the town. She lived with her doll, and I think that was okay. You know, because I don't know. It is a very depressing story, and I wanted some hope in the story. Because in the end, I want hope in stories. And I know this is a very, very depressing and scary, perhaps, I hope, story, but I want there's to be something left that's good. So I made him save Etrushka. Because I really like the girl. I liked writing her, and even though she's my bane because everyone hates her because she's talking like an adult, apparently. But I really liked Etrushka. And I've also been thinking about making a storyline about just her, you know, and yeah. So that's the story of the deep. So all we know now is the witness came. The witness came, and I'm so.
This strange.
Okay. Okay, I haven't.
This report was posted
Oh, no,
on a
no, no, no,
paranormal
no,
forum.
no, get back.
This strange
Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna see this one. So yeah, those are the first two parts of the 3-part story. So it's like this witness thing happened, then this Town of the Deep thing happened, and what's very important, very important is that it doesn't get through these stories that much. The important thing is that you can spot the changelings or whatever you call the people replaced by them having a lot of thirst. Like they are very thirsty for water. And you would see that in Hebrew Report 13, like the 13th entry to this universe. But I'm not gonna bore you with that. So, yeah, bombardment would have probably saved more people. Yeah, it's true though. Like that's the thing. He always had that in the backhand. Like he could have just bombed the freaking city, bombed the shit out of it. It would have probably been better than everyone being gobbled up by either the deep or the changeling people things. And yeah, so yeah, that's the storyline till now. And yeah, the one we're gonna listen to now is the one I wrote. Like it's the sequel to the Deep, the Mines story, and people don't seem to like it a lot. So anyway, I'm just gonna play it anyway. Because it's this story I now wrote. It was a story I wanted to write, but I didn't know that I wanted to write it this badly. Because there was a person, I don't remember who it was, and the person said, yeah, you know, they should have just believed in God. They should have just believed in God in this town, and the deep would have gone away. And I thought, nope, that's not how it works. Because I know what the deep is. Because, you know, I know what the things that happen are. Like, I know what the deep is. I know what the changeling things are. And there's a background story. It's pretty much planned out. And, yeah, so the stories you hear are trying to get across that point of the background story. But, yeah. So, do you wanna listen to the story that's after this one? Like it's probably pretty divisive because like if you haven't read or listened to the other two that we just heard, it might be pretty boring. I don't know. Some people said it was boring. Some people absolutely loved it. So I think you should listen to the other two we just heard. That's why I played them. You know, I could have just played this one for Halloween because I wrote this for you for Halloween. But and it's a sequel to the other ones. You know, it's the same idea, but it's deeper. And I hope it is because it might be boring. Like, you know, there is a person that's pretty much a dick, and I want him to be a dick, but in the end, I hope he gets redemption. You know, but I haven't listened to this one as well. So this is the final part of this 3-parter, or perhaps 4-parter if you take the one that I skipped. And you might listen to that. It's about a boy who thinks he's not the one. Yeah. So the one I didn't play today is the one. It's like the premises. There's this boy, and his uncle says like his uncle is in the police department. The uncle is like being asked about the boy because there's some weird stuff going on, and the boy seems to be changed. And the idea is what I want you to get from that story to others is like, if you are thirsty, there's some weird alien shit perhaps replacing you. So that's the thing. And I don't know how it is, and I hope it's not boring. So this is a story I wrote for you for this day. I planned it for like 2 months, and I hope you enjoy it. If you don't, it's okay as well. You know, it's like I wrote this story for this day. Wrote it as a sequel for the story you just heard, and I really hope you enjoyed it. But if you don't, it's okay as well. So just tell me then what might have went wrong. So yeah, and I haven't listened to this, so I hope it's okay.
This strange tale was posted in several parts on r/mystery in 2013.
Yeah, by the God
I believe
Emperor.
it contains a
true,
huge hint
true,
to
Samuel.
discover the truth about the Ebrok and everything. I hope this is the right place, and someone can tell me what may have been going on in my village. I moved here a few weeks ago. It's a small village in the heart of Russia, and my parents and I came here because things started to boil in Moscow, and my father lost his job. I don't know why we had to move to this isolated village so far away from civilization. Maybe my parents wanted peace and quiet, to escape the hustle and bustle of the big city. It's dark, corrupt thoughts. The houses here had all been far below average in price. Almost everyone who lives here has moved here recently. There are crazy rumors about this village that people tell each other. It was found abandoned in the mid-90s. Where everyone went, no one knows. They say that no signs of people were found at all. Nothing. But everywhere in and around the village, strange patches of earth had been discovered, circular and smooth. Not only in the forest or on the road, but also in the dilapidated wooden houses. At our new neighbor's house, one of the mysterious spots had supposedly been found right in the living room floor, where the floorboards had just been cut away. These rumors scare me. I am afraid of this village. But yesterday, I was redoing the floor in my room with my father, and there, I found a notebook under the old boards. I hid it from my father. I don't know why. Someone must have left it there. Last night, that's when I read it. I read it, and now I'm incredibly afraid of this house and this village, of the fields and the woods that surrounded me. The notebook apparently belonged to one Ila Vasilev. I've tried to translate what he wrote, hoping that someone here could help me find an explanation for the rumors, for this uneasy feeling that I have since I moved here. Part 1. The Witness of the Lord. I am fine. I want that to be clear from the beginning. My story is strange and in huge parts troubling, but I'm still in the best state of mental health. I am fine. My story begins 7 months ago, in December 1979, when deep winter was upon our village. We were preparing for Christmas, the first Christmas to be celebrated publicly throughout the village, after years of having to practice our faith in secret because the Soviet government did not allow religions. Only in the last few years did the Reds' view loosen and they allow small islands of faith. One of them was my village, which finally dared to celebrate and praise the Lord. I have been a believer all 20 years of my life, an exemplary Christian just like my parents. Faith had kept our family line alive in times of terror and misery. Death had always been close to us, as the fields where most of the population of our village had worked for generations had once brought the end of hundreds of people. Many years ago, on those fields, atrocities had occurred that had finally given them their present name: the Fields of Death. I myself had not been born back then, not by a long shot, but my grandparents had spent their childhood there, a childhood full of hunger and depravity. My grandfather, Fomenko, often told me and my sister the stories he had experienced and how faith had saved everyone. There had been a long, cold winter, and the grain had been confiscated by the governments to be taken to the cities for distribution. After all,
I'm gonna try to slow it down. Yeah, it's sped up. One moment. Because I wanted to respond to Comically High. You say this is spoilers for Tower of God. So I don't know which ones, but yes, probably my intuition. So let's just go.
The grain belonged to all the people, not just those on the farms who planted it, tended to it, and harvested it. And so, the only food of that time left my grandfather's village and never came back. Some of his neighbors had once tried to hold back some grain, to hide some sacks, but when they were caught, a hail of bullets determines their fate. People lived in fear, not daring to stop working, not daring to keep from themselves the food that was destined for the common good. In those days, horrors happened in my village that I cannot imagine today, not even when I heard my grandfather's usually clear voice begin to tremble, when I see in his eyes that he would rather forget in order to experience a peaceful sleep once again, someday. He told us of those horrors to warn us how quickly life can change from safety into infinite terror. Winter had reigned. The grain was being hauled away. They still shot at those who tried to keep back pieces of it, be it a sack or some husks that had fallen from a cart. In time, hunger began to drive people in our village insane. Parents locked up their children so they wouldn't be taken by neighbors to feed their hunger. Friends turned their backs on each other and killed each other in fights for the last livestock that was still alive. The streets reeked of decay and death, of misery and suffering. One day, my grandfather told us he had hidden in the back room of his house while his parents dragged themselves, emaciated, to the fields to pick the last scraps of grain from the furrows with their dirty, half-frozen fingers. He had come across a book there, a Bible that had saved his life. The Word of God, an old Bible. My grandfather had learned to read, and was probably the only child far and wide with that skill. Perhaps because his parents had once come from another country, one where reading was part of basic education.
Yeah, and by the way, some people I think commented that in Russia you could read, like every farmer could read in these times. And that's an oversight of mine. I would change that. Like I wasn't sure about the literacy of the Russian people in that time. So I did some research on that, but I probably got it wrong. So some people said, yeah, they could read. So this is probably something I would skip if I would rework it. But I hope it doesn't take away from the experience.
Who knows these days? It was in the room I now live in that Grandfather Fomenko had found the dusty book. Actually, he had been looking for something to eat. The days before, he had found some sawdust. But despite his hunger and the grumbling in his stomach, eating the book was out of the question. Books were sacred, and no book was as sacred as this one. He had begun to read and learn about the greatness of the Lord, of the miracles his Son had performed, and of the magic of faith. His stomach had growled, but he had ignored it. The words gave him comfort. The next day he immersed himself in the book again, disappearing into better worlds and times, hearing wisdom and encouragement. But around noon, there was a knock at the door. My grandfather emphasized each time that he had not been afraid, that he had known that the Lord would protect him when the old neighbor gained entrance to our house, armed with a cleaver. It was clear what he wanted. Meat. My grandfather told us each time about how the neighbor had looked more undead than human, stinking and with sunken eyes, smelling like death from his mouth, the cleaver trembling in his hand.
I'm sorry, boy,
was all the man could get out. My grandfather tried to mimic this poor man's voice at the end of his wit, to express his pain through words so that we understood that poor fellow a little. The Lord's words had given courage to my grandfather in his most terrible moments. He had stood up and firmly said, "Away with you. The Lord protects the inhabitants of this house." But the intruder did not care, coming closer. And so my grandfather again sought comfort and prayed. He prayed for mercy and peace and for his life. He would serve the Almighty for the rest of his days, trust him blindly. Suddenly, like a gruesome miracle, the famished intruder had let out an inhuman groan and collapsed, dead and debilitated. There had been no hunger for my grandfather and his family for a week after that. My grandfather had been praying to the Lord since that day, thanking him for his mercy. The story spread around the village, and out of desperation or hope, in the next few days, everyone secretly knelt in front of small wooden crosses they have made themselves and prayed to the Lord. A week later, like a miracle, the long-awaited delivery of grain arrived, along with spring. There had not been another bad time since then. These events are the reason for the faith in our village and our family. The psalms my grandfather had prayed as the hungry neighbors strode in his direction had become the guiding psalm of our faith. All these years we had not been able to celebrate Christmas with the other families, but since the restrictions on faith communities had been relaxed, we had all finally decided to celebrate the holy festival in the village square. And so, we started the preparations. There, in those evening hours, my part of the story begins. I and my younger sister, Zarina, together with other youths and young adults, were fetching wood for the fire that was to burn in the center of our village. So we went out into the night, dressed with thick pelts, to fetch logs from the edge of the fields that some men had prepared. My breath could be seen as icy breeze in the dawning dark, and I was already looking forward to dancing around the fire with everyone later, drinking good drinks and eating surreptitiously. I was glad that we didn't have to walk across the fields themselves, but could stroll across their edge to get the logs. You can feel death when it has hit a place. I was glad that I didn't have to work the fields myself, and I learned the carpentry trade. Therefore, I was spared from having to wander around there every day, among the echoes of past atrocities and sadness. We were all in good spirits, strolling over the muddy ground, when all at once, Zarina pointed up and into the clear night sky.
Look, an angel is descending,
she exclaimed excitedly. We all looked to where her outstretched hand pointed. A round light glowed in the night sky, glaring yellowish and shining strangely cold.
It's singing. At Christmas, the Lord puts our feast under his sign,
Zara cried. We stopped and listened into the silence of the night. At first, I could hear nothing. At first, everything remained quiet, and only the distant beating of axes and the rustling of the wind in the treetops were audible. But then, there in the wind, I could hear it, briefly but clearly. It was a kind of melodic whisper, joyful, yet also strange and otherworldly. It was heard only very briefly, and soon died away as the glow flew out of sight and disappeared somewhere far away.
Let's go find the angel. Let's...
Zara cried, continuing excitedly, but I interrupted her. We have to get the wood. We can report back to the village later, if it hasn't already been noticed there, too, I said.
You heard the singing. Surely that was an angel. Shall we leave it there? It may have gotten hurt. It must have hit something,
Sasha murmured. Sasha was my oldest friend and one of the boys who worked on the fields. He had always been very caring and had always tried to help. His parents were long dead, and the old lady who had raised him was no longer around either. So, he struggled along, working the fields, but the rest of us looked out for him as well.
Shouldn't we go look for it, Hila?
Sasha urged me anxiously. We thought about it for a long time, but decided to leave the decision to the others in the village. Trusting the Lord to guide our actions, we quickly moved on in the direction of the woodcutters to complete our task. We were not the only ones who had seen the glow. When we returned to the village square loaded with logs, everyone was in great excitement and full of joy that the Lord had sent us this sign of his greatness. Not everyone agreed whether it was an angel or a return of the poinsettia that had been witnessed, but everyone was sure that the Lord had sent us encouragement. So, we celebrated our first Christmas full of joy and pleasure, with good food, dancing and singing, full of happiness and under the protection of the Almighty Lord. I will always think back to those days, always keep in my heart how I glimpsed a part of the Lord in the sky.
Me too.
We all talked about the events, and even the older people were fascinated and inspired. Even my grandfather and the others who had witnessed the death and misery of the world seemed to slowly find a spiritual peace they would have never dreamed of otherwise. They were happy and strengthened in their faith. However, we were not sure if it had really been an angel who had come down and so we hesitated to go and look for the creature of God. But in the night, after the light had shone in the sky, I was awakened by Zarina crying in her sleep. I straightened up and slowly paced over to her bed, where in the semi-darkness she began to squirm, cramping.
No, no,
she moaned painfully. I began to shake her to wake her up. Zarina did not respond to me. Her face was like a distorted mask hiding something bad underneath. Her breathing became shallow, and she began to whimper. I was terrified and began to pray. The Lord had to save her. He just had to save her. Zarina cramped more and more, started coughing and whimpering louder and louder. Slowly, the rest of the family woke up, and my parents and grandfather huddled tightly around her, praying for her to open her eyes.
Please, don't take our child. She's only been in your world for 14 years.
My father cried, as panicked and desperate as I'd ever seen him before.
Yeah, by the way, I wrote her as 14 because the criticism was I couldn't write 9-year-old people. So that's why she's 14. Just want to let you know. So let's go.
His thick, black mustache trembled with fear. Then, abruptly, Zarina stopped convulsing. For a terrible moment, she just lay there, her hair disheveled, her face pale in the glow of the candle my mother held over her.
Mom, Dad, Hila, Grandpa, what's wrong?
She suddenly asked, sleepily. For a moment, it was as if nothing had happened, as if I hadn't just seen my sister almost die. But then she began to cry. "What's wrong, dear?" my father asked, just as pale in the face as Zarina. It took a while before she finally found some calm and was able to talk to us. Finally, she croaked.
I saw the angel. I was with him.
A revelation, as the Lord touched my sister. We all said another prayer, and finally, filled with awe, I asked, "Where did you see the angel? Is it here? With us?" She looked at me briefly, seemed to hesitate for a little moment, and then reported.
I was with it, in a dream. It was in a white village, a village made of angel dust. I saw it. It didn't have wings, and that's why at first I wasn't sure if it was an angel. However, soon it spoke to me.
"What did it say, Zarina?" I asked tensely.
It said it was not God, but the witness. It sounded like a man and a woman and a child and a baby, and it felt peaceful, calm and carefree.
Okay, so first of all, Ace of Space, I hope you have a great day, and I really hope your work is not that, straining, and I hope you will get a great day. And yeah, so this passage, this is, I hope you understand that this is a reference to the first story we heard today. This is pretty deliberately, like, she was there with Daya. Like, you didn't know it with the first story, but she's there with Daya. Like, it's the same situation. I hope you understand that, and I hope people get it, but I don't know if they are. But yeah, if you have listened to the witness story, this should be pretty obvious what just happened and what you just witnessed. So anyway, it's just, we'll just go on. And yeah, again, Ace of Spades, I hope you have a great day.
Then I woke up.
"An angel. Angels are the witnesses of God. That's how it must be," my father said enthusiastically. Suddenly, everyone seems to be talking at once. No one knew what Zarina's words meant, but we were sure that they contained something incomprehensible that we, as ordinary people, could not understand. But everyone was delighted. Everyone was caught in a beautiful dream. The next day, the adults sat together in the large barn near the edge of the village, which was used for community events. Most of them found seats on the lined-up wooden benches, and the rest stood crouched against the old walls, some of which were rotten. Dimitri, probably the closest thing to a mayor, sat at a heavy pine table at the end of the room, staring at the crowd, while my parents and Zarina sat on old chairs in front of him. Tensely, the crowd looked at them, waiting for someone to say something. Finally, Dimitri cleared his throat, thoughtfully.
You all saw or heard about the falling star.
It was brighter than the others that kept crossing our sky, and much more melodic. Some even heard the singing. Who still doubted that the Lord sent us his message? Doubts are now useless. Zarina has received a vision. She has seen how the angel who was sent by God walked on our earth and visited a village and consecrated it with its grace. She has seen the angel marching to spread its holiness in these lands.
Are we sure?
Mary, the dressmaker, had stood up. She was still young, my age and Sasha's, and she always wore her blonde hair carefully braided, her dress self-made, blood red and flashy, with silver embroidery.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to put this in. Mary is one of my absolute favorite characters. And I'm so sorry. If you stay to the end, I'm so freaking sorry. She's one of my favorite characters, but yeah, let's go.
As always, she wore makeup, a luxury not many could afford. In other places, she would have been considered a lady of higher rank, but she was also skeptical, and I had not liked her very much since childhood because she often made insinuations that seemed to go against the Lord. Also, she had never played with us outside and had always thought of herself as someone better. I was shocked that she now so obviously doubted the Lord's actions.
Mary, Zarina has seen a vision. The Lord spoke to her through her dreams. The angel has joined us. How can you deny it?
My father asked coldly.
I'm not denying it. I'm just saying, what if there is something dark that the angel was sent to fight? What if it's going into battle against some unknown evil? The angel may be spreading sanctities, but we have no idea if it's trying to redeem us or defend us.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It said it was a witness of God. I noted. That's what Zarina said when she woke up.
Big hint.
That it is benevolent to us. We must find it. Someone shouted from one of the back rows. An excited murmur began to spread through the room.
Silence,
Dimitri thundered. His face looked hard but determined.
We have to get there. If it is a message from heaven that the angel wants to bring us, we must hear it. How many can we spare? Who would even want to voluntarily leave for the wilderness? We don't know how far the journey will be, and you yourselves know how dangerous this area can be.
A loud commotion broke out. Everyone shouted at once and volunteered. I also jumped up and loudly offered to go out to look for it. The angel, the witness of the Lord. I imagined meeting it in a clearing under a full moon. How I would hear its bright voice, gaze in awe at its graceful form, and fall to my knees in prayer before it.
Silence,
Dimitri shouted.
You can't all go. The kids wouldn't make it in the deadly cold out there. Let 7 go. 7 is the Lord's number. There must be 7. 7 workers from the fields. We can't spare any more.
You can't be serious, I cried out. Cold anger boiled up inside of me.
I want to go too. We all want to. You can't just stand there and make a decision like that.
Others joined in.
Silence.
Alexei now thundered, the master blacksmith.
Hi Vegas, good to have you here.
Danili,
We're
Ila, Nikita, you have a job
listening
to do.
to my
We can't get
newest
by
horror
without
story.
you. You can't go. Be reasonable.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it here because I want to welcome Vegas. Hello Vegas. So we listened to 2 of my stories. Now we're listening to the 3rd one, and yeah, I'm cosplaying as Agent Smith. And I hope you are having a very great Halloween. And yeah, we're just gonna see if these stories make sense and if this is their last one of those. It is, but yeah, we're just gonna see. So I'm gonna play it. Like I'm gonna continue it now. But yeah, I wanted to say hello Vegas and happy Halloween to all of you. Yeah.
But if the Lord wills it, he will make sure that everything here will work reasonably well, that nothing will happen. I tried to argue, still boiling with anger. No, winter is tugging at our huts. We need you. My father said, slowly. So do the others. Without you, it's going to be tight. The fields lie untended there, under the snow. But everything else will be weakened by time and storm. We can only spare the field hands. Besides, they're the ones most likely to withstand the cold and the wilderness. After all, they're constantly out on the fields of death, toiling in the wind and rain. They'll all make the trip. I tried to change his mind, and several came to my aid, all those who were all forced to stay. You can manage without a dressmaker. I want to go too. Mary cried defiantly, her cheeks red with anger, her nose wrinkled. This woman really believed she deserved the sight of the angel. She really believed her hypocrisies would deceive the Lord, despite her obvious doubts about his divinity. Others also complained, young and old, many who didn't deserve to go, and even those who did. But it didn't help. Dmitri was in charge. Everyone knew that. If we started to contradict him, our village would soon end up in chaos. And deep down, I knew that I had to stay. That I had to take care of my sister, who would not survive a trip in the snow. That I had to repair the huts that the storms would eat away at. Sasha was a field worker, and was allowed to go. Sasha and Sophia, Anatoly and old Igor, Ivan and Yulia
Every
and
god's
Mikhail.
name is that.
When the decision was
Sorry.
made, a decision made of us accepted only with heavy hearts and which brought out deep envy in several faces, some of the chosen ones began to cry. They were happy, fulfilled, satisfied. They would see the messenger of the Lord, hear its melodious voices, sing its hymns. Why wasn't I allowed to go? Why was the world so unfair? I had always believed in the Lord, prayed to him, been subject to him, and lived according to his will. Why hadn't he chosen me to see his messenger? I had been so proud back when I had been allowed to learn the carpenter's trade, thus I had not had to go to the fields of death to toil there. At that time, I had felt like someone better when I saw Sasha and Sophia setting out early in the morning with all the other workers, with their old-fashioned plows and thick, shabby clothes. Was this the punishment for my arrogance? The Lord knew everything. He had seen what repulsive thoughts I had, how superior I had felt to the others. Perhaps it was my punishment that I was not allowed to go. Perhaps the Lord was no longer favorable to me, and I would have to prove myself to him.
Something I want to mention here, because that was a criticism leveled against the story that the main character is a dick, and he is. That's what I wrote him as. But what I think is pretty important, and I always thought this is important because I have several friends that that are in like the what do you say? I don't know the word. It's like the practical trades, like being a painter, being a carpenter, and I love those trades so much because I think they are so undervalued. And that's why I put this in, because the field workers here in this story, like, I think they're undervalued. And this dick of a narrator is like, yeah, I'm better than you, I'm a carpenter, I don't have to go to the fields. And I wanted to stress that. I wanted to give them something at first, that the people on the field, they're valuable. And they get to go to the angel. It's not the piece of shit that's a carpenter. It's not the piece of shit that's a dressmaker. Not the high valued professions that go. It's the ones that are on the field, and I think that's important. And I know it's gonna go fucked up in the end, and you will hear that. But it was very important for me that I wanted to value every profession, because I think every profession in this world is very, very valuable. And that's what I wanted to do with the story in this place. And there are several criticisms that were leveled against the story, that were like, yeah, the main character is a bit of a dick here. Yeah, he is. That's the point. That's the point. Like, you're not better because you're a carpenter or a dressmaker when there are field workers. Everyone is important in the society. And I don't know. I think that was something, and I just want to get that out there. Because I don't know, I have several friends in works that other people would say are unimportant, and I disagree. I completely disagree. There are so many professions that are overlooked, that people say are like, yeah, that's everyday life, and I hate that. And that's the thing I wanted to address with this part of the story. That there are professions that people overlook and that are very important, very central to society. People shit on them, and I hate that. And the narrator here shits on them a bit, but he'll get us due. And the people who are in these professions that people think are unimportant, they get to go to the angel. They are the ones that are chosen, and I think that it was important. But yeah, comically, exactly. The meek shall inherit the earth. That's exactly that's the idea behind this part. And it's not going to go well for them, don't get me wrong, you will see that. But I wanted to have a scene, the people you thought were like doing the shit jobs got the calling of God, or whatever you say in this story. I wanted that because it was important for me. Anyway, let's just go on. And meek shall inherit the earth is exactly what I wanted here, yeah.
The next day, the seven set out north. They were seen off with singing and dancing. They were the center of the village's attention. Envy threatened to drown me. Why not me? Why wasn't I allowed to go? Why did I have to stay here? And I know it was because of those thoughts. Yeah. I wasn't pure enough. I had to get better, work on myself. As the others disappeared from sight, as the small group seemed to be swallowed up by a patch of forest between distant trees, an icy chill ran down my spine. What if they really did encounter evil? What if Mary had been right? I prayed to the Lord that they would return home safely. Even the darkness will not be dark to you. The night will shine like the day, for darkness is as light to you. He will bring them home safely. Our pilgrimage. I did not begrudge them their happiness. I was not a selfish person, was not complacent like Mary or some others in the village. I lived by the word of the Lord, and I would not begrudge them.
And I'm sorry that I paused it again. That was important to me as well. Like, that's the Bible. Like, the verse of the Bible I based all of the story on was darkness is as light to you. And all the things that were around that. And what he says here, that was important to me. Like, yeah, those people went to that. Yeah. Yeah, like, comically, I agree. It's like, yeah, those people get wrecked, but I think that's so stupid. There are so many people in working classes that are so important for society. They're so central, and I absolutely hate that those people get overlooked. I'm so sorry that I might get a bit emotional, but this is what the story, I wanted I wanted to put that in the story. That those people have to be valued. You know what? That was one of the things I wanted to do with the story. That you see that the people who you thought were the stupidest workers who don't matter, they got to go to the angel. That's what was important to me in the story. I know it is a horror story. It's gonna go haywire, but don't worry. It's gonna go haywire for everyone. So I don't know. Yeah, and I hate that working classes get overlooked. Like, personally, I wanted to be and I haven't told many people, I wanted to be a baker. When I was young, like, okay, not young. When I was about 14 years old, like when it was time to choose a profession, I wanted to be a baker. You know, I wanted to bake good cakes. I wanted to like prepare great stuff for people. I wanted to be a baker. And people said, yeah, no, those people are not valued. And I thought, fuck you. Sorry for language, but and I think it's stupid. There are so many great professions. I think every single profession on this planet is valued, and that's what I think that's one of the reasons why I wrote the story this way, because I think that you have to be reminded there are so many jobs, professions that are so important, and you don't see them every day, and you think you take them for granted, you know, and yeah, that deserves the angel, though the angel is death here, you know. And yeah, shoutouts to Nia. Nia was one of the best persons ever.
They would all return home safely. I continued to stare into the distance for a long time as my suppressed envy sought to consume me. But I was winning. For darkness is as light to you. Part 2. The Pilgrims. Even though the days and weeks passed, I never forgot to think of all those who had set out to witness the glory of the Lord. The cold winter had passed, and frost and cold left the land, so that soon we could begin to prepare the fields for sowing. Since the sighting of the angel had caused us to let some of the farm workers leave, and they stayed away longer than we had expected, I had to join others in helping to plow the fields of death.
And I'm sorry to pause it again. This as well. You know, the people who tended to the field are gone now. They're on a pilgrimage. So F you have to do it now. That's basic work. Someone has to do it. They are gone. You have to do it now. F you. So, let's see. I'm sorry.
The work was exhausting and made me physically very tired, since I still had to work in the carpenter's shop as well.
Yeah, it's a hard job to
We could not afford tractors, so we still had to resort to older tools. So it happens that one day I was driving one of the hand plows through the dirty ground and was lost in my thoughts and full of sweat. I was quite far away from the village, as the nearby surroundings had been working shortly after the beginning of the thaw. The fields were extensive.
I hope you will, comically high. I wish
see.
you all the best. I hope you will.
Only in one direction the dense forest extended, which introduced the beginning of a dark, hilly landscape that finally merged northwards into high, alien mountains, whose white peaks rose high into the sky and, like once the Tower of Babel, blasphemously tried to penetrate the heavens.
And comically high, if you ever need advice on a story, and no, I'm not a native speaker, but if you need advice, ask me. I will help you. I will help all of you. Like, I don't care. I will help all of you. I mean, you join me on these rides, and I will be eternally grateful for you to do so. And if you ever need help, tell me. And I've got a Discord. Just message me a personal message. I will always talk to you. And I promise that, because that's what I'm about on this channel. Like, I want to meet people, and I want to help people, and I always do. So tell me if anything is wrong. Tell me in Discord, personal message. We'll chat a bit, and I've chatted to some people. So never give up. And if I can help you, I'm glad. And if others can help you, they will as well. So.
But next to these distant giants, there was only the plain. The vast plains that had to be tilled. I hated the field work, and I hated the fields. Every time I even thought about this piece of hell that had become reality long ago, my stomach turned. All the events that clung to this dark place, all the human lives and suffering that had sown the ground with death here many years ago. It was even worse when you stood in the fields yourself, truly being there on your own. It was as if I could smell it in the air, the rot of the starving and the hot blood that had watered the soil.
I make stories, yeah.
It was as if I could still hear in the air the cries and wailing of the people who had met their end here, who had pleaded for their lives and the lives of their children and friends. It was as if I could see them in the early morning fog banks that lay on the fields of death. The shadows of people passed, crawling and cowering, weak and starved. I had to pull myself together and look away, into the forest, A place does not forget. The place always remembers the days gone by and the cries that had been. The plow pulled through the ground, ripping a furrow behind it. It was almost a bit comforting to imagine I was gutting this place of horror with my labor, inflicting deep wounds. Hypnotized, I stared down over and over again, watching the ground swirl to one side, smelling the fresh earth being pushed to the surface. But never could I escape my terrible feelings and the forebodings. Never quite could I forget what kind of place I was at. The few times I looked to the forest beside me, my thoughts wandered enviously to all those who had set out to find the angel. Had they reached it yet? Had they already learned from it what needed to be done for God's power on earth to be strengthened so that false prophets and promises could be swept away? How to drown the selfishness of the state? What needed to be done to serve the Lord? How I would have loved to be there. How I would have loved to go with them. But I also understood the decision not to send everyone along. And I understood my family's objections. I was needed here. I could serve the Lord here by tilling the fields and taking care of the soil and the sowing.
And by the way, yeah, I got a bit perhaps political here. Like, I wanted to... I don't know. I wanted to do a bit of I don't know. Take care of people. I know that the world is a shit place right now because people and countries are in conflict, but don't be a shit person. And I know, like, you know, it's so hard. I have problems with that because I am a person who wants to create harmony, want to live in harmony, but I know that's not the world. And this was a story where I wanted to tackle some of these thoughts, but I didn't want to make them the central point. And this is one of them, like the harrowings of the world. I didn't want to put them center, but I wanted to talk about them. Like, I wanted to say that, yeah, they are bad, and people try to move against that, yeah. And I think there are cursed places comically high. Yes, I do think so. I do think so. And it's very complicated what I think of, like spirits or whatever, because there are some things I've lived through that are pointing me towards the direction that I think there are things like that. And you know, like, and please don't take this the wrong way, and please don't say to me that, yeah, you're an idiot or whatever, but and I'm not just gonna say it here in this little live stream, and please don't spread it, but, and it's hard for me to say it, but you know, I know a lot about science. Like, I've published papers on multiple universes and whatever, and they've been well received, they've been published in the community, they've been under heavy reviews, and I know a lot about how this world is thought of in physics and, you know, whatever, and that's why I think I've not got the best idea about cursed places and cursed stuff and other planes and whatever, and I don't want to give you a false impression. That's pretty important to me, but I think there are things we can't understand. I think there are things to places that we can't understand, and I've lived through things. Like, I've seen stuff that you would call paranormal, probably. Just little stuff. It's not like I've seen a ghost and talked to it, whatever. And it's important to me that you understand what I'm talking about. That it's not like, yeah, the world is like a ghost town, you know? It's a bit stupid. But I've seen stuff. And I know about what the world probably is. I know that it's a holographic projection of a black hole, whatever. I don't give a shit. It's Halloween. You know, but yeah. So I can tell you more about cosplays and that after the story, and I will answer every question you have because that's why I'm here. But let's go.
I do care for my sister. I had already made several furrows when noon came. The sun was almost not visible, just a murky spot in the clouds, and the fog had not lifted either. The world looked pale and apathetic, but among all the desolation, I could suddenly hear something. Something that seemed to come out of the forest. It was at first just like a rustling in the wind that sounded a bit too regular, such that it triggered a natural uneasiness in me. I looked into the forest, but could hardly make out anything through the dense plants and the still lingering fog. That is why it was left to my own thoughts to imagine what was there, what was producing this strange noise. I could not remember any animal that made similar sounds, and was at a loss. Suddenly, a bang echoed through the forest, accompanied by a panicked scream that broke inhumanly from the trees and spread across the fields. Then, something new joined the sounds in the air.
I'm always talking
The
about the
trees
mage.
and bushes
It's comically.
rustled, almost seeming
Always.
to be torn apart. Something was running through the forest. Something seems to be coming right at me. Was it perhaps a startled bear, an elk, or a wild boar? Had one of the hunters from the village accidentally startled an animal, scared it in the wrong direction, and now wanted to warn us with their cry? But then, why this panicked sound? I paused, took my hands off the rusty handles of the plow, and turned toward the forest. Still, I could only see fog. I could only hear rustling, but slowly I could also make out grunts and groans coming to me from the fog. It sounded heavy and pain-stricken. Was I in danger? I began to pray to the Lord and asked him for assistance. I was not a fighter, and so I had to hope that nothing would reach me from the depths between the trees that could easily tear me apart. Even the darkness will not be dark to you. The night will shine like the day, for darkness is as light to you. My baptismal motto gave me strength. The Lord saw me, even in my darkness, and would be my light.
And by the way, I've looked at a lot of Bible for verses. I don't know how it's pronounced, because I'm a pretty I don't think I'm the typical believer, but I believe a lot in certain things that the Bible says, and I looked a lot in the Bible for something that was interesting to write a story about. And this was the verse. Was for darkness is a light to for darkness is as light to you. That's what the story is basically based around and what it means.
For darkness is as light to you.
Yeah, that one.
Then, someone burst out of the bushes and fog and rushed towards me. It was Sasha. I almost didn't recognize him. His skin was pale, almost snow white. His black hair stuck to his sweaty face. His pants and jacket were almost completely torn, so I could see his dirty shirt and his cut and bruised legs through the holes. There were also some small cuts on his face that worried me. Sasha's eyes twitched searchingly, panicked, and in his hand, he held the rifle that he had taken with him when he had once set out. Apparently, he had run through brush and thorns, had gotten scrapes and wounds from stones and branches. When he saw me and looked at me with his big, panicked-filled eyes, I became horridly afraid. It was as if, behind his eyes, there was no Sasha anymore, but only an animal. As if instinct had taken over his thoughts when...
Okay, I'm sorry. This is, yeah, comically high. This is a translation, so there are some things missing. I'm sorry if I'm coming off as a dick a bit, but my German is pretty good. My German writing, I think, is pretty good. So the English translation, I did my best. So I translated it on my own. I'm not a native speaker, so this is all translation from German, and I try to polish it up. And yeah, the way he says it's like, I think I have been another thing. Yeah, if you've heard the last stories, especially the changeling one, I hope you know a bit what's up here.
An unnamable terror had entered his world. An animal inside him which had enabled him to escape from...
Yeah, an animal.
Something Sasha staggered out of the forest. It was almost as if all strength left him now that he was back home. The rifle fell from his hand and dug into the mud beneath his feet. He limped slowly towards me, not taking his eyes off of me. Then, suddenly, he wheeled around and looked back into the forest in the mist. Only for a moment. Again, he let out a shrill scream and sprinted the last few meters to me. When I looked into the forest myself, I saw nothing, only the fog. But didn't I feel a presence there in the bushes, between the trees? I didn't see anything. Sasha had reached me and collapsed. I quickly knelt down next to him and called for help, but the other field workers had already rushed over, obviously attracted by the rifle shot. I was in a trance, seeing only Sasha lying there, supporting his head. His eyes were still twitching around, and despite my proximity, he didn't seem to recognize me. He looked at me, confused. "Sasha, what happened?" I asked, feeling his forehead. Despite his paleness, he was uncomfortably hot. A fever raged in his body. Who knew how long he'd been running around there amongst the trees, his protective, warming jacket torn, with wounds that had not been tended, and some of which were still bleeding. Then, another horrible thought occurred to me. "Sasha, where are the others?" This question apparently brought back some clarity that his gaze had not possessed before.
They took them. Took all of them. All our brothers, all our sisters, all of them.
And I'm sorry to pause again. This line is so important because it has nothing to do with these stories, but it will tell you the whole picture. It will tell you what's going on. That line, the brothers and sisters have been taken. That's very, 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 very important.
Gurgled in panic. "Sasha, what do you mean? Who are they? Wasn't there an angel in the village? What did you see? Sasha, please answer me." But he became more restless again, trying to look around, to the forest. The others helped me to cover him with our jackets. Slowly, Sasha began to tremble more and more. A deep fear had taken possession of him.
"They're after us. They're coming after me. They're coming after me, chasing us. They're here."
He groaned and began to lose consciousness. "Sasha, who? Who came after you guys? Who took the others?" Only moaning words came out of his mouth as his eyes slowly closed and exhaustion numbed his muscles. Gurgling, he whispered,
Hebrook.
Yeah. I put that in because that's the central theme of these stories. The Airbrook are the central thing. They are the thing that explains everything. Like, I've worked on the story of Airbrook. Like, I've worked on everything completely, and then I wrote the stories. So the Airbrook being mentioned here, that's so central. Like, it's just the line of a madman here, but that's the central point of these stories. Airbrook is the key to everything.
I don't know if he had spoken a language at all, or just made sounds that made no sense. The other 3 field hands who had rushed over carried him away toward our village, while I remained by my plow to retrieve the rifle from the edge of the woods. The trees now looked even more threatening than before, swaying uncomfortably gently about, and the fog seemed denser and more oppressive. What had been there, beyond the fields, in the depths of the old forest? What had the others found in that place where the angel had touched the earth? Had demons appeared and tried to drag the divine creature into the depths of hell?
And what I want to say as well, Had the demons tried to drag them into the depth of hell, you know there had been scratches on the concrete where the witness had been. You know there had been shadows that might have taken it. So, anyway.
All the pilgrims fallen under the claws and teeth of being from a distant, unholy abyss. Were they all really gone? All those who had gone to the forest longing for the heavenly lights? Or had only Sasha gone mad, broken away from the group and fled back?
No.
It was entirely possible. Entirely. But the trees seemed so strange and full of evil. I didn't want to linger there in that place anymore. I wanted to turn around and go back to the fields, but I wouldn't feel much better there either. Finally, I had reached the rifle, stuck in the muddy ground. I picked it up and secured it so that no accident would happen. But as I stood there, at the edge of the forest, it felt as if there was something in the mist, as if shadows were moving in the dense swaths. Slowly, I took the safety off the gun again, and took aim. Something inside me seemed to warn me of the thing beyond the trees. I aimed over the sights to focus. There were the trees, the mist, and disturbing shadows among the branches. The air seemed to crackle. The fresh scent of the leaves and the bushes taunted me. Would something come any moments now? Would I have pulled the trigger? Or was I just too stressed? I was stressed. Sasha, the others. I took a deep breath and lowered the rifle. This was getting me nowhere. Slowly, I stepped back from the edge of the forest, securing the rifle again, and slung it over my shoulder by its leather strap. I walked quickly across the fields towards the village. The clouds still covered the sky, and dark storms were approaching from the south. My boots drove me over the muddy ground. It was as if all those who had perished on this godless soil were mocking me. The horrors and calamities of the fields tore into my mind. They numbed me, and I was afraid of getting lost in the darkness of my thoughts. But I knew the Lord was watching over me. For darkness is as light to you.
For darkness is as light to you.
I calmed down a bit as my feet carried me forward. The cloudy thoughts and forebodings moved away a little. Then, something reached my mind. An inkling. A feeling. Something was behind me. Something was in the forest. Was it demons? Other creatures of hell? I grabbed the rifle and slowly turned around. A good 100 meters away, the forest rose up, but the trees were almost invisible. The fog had rolled onto the field, slowly. And in the mist, I saw them. Two ghastly shapes. They were not like the ones my stressed mind had imagined when my thoughts wandered to the fields and remembered the deceased. They were real. I could see them only briefly silhouetted in the mist. Tall and scrawny, inhuman. Long, thin limbs, long necks, roundish heads. They were over there, and I knew they saw me. They saw me despite the fog that must have obscured their view. I turned and ran, carrying the rifle carelessly over my shoulder. It couldn't be. It had to be demons. For darkness is as light to you. When I dared to look again, I saw that the fog had lifted. I could make out the forest again and see only the trees and bushes. But I kept running towards the village. I had to get to Sasha, had to report to the others. When I entered the hut where they had put him, there was already an excited crowd inside. It seemed that all the villagers who could interrupt their work had gathered in the small, rustically furnished room where Sasha was now lying, sweating on a bed. The news that only he had returned, feverishly talking about the disappearance of the others, caused shock and despair. Some of the relatives of the missing were also sitting in the room, stunned and pale as corpses. I heard sobs and weeping, looked into the eyes of desperate mothers and bitter fathers. looked into the faces of shocked neighbors and shaken friends. They had all come to hear what had happened, what fate had befallen the others. They wanted to know what had happened to their loved ones. And in the middle lay Sasha, distraught and trembling. I had to fight my way to him with some effort and probably only met little resistance, because I was his best friend and had found him. When I finally pushed aside the curious but tearful Alyon, who always had to stand in the first row, I could see how bad things apparently were for Sasha. He was still shivering, but now he was also wincing intermittently, while his eyes looked around frantically. He was completely drenched in sweat, and his hair was so sticky it looked like wet strings.
Calm down, Sasha. Come to your senses.
Igor, who was probably the closest thing to a village doctor, sat next to Sasha's bed and tried to placate him. But all the whispering and murmuring around us only seemed to intensify the problems.
Sasha, it's me. You're home. You're safe,
I shouted. Igor looked at me briefly, his eyes full of suppressed concern, but he nodded at me.
Sasha, it's gonna be okay,
I continued.
Who are you? Who?
Hearing Sasha's whisper was much more terrifying than his shouts, because I knew he really didn't recognize me from the...
And by the way, yeah, Sasha's surely Sasha still. It's not a replacement. Not at all. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna tell you this because this is a live stream and nobody's gonna watch it, and yeah, Sasha might have been already replaced by the weirdo thing, so anyway. Comically high, yeah, it's just a dude in a village that's pretty sure that he is chosen by God, and others who are chosen by God went to go the angel and he was not, so he's pissed. But yeah, the one who got back seems to have changed now, the Sasha dude. Sasha dude has changed, and I'm just saying that to you because you are here to listen to my stream. It will be clear from the stories alone, but I'm gonna tell you now. So Sasha might have been I'm pretty sure Sasha's not Sasha anymore. Might be that he might ask for something to drink because the things that have changed look for drinks or well, as in the story before. But yeah, this is my thing. I might talk rubbish now. Let's go.
The way he looked at me in a brief moment of clarity.
It's me, Ela. Don't you remember? We grew up together. We've known each other forever.
Samuel, Deep will come again. I. That's important. But anyway, I wanted to answer Samuel with the Deep. You know what? The Deep is gonna come back in this story, and you will hate it, I hope. If I did it right, you'll hate the Deep in this story. Anyway.
Sasha, Ela.
He gurgled again, but his gaze held me fixed. There was a haze in his eyes. Oh Lord, what had happened?
Ela, I remember you. Water. It's so thirsty. Please.
He held out his hand, trembling, begging. From somewhere, someone handed him a glass. He drank it greedily, seeming to calm down a bit as a result.
Ela, I remember. We left. Went there to the angel. I went to the angel.
What happens then? I asked quietly. I suddenly realized that everyone had fallen silent and was listening tensely and anxiously. Old Igor stood up and put his hand on my shoulder protectively and nodded at me again.
Ela, I don't remember very well. Just forest. We went through the forest.
I love this voice actor, by the way. He's such a great guy.
Sasha muttered.
Water,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, bring him more water.
Yeah, water, that's so good.
Even though she had backed away a bit. After a few moments, another old tin can of water had been brought over,
Yeah, you should
Sasha
do that.
sipped the liquid
Give him water.
as if it would
Give
give
it
him
water.
new life. His eyes cleared and his breath steadied. Then, finally, he cleared his throat and began to speak carefully. Again and again his eyes wandered to us to reassure himself that we were still listening to him, that we were with him and not leaving him alone, that he was safe. For darkness is as light to you.
Yeah, for darkness is still light to
He
you.
finally looked only into my eyes, speaking as if we were alone in the room.
Hila. Oh, Hila, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I left you here when you wanted to go with us. I'm sorry. I didn't stand up for you. But I think it was the right decision. You would have been the angel. I think there really was an angel there, but it's gone. It was torn apart by shadows and demons. We walked.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to pause it here again. There was an angel there, but it was torn away or apart by shadows and demons. And I hope you remember that from the first story, because that's the way it was written. And if you listen to just this one, it might be random, but I think from the first story, it's pretty obvious what happened. Like, the angel was whatever the witness was, and was destroyed by whatever was in the concrete, like the shadows.
Walked through the woods, over hills and wide fields beyond the mountains. In the wind, we soon heard the songs of the Lord, songs that praised him,
Audible
the whispers of the heavenly host.
songs.
And we were all soon dreaming
In the
of
wind.
the angel and the village it had visited. It had sent all the believers there to heaven. They had ascended and come to the Lord. They had been devout believers, just like us. The angel advanced in our dreams, our visions, through forests, and finally
In
to
our
another
dreams,
village.
like Daya's.
The
By the
images
way,
appeared
just
to
saying.
us as if they were real, as if we were seeing everything the angel was doing. And no one wanted to be awake anymore. All of us slept as much as we could to dream. We saw the angel striding across the clearing, flying, hovering through the woods.
Oh,
And how
really?
it traveled to the unbelievers, and there, in the corridors of concrete, it was chased and torn apart, murdered by demons.
I hope it's clear this
When
is
we
the
woke
same
up
story than the
after
first
that
one.
vision, it had haunted us all at dawn. Most of us collapsed. Something had been taken from us when the angel was... when the sacrilege was done.
He broke off. There was a dead silence. We could not believe our ears. Joy, happiness, despair.
Yeah, I will never describe the demons, but not because it's something more horrifying than the imagination, but because I know what those are. Like, those are the central thing of my stories. The demons in this story are the central thing of all of my stories.
And fear struggled within me. It had been an angel. It had truly been a piece of heaven that had visited us. But
Or was it?
it had also been demons. Demons had come from the shadows, from the darkness and the depth of evil, and had destroyed the angel. There were demons. There was true evil. There was that which had once seized the people who had not prayed to the Lord and had been responsible for the hunger and the despair. Those people had been possessed by them, by the demons of old. They had devoured the messenger of the Lord, and they devoured all happiness and comfort, all love. Demons existed. They were real. For darkness is as light to you. I swallowed. And then, Sasha.
We were... Hell had reached us. It had bled from the ground, from the rocks, and all around us the air seemed heavy. The winds seemed to mourn, and the trees trembled. We just lay there, on the flank of a green, wooded hill. Sophia had been hit the worst. Through my tears, I could see her cowering there like a newborn child. She cried and cried. We all cried. But she pressed her hands to her ears. I didn't want to hear any more. squeezed her eyes shut, didn't want to see anymore. She was crying, begging the Lord, begging him to bring salvation after his servant was no more. It took us several hours to calm down.
Sasha slumped down and seemed to disappear into his memories. Outside, rain had begun to fall, and loud pattering began to beat against the windows. No one said anything, until finally, Sasha seemed to regain consciousness and spoke again, this time more firmly, more determined.
Our shock, our grief, that's only where it began. We were alone, abandoned by the Lord. We knew we were alone. Our breakfast was meager, our mood dead. Silently we sat there for a long time, most of us, the ones who had calmed down a bit. And Sophia was the first to speak, despite her grief, and despite the wounds in her soul. It was as if she had found her way back to the Lord when she spoke to us. She told us not to be afraid, that we would receive the greatness of the Lord, that she had heard the songs of the angels and understood.
What did the angels sing? What hymns did they teach Sophia? What did he tell my girl?
Only goodness.
Sophia's mother had leaned forward, her eyes teary, her voice trembling. After a brief pause, during which Sasha seems to think about the question, he began to recount what had occurred afterwards.
We sat together, all of us, trying to understand what had happened. And Sophia, she told us about their proclamations, the chants. She had been hit worse than anyone else before, but she spoke of the suffering in the songs, the suffering of forgotten times. I think she probably meant the fall from Eden, the original sin. Was that what the angel tried to remind us of?
No.
We were not sure, but she also insisted that she had heard a promise of security in the songs. Perhaps the Lord had finally forgiven us humans.
No.
Maybe we could go back to paradise. Sophia found it difficult to speak the right words. Her throat was dry and her voice hoarse. Therefore, this is all I can say about it. We stayed in that place for a long time. We finally decided to move on. We hoped that we would still find traces of the divine where it had happened. We were aware, of course, that the demons could still be there, too. But we had to know. Was paradise near?
Was it worth it?
Mary asked from one of the back rows, barely audible, and
Hello,
looking at
Mary.
the floor.
We love you,
Her
Mary.
gaze rested on
her.
Sasha, and genuine concern seemed to resonate in her words.
Of course it was, you silly girl.
Dmitri laughed hollowly.
I don't know,
Sasha murmured. Terror bled into his eyes, and he began to tremble once more.
That message, the promise of paradise, that was the last good thing that happened to us on the journey. Before the darkness.
Before the darkness?
Comically high,
darkness
you
do
know
you mean?
Germans too well.
I wanted to know.
Inside us, the darkness within us that began to grow. It began shortly after the disappearance of the angel, shortly after we left that day to visit and honor its gravesite. Sophia, that night, she was no longer herself. She seemed depressed, happy, angry, and sad, all at the same time. I didn't know what we should do, and nobody knew what we should do. We had no medicine with us, no doctor. I don't know why, but I started to be afraid of her. A disease had attacked her spirit. The death of the angel had corrupted her. And I had to think of the images of the demon that tore the being of the Lord to shreds, from the shadows and from the darkness. That's why I stayed away from her, and it was the right choice, as it turned out. After dinner, we had hunted rabbits and were sitting around.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm sorry to cut it off, but I want to recommend, and I know Samuel will probably recommend a better one, but Comically High. If you want a good comedy that's German, watch Der Wichser. Yeah, I know, it sounds stupid, but that's my favorite German comedy. The Wichser and Der Schuh des Manitou. Those are the two German comedies that I can recommend to everyone. Probably everyone knows them, but they are high peak comedy, I think. Like, it's as good as Leslie Nielsen comedy, so pretty high. We'll go on now.
On the fire, Yulia sat down with her. You know how she is, was, how she always worried about others when things got bad. It must have taken some courage, even for her, to sit down with Sophia, but finally they squatted there on an old tree stump next to the flickering fire that illuminated the night. Sophia's eyes seemed distant and glassy as they reflected the flames. I couldn't hear what Yulia was saying to her,
I will
but I
post
guess
later.
that she wanted to comfort Sophia.
Yeah, I will post it.
She spoke softly and put her arm around Sophia's shoulder, while Sophia was still staring into the flame. Can you blame her? She saw a messenger of God die. Sophia was young. She probably just couldn't take it. My father said quietly.
We'll post later.
The angel's death. It haunts me too. Even now, I see the horrible images before me. But Sophia... No. Something else had contaminated her mind. It must have been like that. Something ungodly must have crept into her.
Yeah, and by the way, Sophia, yeah. You know, there are these things that take over people. Can't be that Sophia was taken over just now. Can't be. Anyway, let's go. Oh, oops, whatever that is.
Because all at once she stood up, wordlessly, and let herself fall into the blazing fire. She burns to death. Sasha broke off and swallowed. We all couldn't believe what we were hearing.
Sophia. No, it can't be.
A cry of despair escaped the throat of Sophia's mother. It sounded like she was burning herself, and I wanted nothing more than to cover my ears and run away. But I had to stay. I had to know what had happened. I prayed, silently.
Cosplay has power.
For darkness is as light to you. Hastily,
Like this?
someone tried to calm the woman, but she began to lash out
Power
and
rule.
finally sank to the ground, where she remained, sitting, staring into space like a corpse. She was burning the blaze. She burned, and as her flesh began to stink and her hair flared away, she screamed to the heavens. She screamed at the demons, and panic soaked her voice. She sounded confused, inhuman. Sophia finally lay motionless in the middle of fading embers. We hadn't been able to pull her out. We had been paralyzed. We had failed her. We have failed her. No one could believe what Sasha was telling us. Nobody wanted to believe it. Sophia, who I had known since childhood and who had always been shy and quiet. I envy her because she went to the Lord. I think the fire purified her, but the others, we burned what was left of Sophia near an old fir tree. I think she would have liked that. She rests there now and is with our Lord. While I was digging the grave with Mikhail, using what little means we had, I almost felt as if I could still hear her voice in the air, comforting me and encouraging me, promising me paradise. Mikhail seems to hear it too. I saw it in his eyes. Quietly, he murmured strange words that seemed to sing to himself. We finally prayed to the Lord's Prayer and set out to lower her body. When finally, only the freshly heaped up earth under the tree reminded us of Sophia. It had already become the deepest night. The torches that we had rammed into the ground nearby had a ghostly effect, and the moonless night had something unsettling about it. No one was asleep. Mikhail's humming should have calmed us. He was humming the angel's melody, probably trying to comfort us. Maybe he just wanted to distract his thoughts. But these sounds, they seemed strange from his mouth, and not kind, but incomprehensible and eternal in a terrible way.
Oops, he was taken over
And
by
while
an
I listened
alien.
to the humming, I could only be comforted by the thought that Sophia had been given a decent burial. She's with the Lord, Mila. My father tried to comfort Sophia's mother.
No, she is gone to... She can't go to heaven. Not even after you burned her. She has... herself... Oh, Sophia.
The demons were chasing her. I bet the Lord called her to save her. You know how pious Sophia was. More pious probably than almost anyone else, including everyone here. The words seemed to bring her a little peace, but still she wept. We all just stood there, silent, watching the poor woman there on the floor. I, too, stared at her for a long time, until I noticed with a shudder that Sasha had stopped talking. When I turned to him, I saw that he had started crying wordlessly and
I don't
squeezed his
quiz my
eyes shut.
classes, never do.
I had never seen
That would be
anyone
mean.
with such fear before. That night, it was almost morning. They came. Was all he could get out before letting out a strangled cry and pressed his hands to his head. Finally, he just sat there, weeping and swaying back and forth as if to protect himself from the terrors and sin of the world. For darkness is as light to you. The Lord makes light out of darkness, so it was written in the Holy Scriptures. Why did the words of the Almighty not give comfort to Sasha? Why couldn't his faith protect him? Was he in doubt? No, not Sasha. The Lord protects you, I said firmly, and sat
do
down
that, they
next to
are
him.
assholes.
When I put my hand on his shoulder, he slowly calms down. But when he looked into my eyes, I knew he was still trapped in the nightmares of his memory. Ayla, that night, they came. The demons. The night Mikhail disappeared. No, when they came for him. When they took everyone. I lay there, freezing, a gnarled root in my back and my blanket wrapped around me, my eyes squeezed tightly shut. I heard the rustle of trees and wind, the crackle of small animals in the underbrush, and Mikhail's strange humming. I just wished that he would stop, that he would be quiet. I didn't want to hear the sound anymore. And then it was quiet. The humming
So
had stopped,
comically.
and I heard
Yeah.
Mikhail get up.
Yeah,
Where was he
that's
going?
it.
Just into the bushes. Why had he stopped making his sounds? Had he calmed down? Had he come to his senses? At first, I believed that, hoping for that, but a feeling crept into my mind, an ungodly, sickening feeling. The closeness of doom and contempt as old as time. I had never felt such emotion. I knew the demons were near, spreading their aura to devour us. I squeezed my eyes shut and didn't want to see them. I wanted to be alone. Away. Away. Sasha's voice faded. He swallowed, composed himself, then groaned. I opened my eyes. I opened them and looked into the darkness. I saw the forest in the light of dawn. Mikhail had already walked away, had almost disappeared among the trees. I straightened up. Thick fog lay between the firs, bleeding into our little camp. Behind the fog lay darkness. It was a terrible darkness that seemed as if it embodied the end of time.
I wonder if that's the deep darkness he sees. Is that deep he sees? I don't think so. Yes, I do. But I don't think so. Anyway.
The world, as if it were getting ready to spill towards the Lord himself during the final battle, like a tidal wave of scum and wickedness. The darkness seemed deep, infinitely deep.
Deep? Really?
Around
Deep?
it, the fog, the white haze that grew over the ground like a rampant scrub. Mikhail ran towards it, laughing, joyfully humming his tune again. He ran towards the darkness. Why? Why was he running towards it? What had poisoned his mind and lured him to the demons? They had been there, in the mist or the darkness. I knew that. I felt their contempt. I felt their ungodly presence. Just before Mikhail disappeared into the darkness, before his outline was forever swallowed by the blackness, I could see skinny figures in the mist.
It's by accident, comically. It's by accident. Accident.
Vermin. These voices, these noises were driving me.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm sorry I talked over that, but the thing in the dark said vermin, vermin, which, yes, it might be similar to cattle. I don't know if that's deliberate, but yes, it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I interrupted the Spanish moment. I'm gonna replay it. But yeah, I just look like a pumpkin because my one lie here is shit. Yeah, you know I'm not having that much money on this setup, so I look like a pumpkin. Yeah.
Joyfully humming his tune again. He ran towards the darkness.
Let's see what it says.
Why? Why was he running towards it? What had poisoned his mind and lured him to the demons? They had been there, in the mist or the darkness. I knew that. I felt their contempt. I felt their ungodly presence. Just before Mikhail disappeared into the darkness, before his outline was forever swallowed by the blackness, I could see skinny figures in the mist.
Oh, skinny figures.
I heard their whispers.
Really?
Inside me. Vermin. Vermin. These voices, these noises were driving me crazy. I was terrified. Terrified. The cold made my arms and legs go limp. I wanted to get away. I wanted to get away and escape. Then they stood up. The others, all of them. They got up and ran to the darkness. Ran to that deep hell. But they were pious. They were pious and had served the Lord all their lives. Why? Why were they paying homage to these demons? What dark thoughts were running through their heads? They all ran into that blackness. They all were devoured, without words. In the light of the rising sun, I could see them
comically
smiling.
high. Thank you
Not
so
madly,
much.
not like the members of
You
a
don't
satanic
need to do that,
cult.
though.
Not madly. They were
Yeah,
almost
they skipped next
dancing.
day.
Didn't speak a word. They danced and ran away to another hellish place.
So they all effed into the darkness, and Code Guy, yeah, I want to pronounce that or whatever you say. Code Guy, thank you for the donation or whatever it is, and yeah, for a new idea. I have a new idea for a horror story. There are like 3 more I want to write in this version. Like I've got 21 stories lined up. There's another one I will do, but yeah, this is one of those. And as I said, thank you so much for this. And always take care of yourself. That's the most important thing.
Happily. Why didn't I run? Was my faith stronger than theirs? Was I the most pious among them? It had to be. I never saw them again. None of them.
For new light, yeah.
I'm sorry.
New lights
I
go
should have
lighter.
stopped them. I should have saved them from their fate.
Suddenly, chaos broke out. Everyone shouted in confusion, ruffled their hair, cried and screamed. Mothers, fathers, friends, neighbors. Many collapsed. I sank down beside the bed, feeling the realization germinate in me. They had all gone to hell. They had been taken by the strange demons, seduced and lured into suffering. I hit the floor hard, but I didn't care. I didn't know where to go anymore. Why had the Lord allowed my friends to succumb to sin? Why? Then, something else dawned in me.
a thought that made me nauseous. Better them than me. I was almost going mad. That voice, my own voice, almost singing, forcing those horrible thoughts into my mind.
And by the way, is that his voice, or is that a weird alien entity that's taking him over right now? You decide. We'll see. Oh yeah, and Comically High, always feel free to share with me. And message me personally on Discord, I will always answer. And if I don't answer, it's just gonna be because my Discord is not coupled to the automatic start of Windows. So I will take a look. And if you want to talk to me, just message me. It's no problem. I will always take time for you. And I hope you have a great evening. And please take care of yourself. Please do that. Really sincerely, please take care of yourself.
I was not such a person. I was not a bad person. I was devout and believing, and I'm sorry. I should have stopped them. I failed. Sasha's moans reached my ears only distantly. Over the weeping and wailing of many of those present, he continued. I ran away. I was a coward, running and running. I had my gun with me, but I didn't dare point it at the demons. I didn't dare to attack them, to do violence. Would that have not made me one of them, those creatures? Would that have made me a sinner as well? Is it okay to kill demons, or do you have to stand up to them with only your faith as a weapon?
That's
I didn't
question,
know.
Yeah.
I still don't know. I ran away, running in the direction of our village. I had to at least warn you. I had to tell you all what was happened. You had to know. You did the right thing, Dimitri suddenly said. You didn't give yourself to them when the others were lost to the devil and to hell. You told us everything.
Perhaps kill them, perhaps not.
I kept
It's
running. Sasha
not an easy
interrupted
question,
him bitterly.
I think, Samuel.
I
think it's
ran
not an
on
easy question.
and on for days.
That's why I
and
wrote it in.
days. I stopped only to sleep and hunt. I ran and ran, but they were after me. The demons had seen me and had not forgotten me. I heard them every night. I heard their whispering voices and their rattling breaths, saw their outlines in the mist that followed me, and the darkness was near. I did not see it again, but I felt its nearness. Why didn't they devour me? Why didn't they seduce me, too? Why didn't the demons do anything? Were they waiting for me to be tempted? Were they waiting for me to be weak? Did they play with me? I just don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Only that I was a coward. Always a coward. I just didn't dare. I didn't dare to use the gun. I didn't dare to attack them. Or did I know that it wouldn't do any good? Did I know that they were just tempting me? Finally, I was close. I was close to the village. So close. My home. But they came. They came after me. I don't know why, but I shot. I shot into the mist and ran. And ran. He was silent. Everyone was silent. The room seemed to have gone numb. The demons. Are you really sure you saw them? That the others were seduced by them? They were all pious, I am so sure. Did you really see demons, or did you imagine them? Dimitri's voice cut through the silence. Everybody was quiet. I could see in the people's eyes that they partly hoped Sasha had just gone mad, that he was lying. They couldn't understand how the others had fallen. But Sasha was telling the truth. I knew that. I saw the demons too, I said, slowly, looking at old Dimitri. His eyes grew wide before he squinted them in disbelief. You saw them? Where? How? At the edge of the forest, when Sasha broke out of the undergrowth. I stopped short to retrieve the rifle he dropped when I...
there in the mist. I faltered as the images of the shadows appeared before my inner eye. They were scrawny, tall, inhuman. They had no wings, no claws, no scales, no fangs, no glowing eyes that shone through the mist. I almost took them for strangely shaped trees, so thin, but their presence, their aura, it was so dark and strange that I knew. They were demons, messengers of hell and the horrors beyond. We must defend ourselves, must arm ourselves against them. We must pray, confess our sins to the Lord. Someone shouted.
Yeah, they were
Many
doing
agreed.
the trick. Yeah, I'm sure.
We didn't know what we should do, how we could protect ourselves. One by one, people left the room, set out to tell the others who had not heard Sasha's story. Panic was written on their faces. Sasha finally remained alone in that room. His eyes were glassy and looked almost dead. I was the last to stand with him, but soon I, too, left to be with my family, to grieve with them, and to process the messages Sasha had brought. Part 3.
Yeah, so these are the first two parts, and again, hope Comically High is gonna have a great evening, and I hope you like these first two parts, and I hope they are not boring. I try to make them interesting. I think they are interesting if you know the other stories, but I also suspect that they're not that interesting if you don't know those. So I don't know. But yeah, so the stage is set for horror to come, and the horror is gonna come now in the next two parts, and I still hope that you enjoy them somewhat, and just gonna go. It's gonna go into the horrors that the village will now face after people have come back from the angel.
Demons. The next few days passed slowly. I had not slept well. No one had slept well. My dreams had been troubled, and I had dreams of the demons and the mist, and of Sasha and his misery. He had survived, but part of him had probably died, too. We took turns taking care of him. He was
died.
completely emaciated and lay in bed for many days. The people who had lost friends and family members held no grudges against Sasha, but every now and then I saw a dark shadow in their faces when they spoke bitterly and contritely about what had happened. They all knew that charity had to come first, but still, Sasha had not stopped the others. They also knew that charity had to come first, but still, Sasha had not stopped the others.
Oh,
I also felt dark
like
thoughts
he's a
arising me,
freelancer, no
albeit
worries.
of a different kind. It was true that my friend had fled, left the others behind, but I probably would have done the same. I wanted to tell myself that I was like my grandfather, that I would have stood there and prevailed and confronted the demons only by means of my faith. But the voice in my head sprinkled doubt into my thoughts. I wanted to spend more time than usual praying and dealing with myself, so I cut myself off from the village life a bit. I continued to work in the fields when I could be spared in the carpentry shop, the hated fields that I had thought I had escaped from when I had started my apprenticeship 6 years ago.
Yeah, but you didn't, bag.
Why did they have to go into the darkness selfishly? Now I had to go help on the fields because they were gone. Now I had to toil so that enough harvest could be gathered in fall and we would not starve. They had just gone, started on the path with their false piety, and finally betrayed the Lord to the demons. It wouldn't have happened to me, but I had been forced to stay here with all the others, so... There it was again. The voice I hated so much. Why? Why couldn't I be without sin? Without dark thoughts? Had the demons already exerted their influence on me? Had they poisoned me and now forced me to think such things?
Yes,
or worse,
spoiler, yes.
was it I, the real me, who was driving these words into my mind?
No.
The others, they had been pious. I had never doubted that.
You get
Something else
this
just had to have happened.
on this.
It didn't make sense. I often visited Sasha after work and kept running into Mary, who had made it her mission to bring Sasha a hot meal every night to take special care of him. Mary. Yes, Mary should have got along. She would certainly have been seduced and driven into darkness. Then I would have been rid of her smug ways. Was I jealous of Sasha and her? Did I think that way about Mary because I was alone and the two of them had apparently found each other?
Yes.
When I lay in bed at night, darkness fell over my soul, and I had to pull myself out of the black with prayers. The Lord would guide me. I was sure of it. I would pass his tests. For darkness is as light to you. One day, when I returned from the field work and strolled home to the village square, I noticed Sasha standing next to the fountain. He seemed confused and beside himself. As I approached him, I noticed his sunken cheeks and pale face. From the looks of it, the time in bed, left only with his own thoughts, had affected his soul as much as the escape through the woods.
Hila, I need to talk to you,
he muttered. His gaze avoided mine and he swallowed. Yeah? What's wrong? I asked him.
It's Mary,
he said softly, almost tearfully. What's wrong with her? She is different. Today, when she came to me, you may know that I didn't want to tell you. I know you don't like her, but... Mary, just a hypocrite. A hypocrite who was not faithful to the word of the Lord and only pretended to honor and love him, and pretended to have changed. The voice whispered softly, but I ignored it. I had to. Sasha was my friend. I prayed for him and his love. Didn't I? Yes, I did. No more ungodly thoughts. What about her? Is she all right? I forced myself to ask with feigned concern.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
She was different today. Scared. It seemed kind of scared of me. I have no idea why, but I could see it in her eyes. Afraid of you? Why?
Because of taste.
I don't know. I have no idea. But somehow, maybe she's right. I haven't felt good since I saw the demons. Ever since I shot at them. No, she's not right. There's nothing wrong with you. You've been through a lot. How else would you feel after such experiences? Your faith makes you strong. You just need to rest.
Hila, I think they got me. They are beginning to cast their spell on me, too. I think back to the darkness, praying to the Lord, and I think I can hear him.
Yeah.
And when I think back on what happened in that darkness, seeing that blackness in my mind, I believe I hear the voice of God there.
Perhaps.
A whisper, a sensation
God.
of love.
You think the demons are trying to turn your faith against you?
Yes.
You must stay strong. Whatever you have been through, you must stay strong and read the scriptures. I know you're in a bad place, but you can do it. Sasha frowned, seeming to digress and think.
Yeah, good enough
Yeah,
soup won't work.
I think you're right.
He
This
said,
lab's fucked.
Thank you, Hila.
with those words, he stomped off. I watched him go, slowly losing myself in thought. I remembered the demons. I remembered their looks, their blasphemous looks from the mist, their inhuman outlines. Would they leave Sasha in peace, or would they always haunt him? That evening, as I sat at the dinner table with my grandfather, my parents, and Zarina, I could sense that something was not quite right. It was colder than usual, and Zarina avoided our glances. I didn't notice it at first, because the previous events had already been bad, triggered by the terrible stories Sasha had told about the trip. Suddenly, however, Zarina looked up and glanced at me.
What do they look like? The demons?
She wanted to know. Her fork was trembling. Why? I don't know, I said. We hadn't told her about the demons, and we hadn't told her about Sasha's experiences. She was still too young.
You've seen them. Everybody knows. We all do. You talked about them. The others.
Keep eating, my mother muttered. You're too young for that. Ela didn't see anything. Those are just stupid rumors, my father said, chewing. He and my mother exchanged quick glances. My grandfather was absently silent. That's right. I didn't see anything. Only Sasha, who wasn't feeling well. I started, but Zarina cut me off.
Tonight, they were with me.
My spoon fell to the floor with a clatter. My parents tensely sucked in their breath. My grandfather remained silent and closed his eyes.
In your room. That can't be. Ela didn't say anything about something like that. You just imagined it,
my mother said quickly, looking over at me. But I didn't know. I had been fast asleep, dreaming of shapes and mists.
No, not like that. Not in the room. It was deep in the night, and I couldn't sleep, just like every night since I saw the angel in my dream. I lay there and couldn't sleep. I went to the window and looked out at the street.
What did you see there, Zarina? My father asked. I felt sick to my stomach. Were they here? Had the demons come to the village after chasing Sasha for so long? It had to be so. After all, why wouldn't they come here? Because our faith was so strong. Never. Demons are not easily kept away by people, no matter how strong their devotion to the Lord was.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It was at the end of the side alley next to our garden, next to the barrels and the mud hole in the street. You know I can't see very far from my room, but there was something there, like a glimmer that didn't shine. In the darkness, I could hardly see it, but it was there. And in the shimmer, a shape. A large, distorted shadow, not visible for long. Scrawny, emaciated, human, tall. What was it doing there? It wasn't looking in my direction. It didn't notice me, and I looked elsewhere, further down the street, I think. It wasn't there long, either, soon disappearing into the shimmer.
I think you're imagining things. I'm sure you've heard some rumors and made it up. Sometimes you see what you want to see, I said softly.
They were there,
Zarina screamed and ran out of the room. Thank you, my father said, nodding. No need to worry her unnecessarily. We can only pray to the Lord to protect us, but she doesn't have to worry too, I said, pressing my lips together. She had seen the demons, but maybe she could be convinced. Maybe I could make her believe that she hadn't seen anything bad. Or good, Zarina. At least she should be able to live carefree. But was it the right move to keep such horrors secret from her? At what point did we have to admit that life could be terrible and we couldn't protect her from it?
Yeah, she's still young. Experiencing the evil of the world at her age leaves behind deep scars,
my grandfather said. I looked at him, saw the wounds he spoke on his face. I wanted to say something to him, to cheer him up with a psalm, but suddenly there was a banging on the door.
Bang!
Panic.
Oh.
Who could it be at such a late hour?
Who?
Who could...
Help. Help. I need help.
It was a female voice. Mary. What did she want here? She lived at the other end of the village, didn't she? Why? We're coming, my father shouted and rushed to the door. I stood up and followed him. Zarina came rushing out of her room, excited, wanting to see what had happened. Get back, my father hissed, more aggressively than I had expected. But it had the desired effect. She retreated into our room in surprise, almost like a kicked animal. I silently thanked my father. We had to protect Zarina. She was almost an adult, but still, she would always be our little Zarina. Mary's insane look silenced my thoughts. She looked awful, breathing bumpily. There were tears in her eyes.
Help, please. The Popovs.
The Popovs, Sophia's family. What had happened? Mary, you need to calm down.
Come. You have to see it.
She suddenly grabbed me by the arm and dragged me out of the house. Perplexed, I was pulled across the street, my father running close behind me. I could see that something was wrong immediately. The front door of the house was torn open, and some other people had already gathered in front of the door, probably attracted by Mary's screaming.
Perhaps.
Slowly, we approached the house entrance, but people were not looking inside the house. They were looking at something, lying in the tall grass next to the window, discussing agitatedly and seemingly disgusted. What was going on? Alyon was one of the curious people standing there, of course, and suddenly she turned and threw up, trembling. Mary continued to drag me along behind her until we broke through the small cluster of people that had formed in front of the window next to the front door. There lay something. Something that inspired disgust and contempt in me, even before I saw it. It was almost just a piece of misshapen flesh, stinking, twitching. It lay next to a round pit in the ground, while bile-like fluid pulsed from a gaping hole in the side of the object. It was grayish, slimy, with tentacle-like long outgrowths that writhed. But the most horrifying thing was not the sight of the thing or the vile smell of vinegar and rotten eggs that emanated from the lump, but that faint melody. A soft melody that sounded off-key, dull, gurgling, and wrong.
In the
voice
wind.
with which that thing sang, strange songs that sounded almost like humming, was sweet, as bright as a bell, and seemed familiar. I didn't want to admit it. I didn't want to admit to myself what I was hearing. I wanted to cover my ears, wanted to run away, to retreat to a place of silence, but I couldn't. I heard Mary, right behind me, crying.
No, it can't be. I came to see you because of Sasha. But I heard it. I looked, and I had to get help.
My father stepped past me, a long broom in his hand. He approached the end of it towards the thing, slowly trembling. I looked away from the ground into my father's face, not wanting to see. I saw from the corner of my eye how he thrust. I heard him turn the fleshy, ungodly piece of hell on its side. The next few moments seemed like an eternity spent in purgatory. In my mind, I tried to find the way to the Lord, to be close to him, so that he could deliver me from those moments. For darkness is as light to you.
Or darkness is
My
as
father's
light to you.
face became a grimace, and his mouth opened into a blood-curdling scream that contained disgust, hatred, and despair. He was not the only one. Mary fainted. Several collapsed to the floor, like Alyon, or fell to their knees to pray. In my eyes, the melody sounded clearer now. Awfully much clearer. I had to see it. I had to see it. I turned around slowly. I forced myself to look at the floor, at the thing that was under the window. For darkness is as light to you. The something on the floor was tilted on its side. I could now make out on its top, next to the gruesome outgrowths, a human, female mouth with pretty, delicate lips, framed by burnt flesh, humming the gruesome tune. I recognized the voice now. It was Sophia's voice. It was Sophia's mouth. Was that thing the rest of Sophia's body? How did it get here? How did it come to our village? How was that possible? Why was it still alive?
Yeah, so Samuel, the thing is there's a story that tells you pretty much that things are replacing things. So Sophia was probably, before she died, replaced by some a thing that might make her animate beyond death. So the mouth you see here might be the same mouth that was buried by Mikhail and Sasha. So it's the same. Like I'm just gonna say it here. It's the same mouth. Like they buried Sophia's body, and then the body got reanimated through the things taking over stuff and people. And that got here. It tried to, like, the last remnant tried to still go to her parents. It's what happened here. But yeah, it's not that clear in the story. But like that's one of the things you might get from listening to all the stories. I'm just gonna tell you now. So Sophia's mouth is really the mouth of the corpse that just got taken over by the weird thing from space. So.
Oh, Lord. Then, suddenly, the melody stopped. The humming stopped, and the mouth stopped moving. Slowly, as if none of this were real, the fleshy thing began to dissolve. First, it became fine, white dust that blew away. Then, it disappeared completely into the air. All that was left was a slimy puddle.
And by the way, that's also like, it dissolved into white dust that went away. Where have we seen that before? Perhaps there was a certain witness that was dust that was white, so perhaps it was a part of that. But I'm not gonna answer that. Yeah, but I'm gonna hint at that. But yeah. Yeah, she got into frenzy. She certainly got into frenzy, yeah.
We didn't know what to do. Everyone just stood there, stunned, trying to understand, to process the event. What had been there on the floor? Sophia. A piece that was left of her rotting corpse. Or something else.
No.
Alien. Unworldly.
Yes, also alien.
Why had it sung? Why had it hummed? Had the devil taken Sophia from the grave? Had the Lord called her back with his divine voice and summoned her here? Had we seen a miracle of God and just didn't understand it?
No.
I turned around and had to turn away from that slimy eyesore. More and more of the other villagers came streaming in through the half-light of the early evening, confused and frightened. The Lord was testing us. My gaze wandered back to our house, where Zarina was surely cowering in her bed, fearfully trying to ignore the commotion out here. Fortunately, she could not see this place from our room, but only into the small alley that led to the street. I looked at the old barrels that were standing there, the muddy ground. Zarina had said she had seen a demon last night there, right there. It had not looked at her, had been turned away from her. I stumbled. If the demon had not looked into the alley, but in the other direction, then it looked in the direction of Sophia's house. Had it prepared to hunt the Popovs, to drag them into darkness, now that they might have lost faith in the Lord by losing Sophia? That had to be it. I was sure the demons had sent this piece of hell, which mocked and corrupted the Lord's message. The sounds, they had not been the Lord's, but an imitation to beguile Sophia's parents and destroy their faith. Sophia's parents. I winced. Sophia's parents. What was wrong with them? Looking around, I couldn't see them. Has anyone seen the Popovs? I shouted into the crowd. Only horrified faces. No answer to my question. And that was answer enough. The front door of the house was still wide open, and a light was burning inside. They had to be nearby, probably still in the house. The building suddenly seemed distant, the door like the entrance to vents of corruption. But we had to get in. We had to get into the old building and had to find out what exactly had happened to the Popovs. Had the demons taken them? Had they found refuge with the Lord and been saved? Had they escaped unnoticed by everyone? With a deep breath, I started to enter the old wooden house. Why was it I who started to move while the others just stood there, confused? Why was it me who wasn't as intimidated by the thing outside the window and as terrified and disgusted as the others? Was my faith stronger than theirs? Were they all not as devout as I was? No, that couldn't be. It was probably just a coincidence. I had to pull myself together. And next to me, there were now 2 other men who seemed to have had the same thoughts as me, and who now wanted to find out what had happened to the Popov couple. My father and our neighbor, Yuri. The front door seemed more and more like the gateway to strangeness, to godlessness. For darkness is as light to you. The Lord will protect me, protect us. We entered the first room, the living room, which was relatively cluttered with wooden furniture. A rather ugly carpet lay on the wooden floor, and old pictures, apparently self-painted, were emblazoned on the walls.
I got the from
The gas
documentation.
stove had not been cleared for a long time,
documentary.
and cobwebs hung from the wooden beams that ran under the ceiling. The air was stuffy and stale, and the light bulb that emitted a dirty light on the ceiling bathed everything in eerie contrast. On the dining table lay old ceramic plates with food scraps on which some eager flies were now feasting. Another wooden door led to the bedroom, where all 3 Popovs had once spent their nights. Were they still here? They must have heard the noise, the humming. They must have heard the screams. It couldn't be they were still asleep. Impossible. Something had happened. My father's hand was suddenly on my shoulder, and I flinched. He pushed past me and motioned for me to be quiet as he pointed to the bedroom door that was ajar. The floorboards cracked under the carpet as we slowly crept past the reeking dining room table. I didn't know why we were so quiet, why we didn't just call out into the room, but it felt so right.
Yeah.
It felt like there was something in that room that we shouldn't draw attention from.
Yeah, probably.
Finally, we'd reached the door. Sweating, my father put his hand on the handle. I could still hear the chatter of the others outside the house, yet the voices seemed distant, as if they came from far away. For darkness is as light to you. The Lord would protect us. He would save us all. Slowly, my father gripped the handle. Then he pulled the door open. I could see nothing. Only darkness. Only blackness. As if the room in front of us was no longer in this world. Vicious, hellish. A deep darkness lay before us. Flashlight, Yuri murmured, standing behind me, handing me a long object. I let the cone of light travel across the floor and into the bedroom. For a moment, I thought that the light would not penetrate, that it would be engulfed by eternal blackness. But nothing of the sort happened. The cone moved across the threshold and then across the old floor of the bedroom. At first, I was relieved, happy that the Lord's protection had been with us. But then, my father yelped. We all finally crowded into the adjoining room, and with growing horror, I let the light cone slide across the bedroom. There was nothing left. Nothing at all. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, everything looked like it had been sanded down. The wooden beams that held up the ceiling were gone. There were no pictures hanging on the walls, and no beds to be seen. But it had been the bedroom. Of that, I was sure. But the room, with all its contents, seemed to have simply vanished.
Yeah, and I hope you know what makes things vanish absolutely completely, like a knothole in a tree. Or a city in the dark, anyway.
How was that possible? Were the Popovs here when everything disappeared? Is that why we didn't hear them? I got goosebumps. I had to escape from this unholy, godless place. The dark forces that had been at work here, too, had brought hell once more. Had burned out this room with purgatory. I gulped and turned around. I quickly pushed past the other 2 and hurried out of the house. Outside, I had to brace myself on my knees and take a deep breath. Sweat was pouring into my eyes.
What happened to them? What was that?
Mary sat, not far away, her face still pale. Others were also looking at me questioningly. I felt the fear around me, felt their doubts. I had to reassure them, but how?
Now it gets a bit nasty.
They're gone. In the house, the bedroom is gone. Gone. The Lord must have taken them. I must have sensed their grief. Bullshit, Mary exclaimed bitterly. Before I could think clearly, I had gone to her and grabbed her rudely by the collar, pulling her to her feet. I shook her as she gasped in fright.
Yeah.
They were devout, pious, and they lost their daughter. What else could have happened? What? Can't you once give a succor to people without taking away their hope with your ungodly remarks? I yelled at her as she choked and began to turn blue. My father tore me away from her and slapped me in the face. I slumped, stars in front of my eyes and a roaring in my ears. Get a hold of yourself, Ela. You too, Mary. All of you, pull yourselves together. He then roared into the crowd, furious. We can't let them see doubt. The Lord has been protecting this village since we've shown him that we trust him. So, trust him. Don't get carried away with sinful thoughts like anger or contempt. Hold on to your faith, or the demons, well... He broke off, exhausted. We knew what he was about to say. I'm sorry, Mary. I didn't mean to, I murmured, distressed. It's okay, she said, but looked at me with disgust. I wanted to tell you because of Sasha. That's why I was here in the first place, before I smelled that thing. I wanted to tell you that he was feeling better and would like to have a drink with you. But I don't care what you do now. Just get away from me. With that, she got up and walked away. I remained sitting there in the street, in the mud, my head still throbbing. I tasted warm blood. Apparently, my nose had been injured. Someone handed me a towel. What do you want to do now? Yuri asked. Go to Sasha. Have a drink so that you forget your bitter thoughts. My father said bitterly, but pity also resonated in his voice, barely audible. I got up, spat on the floor, and went to Sasha's, leaving my father and my exhausted neighbors behind.
Yeah, I like this situation where he like chokes Mary. I wanted that to feel like something he just does because he snaps. No, because you don't do that. And Mary is not that like the way Mary is portrayed. Yeah, she's a piece of work, but only because it's from his perspective. So he might not be, she might not be a piece of work. So yeah, what's going on there, you know? And he slaps her or whatever, chokes her, and then his father like slaps him and says to him, "Yeah, mate, what the fuck are you doing right now?" And he's starting to get a hold of himself, and yeah, he goes to his friend. Let's go.
Part 4. Rapture.
Last part.
Sasha's small room was brightly lit. He was sitting on a stool with a half-full bottle of vodka in his hand, grinning almost stupidly. When I entered the room, he pointed to a glass on the table in front of him. There, Ela, there. Drink with me. What's wrong, Sasha? Why are you so happy? I wanted to know. I wasn't entirely comfortable at the sight of him, but I still felt sick, and my nose hurt. So, did Mary find you? I think I love her.
I think a drink is always good.
He sighed, put the bottle to his lips, and took a big swig. When he held the bottle out to me, I thought about it for a moment, but then I took it gratefully and let the good drink run down my throat. It burned a little, but at least it numbed my other aches and pains. You love her? You sure? She doesn't trust God, I opined. Yes, she does. She assured me she did.
Didn't she? Since I've been back, she's always been with me, nurturing me. Such a good soul. You just have to get to know her better. And persistent she is as well, if you know what I mean. What a catch. And such a beauty.
He hiccuped and smiled even wider. Sasha, I just had a little altercation with her. I gave her a bit of a rough ride.
Yeah, and by the way, I wanted that to be clear. I wanted him to immediately tell him that he just like hit his girlfriend, whatever, because I think that's important. You should always be like honest with your mate. I think that's my belief, and that's why I wrote that in. Like he immediately tells him, like, yeah, I had a altercation, was bad, and I want to tell you because I don't want to lose your trust. I want to be straight with you in all of these things. That's why I wrote this this way.
His expression darkened. Don't worry, I didn't hurt her, I hastily assured.
Well, if you say so, I believe you. You're the most God-fearing of the two of us. You wouldn't hurt a fly, would you? Neither would I. Did she hit you back, and that's why you look like that?
Sasha had regained his composure and was now laughing at my bloody nose. No, my father. He was there. We were all confused.
I agree, yeah. I tried to be diplomatic.
Silence. I couldn't tell him, could I? He had already been so badly affected if I started talking about demons now. But I just had to tell him. The Popovs have been taken by the things. My words echoed uncomfortably in the room. Sasha took another swig and slammed the bottle down on the table. Not even the vodka could calm him down.
It just can't be. Why won't they leave us alone? We haven't done anything.
Maybe that's why, I said, thoughtfully.
Yes, maybe that's why, but I don't want to talk about it. Not now that I've finally gotten closure to Mary.
Again, we were silent. It was uncomfortable for me, especially after what had happened earlier. I didn't want to tell Sasha about that room, nor about the gruesome lump under the window.
Hila,
Sasha suddenly said, carefully. He smiled a little, looked into my eyes and made sure that I was listening to him attentively.
Hila, I think there's a piece of God around here, close to the village.
What? What had he just said? A piece of God? What was it supposed to mean? What do you mean by that?
Just a feeling. I've had it for a while, but couldn't place it. Maybe that's why the demons are here, looking for it. For the peace of the Lord that's here, somewhere. Looking for it.
That was the last thing Sasha said that day, before the alcohol sent him into a deep sleep. I didn't stay with him much longer, and soon got up and staggered home through the muddy streets. As I fell into my bed, half drunk, the world a whirlpool of impressions, I couldn't help think of the Lord and of Mary. Why was she allowed to act out her unholy thoughts, to pretend and subvert our faith? Why didn't she just disappear and move away? She should have gone to the cities. I heard that there were many unbelievers there, or people who worshipped other gods, human, false gods. Why didn't she leave?
Tell me, what do you mean? What is not right? I'm interested. There are several things that are absolutely not right here. But what do you mean? Which one? What do you think is not right? There are several things I wrote in that are deliberately not quite right. So I'm just gonna wait for your comment. Gonna drink some water. I'm thirsty. But I'm not changed by some alien force, so anyway. Yeah, a piece of God. I wanted to put it like the story is called "My Village Was Haunted by God," so that's the piece of God I refer to. Of course, I don't really mean a piece of God. I don't mean a real piece of God, but he thinks it is. That's the yeah. Copy to paste. It's the other way around. There is uranium, and they think that's why it happens, but it happens because of something else. But there's something else because of. Is it English? I don't know. I hope it transports the message. The uranium, yeah, it's not because of the uranium. They think it's because of the uranium, but they think it's because of the uranium other than something, and the something is important. So whatever happened in the last story that they attributed to the uranium is happening here as well. And they attributed to God here. So yeah, the deep might be the deep that's coming on. The deep will take a different shape now. It's gonna be very soon that the deep takes another shape. And it's the same thing as the deep. I would call it the deep in this story as well, but it would not fit. Because the person narrating here is like a very zealous, like he's a zealot. So he wouldn't call it the deep, he would call it a piece of God, but it's the same thing, so let's go!
Surely she could just go with one of the vans that picked up our grain and took it to the cities. I prayed to the Lord for help, for succor, for guidance. She was now Sasha's girlfriend. She would stay here. Maybe Sasha could convert her, show her that the Lord was true and great. Surely she could be saved. I had to believe in it. Then it would happen. My faith was strong, after all. Slowly, I slipped into confused dreams. I ran through the woods, which seemed strange and distant, saw the demons, was chased by them. The next morning, there was a knock at the door. It was Sunday, so for once I didn't have to go to the fields or to the carpenter's workshop. I could devote myself to our own garden and cut the grass. I had wanted to work the garden with Zarina to get her mind off things for some time now, but the pounding on our door dissuaded me from those plans. Outside stood Sasha, cheerful, unusually cheerful, grinning at me.
Hila, come on. I know now,
he said excitedly.
What's wrong?
Called my mother, who had just come out of my parents' bedroom. Nothing. Sasha's here, I shouted. What do you know now? I then wanted to know from my friend.
The feeling. I know where it comes from. I know where God is. He is near. Let's go there. Come on. Let's find him.
Sasha whispered enthusiastically,
Yeah,
so that only
that's
I
creepy.
could hear him.
Find
A
God,
thousand
that's
thoughts
creepy.
rushed through my head. Have my prayers helped? Has the Lord come to us? Was Sasha right? I had to know. The peace in Sasha's eyes fueled my eagerness. Let's go, I shouted excitedly. After briefly parting words to my parents, we ran off.
Yes,
Sasha
such a good
ahead,
idea,
me
that's true.
close behind.
The worst idea.
Our way took us across the village, over the dusty road, and finally into the forest. My side hurt, and branches whipped my face, but the smell of nature inspired me. Soon we broke through some bushes and reached a clearing. Sasha stopped, laughed, and took a deep breath. At first, I couldn't see anything unusual. We had often played here when we were little. The ground was sandy, and the roots of the nearby trees were sprawled into the clearing, so you had to be careful not to fall. Everything was like before. But then, an uneasy feeling welled up in my heart. Something was wrong. Something was incredibly wrong. Then, I saw it, not far away next to a fallen tree.
Now it
There
comes.
was a hole in the ground. I had no doubt that the uneasy feeling came from that little piece of darkness that was there in front of me. The hole wasn't particularly wide, maybe 5 thumb widths in diameter, but after only a few inches, there was nothing but darkness and blackness inside. The hole did not go down into the earth at an angle, but dropped straight in, steeply down. I didn't know what to make of it, but it scared me. Just looking at it was hard, and I didn't dare approach it any further. It was just there, in the sand, not far from the roots and the fallen tree, inconspicuous, but if you had noticed it. The hole seemed to soak up the surroundings and draw the eye.
Come closer. Do you see it?
Sasha asked me. He now had an uncomfortable glare in his eyes, staring at the hole with a smile.
Isn't it beautiful?
I didn't know what to say.
Yeah,
That
it's so
wretched
beautiful.
hole in the ground was the worst thing I had ever seen. How could Sasha talk about beauty? How could he talk about this gateway to the eternal abyss, this little ghastly gateway, and call it beautiful? How could he claim that there was a piece of the Almighty Lord there? It almost felt like blasphemy. He slowly walked towards it, and finally knelt in front of it. I got a tremendous fear. Fear that he would fall in, although it was much too small for that. Afraid that hands and claws would break out and grab him.
Come closer,
Sasha murmured again. He looked dreamy.
I felt this yesterday. This was it. This is the peace of God I was talking about. It's really here. The Lord is with us, Ela.
Was he right? Had he really found a piece of heaven? It looked so evil, so dark. But maybe I was wrong. I could at least take a look at it. As I began to walk towards it, I noticed with each step that an unnameable panic was growing inside me.
Yeah, I was
It
good
was as
as
if my
well.
subconsciousness was pulling me away from this little hole, as if something inside me was warning me of the horrors that were hiding deep below. Gasping, I broke out in a sweat of fear. I shivered, unable to stay on my feet, and sat down, maybe 3 meters away. Was I not worthy? Had my dark thoughts, which kept coming up, angered the Lord, and he was keeping me away from his splendor, which shone out of the ground over there, black and cold? Sasha was not affected. On the contrary, he seemed content and happy. The way he squatted there and stared down as if he could see paradise itself.
I'm sorry. I'm just exhausted. Maybe I still have a hangover from the vodka. I'm really sorry.
I apologized.
Yeah, tell him.
Sasha looked
Tell him.
disappointed, but understanding.
All right. I get it. But it's so nice. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. I think I need to go home. I have to take care of Zarina today. But we'll talk later,
Yeah,
okay?
Paradise. It's gonna
Yes.
be much more fucked
Sasha
up
said,
now.
and fell silent.
It's gonna get worse.
His gaze went steeply downward,
Gonna get worse,
and I
I
could
can
hear him
promise you
singing
that.
praises. I turned around and slowly walked away. When I finally left the clearing behind me, I began to run. My instincts drove me away from that hellish little mall. I ran and ran, my mind racing until I was in front of our gate and could calm down. I had to forget that hole. Had to forget that not far away gaped an unspeakable abyss that...
Okay, just, I know I interrupted. Just for a warning, I think personally this is gonna be a lot worse now. So there's something up that's worse than what we had before. So just a warning.
seemed to swallow everything good. I distracted myself by tending the garden with Zarina. We were silent, both knowing that things were happening that we could not explain.
Ela, do you think the Lord is angry with us? Because we didn't go looking for the angel right away. Maybe we could have protected it. Maybe... I'm afraid it's all my fault. I could have told the angel about our village in the dream. Then maybe it wouldn't have... I think this is all my fault. I'm afraid.
Zarina suddenly said, while pulling a bush of weeds from the soil.
No, it's not your fault. We have to trust in the Lord. Everything will be all right. You have a good heart. The Lord knows it. He will protect us. Maybe there are more unbelievers than we know.
Maybe that's why they're being taken. This is a test, and with your goodness, it is certain that you will pass it. I tried to reassure her. Will you pass it? She asked. I froze inside.
Yeah, that's the line
Yes,
I wanted to give.
I will pass it too. I won't leave you alone, after all. I reassured her. We continued to work in silence, but my mind raced. Was the Lord testing us? Would the dark thoughts in my soul betray me and drive me into the arms of the demons as well? I had to be more pious. I had to protect Zarina and stand by her. Murder the darkness in me. The piece of Satan that slumbers in all people. Ela, I need your help. The voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I looked up, blocking the midday sun with my dirty hands to see who had addressed me.
Yeah,
But somehow,
now it's gonna get
I
bad.
had already knew.
It's gonna get really bad
Mary's
now.
face looked like she had been through hell. She had her mouth pressed together, and her eyes were watery again. I know we're not friends. I know you don't like me, and I don't like you. But Sasha, he needs our help.
That's worthy of
I don't
getting
know what
eaten,
else to
yeah.
do.
True though, yeah.
She chose her words carefully, but I could hear the tremor in her voice. Yes, I'm coming. At least she could have stopped feigning friendliness. Maybe she could be saved after all. Come, she murmured, turning around. I followed her. We walked in silence, but I already knew where our path would lead us. When we broke through the thicket and stepped into the devilish clearing, I let out a startled scream. My guts tightened, and fear grew inside me. Sasha was sitting there by the hole, but the hole had grown larger. It now measured almost a meter. The darkness that shone out of it appeared filled with ungodly horrors and eternal emptiness. What had happened?
Ela, you're here too. Look, the Lord, he has grown. He is there for us. I have already shown him to Mary too. I am so happy that she has brought you. Now you also see the full beauty of the Lord.
He grinned, turning his gaze only briefly in my direction before again staring into the eternal blackness.
Sasha, come away from there. Come back to the village.
Mary cried. She looked at me, seeking help.
Please, get him out of there before he falls.
She murmured in my direction. I took a step forward, but fear paralyzed me. Mary seems to be fighting it as well, but I also saw that her love for Sasha, so fresh, so strong, was propelling her forward through the terror. She had already come very close to him when her legs gave out too.
Please, darling, come home,
she begged. Sasha didn't seem to hear her. Saliva ran out of his mouth. He stared into the depths.
Darling, come away from this devil's hole.
Mary shouted at him, her voice shaking. Thunderstruck, he turned around, anger on his face.
This is a piece of the Lord. How dare you deny it and associate it with Satan? Take that back, he shouted.
Sasha, darling, this is not a place of the Lord. It is dangerous. It changed you.
Mary tried to talk sense into him. Sasha's gaze became hard, his face like a mask. Madness was blazing in his eyes. Slowly, barely audibly, he hissed, driven by a rising, indescribable hatred that twisted my guts.
Ela was right. He was right about everything. You are not a believer. You are not pious. You are not on the Lord's side. Did they send you? Are you on their side? Are you a demon just in disguise?
His gaze seemed dead, his eyes fixed on Mary.
No, darling, no. I didn't mean that. I meant...
Mary stammered, completely thrown off course by Sasha's mood swing. She backed away a few steps, looking around for help.
Suddenly, she tripped over an old root in which her graceful red dress had gotten caught. She stumbled backwards and hit the ground hard. A painful whimper escaped her. Sasha did not care. He seemed changed, suddenly smiling sinisterly,
Changed!
standing up.
But maybe you can be saved. Maybe I could save you. I love you, no matter what the vile things wander in your heart. The Lord is kind, and so am I.
Please, Sasha, darling, please, let's go together. Let's just go home and be together. Let's be together, just the two of us.
Mary screamed. Tears smeared her eyeshadow, and it looked like tar had poured out of her eyes. I wanted to help her, but I was too scared.
The two of us. You know we are never just the two of us. The Lord is always with us. How can I possibly teach you that? How can I make you understand His greatness so that you don't have to sleazily pretend to serve Him anymore? Yes, I know. I will show you. You will see.
Slowly, purposefully, he strode towards us. She was still whimpering, seemed completely overwhelmed and abandoned by her muscles. Sasha's wide grin and his widened eyes made him
I
look
hate
like a
this
lunatic.
scene. I hated writing
When he
it.
had reached Mary, he squatted down in front of her. He looked at her and stroked her hair gently.
Please, let's go home. I love you.
Yeah, this is one of the worst things they've
The
written,
Lord
I
is
think.
here. Over there.
Sasha said, pointing to the hole not far from him that led into vicious eternity.
I'll show you. Come on.
He murmured and took Mary's hand, planning to pull her to her feet.
Wait, no,
She cried as her eyes looked to where she had pointed and saw the patch of darkness on the ground.
no, I want to leave with you. That over there is hell. That's the end of all things.
She panicked. Suddenly, Sasha grabbed her. The hands that had just been stroking Mary's hair now clawed at it. Startled and in pain, she cried out and tried to loosen his grip, but she could not.
No, you're hurting me. Sasha, you're hurting me. Please.
She screamed in pain, but he ignored her.
I hated
With a
this.
jerk, he began to pull her towards the hole. She tried to hold on to the ground, to grab something on the dry floor with her fingers, but she only tore her hands open. She shrieked and flailed, trying to find a foothold to get up, but Sasha dragged her away by her hair like a wet sack. I was frozen. The young woman slithered across the floor, being pulled steadily, relentlessly. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they had reached the hole. Mary lay on her stomach, trying to hold herself up, crying and shrieking as Sasha pulled her head over the abyss and held her there. Her face was now hovering over the void, and she was forced to look down.
Look at it. There. There is the Lord. There is paradise.
Sasha purred dreamily. I saw Mary try to turn her head, saw her eyes widen incredulously and full of panic and disgust, almost faintly from fear of what she saw. Sasha held her in place with an iron grip.
No, please. That is not paradise. That is the end. Hell.
She gasped. A scream escaped Sasha, enraged.
Heretic! You wretched heretic!
He kicked her in the back, and she yelped. I had to intervene. I had to help her. But she was my neighbor, even though a dark part of me loathed her. But defeating that part was what I had to do. I had to help her. But I couldn't. Fear still paralyzed me, made my limbs freeze uselessly.
But you'll realize, once you have descended into the hole, you'll know.
Sasha purred softly.
I love you. I want you to experience paradise. I want you to experience it. Even though you are a wretched heretic, you deserve the Lord's mercy. Once you are in the hole, You will thank me. When Mary
Oh,
realized his
okay.
intention, she began to flail even more wildly. No, help, help. Her gaze found mine. I saw her struggling, fighting for her life, her soul. I stood up, fought the fear. I was her neighbor. I had to help her, but I could hardly move. The fear of the eternity of the hole made me sluggish, useless, and my steps were too slow. When Mary realized that I would not be with her in time, when she understood what was going to happen, humanity left her eyes, her face. Her otherwise beautiful features became a grimace of terror, and she made indescribable sounds that included despair and unbridled fear. Sasha pushed her forward, while Mary was still kicking, no longer driven by sense, but instinct. I was too late. Her center of gravity crossed the edge. She toppled forward. The scream she let out as she slid into the deep black continued for what seemed like an eternity. I stared at the maw, stared at the deep void that gaped there in the floor. Sasha just squatted there, looking down. Prayed, thanked the Lord for having given Mary salvation and paradise for having been allowed to send her there. I approached slowly, the hole always in sight. The fear of the darkness grew with each step.
Wow.
What had Mary
This
felt when
is
she had
getting
descended?
me. Even though
Was
I
she still
wrote it,
falling?
holy shit. This
Was she
is really
falling through
bad.
the hellish darkness?
You reasoned
Would she
so
hit the bottom
brilliantly.
in purgatory, or would she always fall? Always falling, while her fear and dread grew with each meter, while each additional second drove her more insane. Hila, thank you. You believed in me. You didn't stop me and give her what many want more than anything. I know you didn't like her, but thank you for your kindness. She is now traveling, descending to the Lord. Sasha said, softly, and turned his head to me. I understand it completely now. This hole, it is my hole. The Lord, He is calling for me. The Lord has always called for me. His honeyed voice rings in the darkness. I love Him. I love Him and His goodness. I love Him for allowing me to take Mary into this hole. My hole. He made it just for me. He made it just for me, this hole to heaven, to paradise. Thank you, my friend. I will go to Him now. Before I could respond, he allowed himself to topple forwards and, smiling, his eyes happily closed, he too fell into the depths and disappeared. No, I screamed. What had I done? Why had I let it come to this? Were Mary and he now with the Father? Or had something deceived them? The hole, it had to be from the demons. It had to. This fear that one felt near it, this fear, it could not be anything else. And it was a gate to hell, and it had taken my friend. Just like the others on that pilgrimage, just like Sophia's parents. And I had done nothing. I fell to my knees and began to cry. Why? Why was all of this happening? Why? I hit the ground. Dust swirled up, and my hand began to hurt. I didn't care. I didn't care about anything. This hole, this cursed hole, it... I looked up, and it was gone. The hole was gone. Where it had once been, there was only smooth soil in front of me. Inconspicuous, as if the damn thing had never existed. As if it hadn't just taken my best friend and his lover. That piece of filth. I took a deep breath. For darkness is as light to you. What did the Lord want from us? Why did he allow the demons to torment us and send us their tools of hell? Were we not pious? Was I not pious? Or was I poisoned without knowing it? Corrupt at heart and not worthy of the Lord's love? Why had I not felt enough charity for Mary to overcome my fear? Had that been a test I had failed? No, it couldn't be. Desperate, I got up and made my way home, staggering away. I was unbearably thirsty. I had to drink something.
Yeah, hint.
I said nothing at dinner and went to bed early. I was afraid that that hole would open up under my bed and swallow me, that the demons would come for me. I almost went insane, tossing and turning in bed, yearning for something to drink. "Are you all right?" Zarina suddenly murmured in the darkness. "Zarina, sleep. Everything's fine. Everything's fine." "What about Mary? I haven't seen her since you left at noon today. When you came back, I knew something had happened, but I didn't want to disturb you. I can tell you're feeling terrible. What happened?" The image of a beautiful woman falling through eternal darkness, yawing, being torn apart and put back together by demons, forever fading away in pain, cut through my thoughts. Nothing. They're out of town for a few days. Sasha was in a bad mood, and I helped them pack up some things and finally fix Sasha's old car, just like Dad showed me. All is well. I knew she didn't believe me. I didn't need to see her face for that. We were silent, and the fear came back. Half asleep, I dreamt of the clearing. It was colorless, dreary, smelled artificial, and there was the hole leading to unspeakable depths. It had opened again. Would it swallow me? If I fell into it now, in my dream, would I wake up again? Was it just a mirage, or something else?
Hila, you didn't help me. You didn't save me and left me to the depths of the Lord.
Okay, Nathan.
It wasn't my hole. It wasn't meant for me.
Oh,
Mary's distorted voice reached my ears.
I did this so perfectly.
It wafted among the trees, but I knew where it originally came from, whispering from the depths of the earth before me. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I had to look toward the hole. It was hard to make out, barely visible. And then, a hand poked out of the hole, jerkily feeling the earth at the edge. Finally found a hold. A second arm followed, twitching. I couldn't believe it. This was all my fault. Slowly, terribly slowly, Mary crawled out of the hole. What was left of her? Her hair was disheveled, her eyes insanely large, her lips gleamed blood red at me. Her washed-out makeup made her look undead. Twitching, slavering, she crawled towards me. Again, I was rooted to the spot. Again, fear paralyzed me. I had to wake up, had to get away. She crawled closer. I smelled her stench, the stench of evil. She fixed me with her devilish eyes, with her hellish grin. Finally, she was with me, grabbing me by the ankles, pulled me to the ground. I couldn't do anything. I wanted to fight back, but the dream wouldn't let me. Slowly, her face right in front of mine, horrible and alien, she laughed, defiled me with her foul-smelling saliva. She clung to me, hugging me tightly. Her mad, melodic voice reached my ears.
I will show you what you have done to me. I'll show you what it means to fall into a hole not meant for you. Such terrors.
Oh, wow.
With that, she pulled me ahead,
I know,
further
that's
ahead
so
to the
good.
piece of miserable blackness on the ground. Why couldn't I wake up? What would I experience falling into the depth of the earth? Would I go mad? Mary's shell laughed, dragging me onward, and the fear and dread of the blackness overwhelmed me. Then, the light. I was startled out of sleep. I don't know exactly when it came, but all at once I knew that everything was going to be all right. I had the feeling of paradise in my heart. I knew at once that God had not abandoned me. He was with me, that he loved me, just as I had always known. The Lord was with me. The Lord was near. He was so close. I stayed awake and content in bed for the rest of the night. The next morning, after breakfast, I left the house, went to the garden. I knew the Lord was near. I knew it. I felt it. Felt him. And there he was, behind the old, dilapidated woodshed in the weeds. There, I saw God. A small, black hole at the bottom of which lay paradise. I had been such a fool. Ela, the Lord is here, my neighbor called over the fence, happily. I tore myself away from the deep blackness that prophesies an eternity of happiness and strode to the garden fence. Old Yuri stood there in his worn-out work clothes, a rake in his hand, staring at something at his feet. There, I glimpsed a disgust that I didn't want to dwell on. Something horrible was there in the ground. That's wonderful, I said curtly, and turned away. I couldn't stand to stare there. I looked again at the hole gaping in the grass behind me. So beautiful. It was maybe 10 centimeters wide, and I probably wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't felt it suddenly there. Suddenly, I knew it was my hole. The Lord had sent it to me. He had been testing me for the past few weeks, and now I was being rewarded. I would go to him. Had we misunderstood? Had they not been demons, but angels, the beings who had sent us the darkness? Had it all been a test of faith? Was that why people had stepped into the blackness between the trees? Mikhail and the others? Had the Lord taken the Popovs after they had prayed and begged? Had there not been a demon standing by the road, but a messenger of God watching over the Popovs? Had he protected them from the piece of hell that had taken Sophia's flesh? Had we got it all wrong? Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. I am happy now. I am writing these words so that maybe you can know about my happiness. I believe that the rapture is coming. That this hole, which appeared to Sasha, which now appears to me, and also to the neighbor. These holes, I believe that they will take us all to heaven. Because we believed in the Lord for all these years, because we were all pious. There is a hole for everyone. Yes, I think everyone gets their hole. Their hole. I'm sure everyone will know their own hole. Will know that God is there. Maybe that's why Sasha's hole scared me so much, because it was not mine. I dread to think of descending into the wrong hole. What would happen? I'm scared. I know that terrible things will happen if you don't go into the light. Mary. I'm all right. Everything is all right. The hole is calling me. I know now that not hell is down there. It is God. For darkness is as light to you. I may have always known. It's calling to me. I always knew it. Darkness is the light of the Lord, for darkness is as light to him. Divine darkness. The darkness calls. The eternal darkness in the hole of the Lord will be my salvation. I am in good health. I am in good mental health.
I will be even better soon. I will be eternally happy. My family, my parents, Zarina, I am sure they will follow me soon. They will also participate in this rapture. It takes a load off of my mind to know that Zarina will also get her own hole. It will be prepared for her. She will also ascend to the Lord, ascend into the eternal depths. I will now go to it. Goodbye.
Yeah, so thank you for listening. So that was the final story of the Russian ones. Yeah, like the last one, it's like I didn't know if I should have written it this way, but I think I'm pretty happy with it because I wanted to make people question about belief, because I like I'm a believer, like I'm Christian, and I want to be I'm transparent about that, but I'm still a scientist as well, you know. So this mixes up, and I know there like belief and whatever you say in the world are very complicated. And I think I wanted to write people that got too much caught up in belief, because the thing is, I know what happens. Like the background story, I know what happens, and I think you probably know what happened as well. Like the holes. And I'm perhaps I'm spoiling it, but it's the deep. Of course, it's the same thing that happened in story 2. It's exactly the same thing. And why were they pulled into the hole? Because yeah, and I hope I don't spoil too much, and I hope I don't. I hope I'm not an A-bag by doing this, but the thing is exactly like one of the last things he says, yeah, I'm feeling thirsty. So obviously it's been replaced. So the deep has been appearing, and I'm just gonna say it like that. The deep has been appearing when people feel replaced. That's all I'm gonna say about it. And I think that's pretty obvious from there. So he was feeling replaced, Sasha was feeling thirsty, so he was probably replaced. That is deep stuff, whatever it is, seems to work to eliminate people that feel replaced, which is perhaps good. But the way it's done is obviously not good, so yeah. Anyway, I hope you like this one. Like, I wrote this for today. I wrote this story for today to be the last story of the Russian ones. There's one more Russian story I haven't put on today because, like, it's just too long. All in all, like, it's Evil Report. What is it? 13. So Evil Report 13 will explain to you more about the people changed. Like this central thing and why they are thirsty and stuff. That's in Evil Report 13. So if you want to know more about that, yeah, look at that. And I'm actually gonna look at the comments because I know they're pretty mixed. Like there are people who say it's stupid, like this story is stupid. So let's just go. So we have 98 comments on it, and newest first. So let's just go. So. Oh, okay. I see. So there's one person saying, and please don't go to any people that might have negative things to say, and tell them F off. Like, you know, I'm. It's pretty important to me to get the negative views and just like them, perhaps. So let's see what they're saying. Yeah, that's I like this one. Like, he gets it. He really gets it. Like, that's the way I wanted to portray it. Because, like, you know, I'm Christian as well. And I don't want to say that. I think that's the wrong way to say it. Like, I'm a believer. Like, I like other religions as well. Like, I love every religion. Like, every religious story, I love them. Like, the Quran or Hinduism, I love those stories. Because I think there's a lot of value in those. But I wanted to show that if you go too much on them and if you rely on them, you might get effed. And he got it, yeah. Okay,
This strange tale was posted in
okay, some Swedish guy liked it. Yeah, and by the way, his voice acting, that was just on par. Just on par. Yeah, cover the pace. I agree. Like boring stuff, and I thought about that as well because I got very depressed a bit. Not very. Like I got a bit depressed when people said that this is boring because I think it is. Because if you haven't heard the other two stories, it might really be boring. But I think it's a good send off to the Russian story universe. You know, because this is meant to be the last story of the Russian universe, like leading it all together, like what happened there, and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, his narration is really good. His narration is like 7 par, yeah. Yeah, this guy, like, that's exactly right. He dislikes the main character. I want you to do that. Like, I wanted to... And I think I don't know if I managed it. I wanted to write a main character that is a dick, but you understand humanity side of him, the humanity side of him. Like I specifically introduced his sister to make him feel like, yeah, he's a dick, but he cares about his sister a lot. So I hope that came across. I don't know. Okay, he says amazing. I don't know if he means the story. I can't, yeah. I hope everyone gets, yeah, I don't know. I hope everyone gets it as well. Yeah. I love this guy. Yeah, he got it. And that's the one I was going for as well in the end. When I said he's descending into heaven. That was exactly, yeah. Oh, so cool. I didn't think someone would get it. That's exactly what I was going for. Like descending into heaven, you should have every alarm clock like ringing there because you can't descend into heaven. I think I'm gonna reply. I think I'm gonna tell him, yeah. Let's say. Oh yeah, I mixed those two up. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, copy the pasty. By the way, Lovecraft, like, I don't know, Lovecraft is my hero. I know he has had some stuff that you might find from a modern perspective very divisive and whatever, and I agree with the modern perspective, like he did some shit stuff in his letters and stuff, but I don't care. Like the way he wrote stuff, he was a brilliant mind. And I think you have to get into a story to really get the horror feeling, because you saw it when I reacted to the videos before. Like we watched some stuff before and I said it's boring because you didn't have anything there. So that's, yeah. Oh, he says a nice love story. And by the way as well, I'm thinking about saving Mary. I've got some ideas to save Mary. I might save her because Mary is my second favorite character in all of my stories. Save for Etrushka. Because Mary is pure. And the thing is with Mary, the way I wrote her, like it is the perspective of this dickhead. I'm sorry to call him that. Like I know how Mary normally is. Mary is a pure person. She's just not in the way, in the line of thinking that the main character is. And Mary is supposed to be a truly good person, and she gets the bad end of the stick because that's what zealots do. Like they, you know what I mean? But I like Mary, so she might be back. I think I'm gonna tell him. Yeah, because the depth, the deep, like it was one of the first things I thought up because I exactly know what the deep is. Like it's pretty clear. Like I have the rules and everything for the deep setup. But I hope that in these stories it's like it appears to be random, though it's not. Like the deep is very very clearly defined for me. Yeah, like this one. I think this is one I read, and I agree. Like it's like, and I don't know. Is this because they didn't listen to the other stories? You know what I mean? Because I hope the dialogue has a lot of meaning for people who, yeah. Oh, Samuel's going. I didn't see that. Oh yeah, Samuel. Please have a great night. So I think we should close off this part of the evening, and I'm just gonna go into scary games, perhaps. Yeah, I think that's good. I think I'm gonna respond to this one as well. Yeah. Samuel, have a happy Halloween. Have a very happy Halloween. And yeah, we'll see each other perhaps Thursday on the Tower of God stream and otherwise on the Wheel of Time things. Yeah. And by the way, I love the guy who narrates this. Like, if I would pay for this, it wouldn't be better. And I know because in my profession, like, I try to do explanation videos for physics phenomenon and so on. And if you pay people to narrate that, that's very expensive. So the like that he does it for free. Man, such a great guy. And yeah, I've read this one as well, by the way. So he says children couldn't, all children could read in the Soviet Union. I suspected, but I wasn't sure. So I tried to look it up, but apparently I failed. So everyone could read. So I wrote this in with the grandpa being from another country with the background because I wasn't sure if Soviet children could read. But yeah, if I would edit it, I would leave that part I would just leave it out. So. But the thing is, with these stories, I absolutely like. By the way, I love Russia. Like a friend of mine, he's Russian, and I know in these times, you should. I mean, you should be careful to talk about this, but I don't care and give a fuck. So one of my best, like not best friends, but one of my friends is Russian. Like I'm German, so just to give you context. And he's a great guy, and he says that, yeah, man, they do some shit right now. And he doesn't agree, and many don't agree, and they don't. They're a bit afraid to voice their opinions over in that country. And I don't want to get political. I will not. I'm just gonna tell you because that's what he tells me, and he's a very reliable person. So not a lot of good stuff there, but like I read the Gulag Archipel Gulag or whatever it's called. I read that. I loved that book. I found it harrowing, and I want to do a bit of work to like tell people how horrid people like other humans can be through the stories as well. That's why there are these the fields of death in the story we just heard, and also these mines where he found the body that got reanimated, but he found this place where there were experiments done on people, obviously, and they were done on real people. And I just I don't want to be silent on that. I just incorporated it into the story. So yeah, and I'm just gonna tell him. I think perhaps he's gonna tell me something. Yeah, the problem is I really do get their point. That's one thing I really want people to do. Like if there's a historical inaccuracies in my stories, point it out always. Because I don't want to misrepresent stuff. Because that's important to me. Like there's so much stuffering in history and all of that. So I try to shine a light on that. And I don't want to do it in a way that yeah, this is these people, extra people are bad. I know people are bad and people are good. And some people are bad, some people are good. And I never want to go beyond that, because every characteristic you might ascribe to the people that do bad or good will skew the impression of people, and that will be harmful to this discussion, I think, nowadays. So yeah, but like I said, I read Gulag Archipel, was one of the most harrowing books I read, and that's why I work with that in the stories. And I fail a lot probably, and they tell me oh no, better way. Anyway, they tell me a lot, and I'm glad for, I'm glad for that. It's nothing where I say, but I wrote it this way. No, they're right. So I could have written it differently, and I should have, but yeah. Oh, he said good ass stories, so apparently some people liked it. That's good. Yeah, he said he said it was dry and whatever, and I get that. I think the story is very dry if you don't or if you are not into horror that is not horror that's psychological, and not horror that's building up. I hope, but that's in your face. I've got a story that's in your face that I'm gonna publish soon, but yeah. Yeah, I think this one as well I read. He says the setups led nowhere. And it doesn't lead anywhere in the story. I agree with him. I agree with him. But in the, like, if you read or listen to the others, I think they led to a lot of places. But yeah. Oh wow, this guy gets it. Actually, he gets it. I'm very glad he gets it. Yeah. Oh well. Well. Oh wow, he got it. Wow, he got it. Wow, he got. Wow, look at that, guys. He got that. It's related to the witness. That's so cool. Oh wow, I really like that. I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah. Wow. Last left click actually might be my favorite comment on these stories. That's so cool. I think I might reply to them. That's so cool. I think I'm gonna reply to him. And by the way, you guys, I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna put up this poll. And if just one person's left, you will decide. If it's just copy and paste left. Yeah, like I really like that they actually talked about this because like this boss left click guy is pretty much on point. Like he got more than I thought people would get, but yeah. Yeah. I think that's the problem, but anyway, I'm just gonna put I'm just gonna put the I'm just gonna put the oh god, what did I do? Oh yeah, let's just do this. I'm just gonna put the no. I just want to do a poll to see what you want to do. Like what game you want to play. But I can't see where to put the poll in. Ah, there it is. Okay. Let me see. And I will just let you know. And let me think. Okay. So can I now? Why can't I ask you? I want to ask all of you. Let's just go. So I'm gonna take this time to ask you what I should do next for the last 2 hours or whatever. Gonna start my PlayStation, and we're gonna do what you want. Yeah. Comment to paste. Like I'm gonna respond to the original comment. Okay, I'm just gonna see if this is alright. Oh god, yes. We have one voice for Amnesia and one for Random Game. That's unfortunate. What are we gonna do now? I'm just gonna try to correct some spelling mistakes, then I'm gonna go to the loo, and then we're gonna start. Whatever you chose. Ah, stupid Windows. So there, yeah, it's there. Okay, let's see some more. This is fun as well. It's just the main character being self-righteous twit. Yes, yes, he is. Okay, I'm gonna wait. You know what? I'm gonna wait, copy to paste. I'm just gonna wait. Like I'm gonna go to the loo, and when I go back, some people might have chosen differently. Like you're currently battling over Amnesia or Random Game. Random Game would be, I don't even know what it's called. I'm just gonna start it, start to do it. I think I have to try to work through this a bit. So I'm gonna do this. And do this, and you still see me, so yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to start my PlayStation app. Let's just start. But I'm gonna go to the loo. So I'm gonna be back in a moment. Don't wait for me. Yes, do wait for me. But it's only gonna take like an hour. No, it's not gonna take an hour. It's gonna take like a minute. So anyway. Okay, so now it's unmuted. Good that copy pasty is paying attention as everyone is, but yeah. Okay. I hope I can start this reasonably well. My controller here. It's gonna start. Yeah, let's just start Amnesia, shall we? Or should like? We could do a random game or Amnesia. Like you two tell me. I mean, there's two people here, so you could tell me. Oh, it has problems. Okay, anyway. Let's go. Okay, it's not working, but I'm just gonna do. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna do it. Do it. Oh, I know what the problem was. Okay. Oh yeah, the random game is called Home Sweet Home, by the way. Okay, so wait a moment. I have to get the. That looks weird. Okay, let's try to. Nope, not working. I'm gonna get it. One moment. One moment. I'm gonna get it. Let me think. What do I have to do? I have to. Wait. Okay, there is my. Okay. Put it. No, I'm not gonna put it here. It's stupid. No, that's my ghost. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get. We are gonna get there. One moment. Moment. What are we gonna do? Let me see. I will call it horror. And we're gonna put it. Nope, whatever that is. That's you. Okay. Why does it not show anything? That's a bit too worrisome. Nope. Nope, that's you. That's your chat. That's my the Explorer. Oh, great. It's weird. Why does it not do great stuff here? Let me actually see. I feared this. I feared that this would be let me see if I can put it here. Yeah. So oh yeah, okay, so that's working. Great. Ah yeah, okay, I see. I'm yeah, that's a bit stupid, but we'll make it. So let's see. So I put one game on. Let's see if it goes carries over. Come on, PlayStation. Okay. Let's see if this works. Why does it not work? Why isn't it working? Man. I mean, at least the sounds are good. Doesn't show anything, does it? Well. That sucks. Yeah, it sucks a lot. Oh, now it just broke down. That's not good. Yeah, this is a bit weird. Yeah, it won't capture. I don't know why not. I mean, the sound is there, you know? But I can't switch it off. So... Perhaps I have to restart the PlayStation. I'm just gonna try to restart the PlayStation. Just see what it does. Just see what it does. Yeah, I lost the connection, but I'm fine with that. Like yesterday it worked, but that's what they always say, I think. So let's see if it does anything. Ah, just switched on. Okay, that's progress. That's progress. That's progress. So let's go. Okay, so let's just try to okay. That's fine. Gonna put it into the background. Okay, I'm here. That's good. Let's see. That's a bit unfortunate. I think I've got to set it up more than I thought. That's just stupid. I'll try to oops. Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna try to start it again. I'm gonna start it again and then it's gonna be alright. I hope. If it doesn't work in 5 minutes, I'm just gonna call it quits, but yeah. I hear something. I mean, that's something. I don't know. Doesn't do anything, but yeah, okay. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. I see where the problem is, I think. And I think I should not do this. I should not do this. I should do this, but I think I should. Ah, look at that. See, look at that. That's not bad, isn't it? That's okay. I think that's okay. That's okay. Okay. And now I just have to put it on full screen. So do you see that? So I don't. Wait. I know why I don't hear the sound. I know why I don't hear the sounds. Wait. Okay. Do you hear everything? That would be the thing I want to know now. So it might have a delay, but I know how to circumvent that. Perfect. So we're gonna start a new game now. Okay. Anyway, let's just go. Let's just go with this.
Wake up.
No, I won't wake up.
It's late, huh? You have to wake up.
No.
Okay. Getting up.
I didn't want to get up. Getting up is probably very bad. No, Jade's with Tarzan. Go away.
Last night was way too much.
I know the feeling, bro.
Where the hell am I?
Okay, we're in a weird room. There's a notebook. Got a notebook. That's good. Find a way home. Okay. Crouch stand. Okay, I can crouch below these creepy. Okay, hello, flashlight. Thank you. Okay, this is Halloween atmosphere already. Like it. Can I like? Okay, flashlight. Hello, flashlight. We can crouch. Where's the weirdo piece of shit? It's probably gonna be a weirdo piece of shit. Hello, weirdo piece of shit. Okay, this is safe, so there's gonna be a lurker around the corner, perhaps. I don't know, lurker. Okay, so we don't care. So what books do we have here? There's something valuable here. No? Okay, we're gonna go into the creepy town. Creepy town. Let's go. Okay. Because someone's praying. Don't know if I like that. Gonna get gobbled up by the deep, mate. The deep will gobble you up. Oh, what am I getting into? What am I getting? Oh god. Okay. Can I please shut the fuck up? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Interact with whatever this is. Newspaper. Yeah. Room key. Nice. Hello, room key. Yeah, use item. Nice. Nice, use item. Hello. Oh god. Dark corridor of eternal damnation. I like those. Better to have a dark corridor of eternal damnation than a dark corridor of eternal suffering. Okay. That's fine. I don't care. Oh, there was a thing there. There was the thing. Find a girl to ask for an exit. So there was a little girly thing. Oh god, is it the stairs from SCP-51? Old L2 to run. Okay, I can do that. Run, 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 jump. Oh god, this is not good. Okay. Okay, there was a fire extinguisher falling down. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. You're a ghost there, I don't want to go to the ghost. What was that? Falling garbage bag. Cannot identify what is inside. There's death inside. Oh, there's a weird girl thing. Okay, let's go through the weird girl thing, shall we? Weird girl thing. Weird girl thing. Hello? Weird girl thing. Yeah, where did she go? Where did she go? Did she go to Hell World? Oh. Oh. Oh god, that's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Okay. Oh, and the world changed. Of course it did. Why would it not change? There was a weird creepy girl here. Hello. Can't go there. So unfortunate. Gonna have to go to the creepy girl. Oh, yeah, great darkness. Oh, and the symbol on the top is, like, lighting up.
There you are. Miss.
Hello?
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh god, you're so weird. What are you doing? Coming towards me? Am I supposed to go? Are you gonna kill me? I think she killed me. I'm so sorry, I think. Yeah, okay, good. Well, I was supposed to run away, so she killed me. So sad. I'm so sorry, did she just kill me? Oh man, what a bitch. So I'm supposed to run away from her. Hello, okay, whatever. I don't care. I wanna...
Fuck!
Yeah. I want to run away. I want to run away. Okay. Oh, she's there. What am I supposed to do? Okay. She's quite adamant on killing me. I mean, why not? I mean, I look terrible. Why not kill me? That's okay. So again, weird ghostly girl there. Hello, weird ghostly girl. No, I wanna go.
What the fuck?
Yeah. She's, oh god, she's screaming so loud. I don't give a shit. And I go there, and now I am in the room. Can I close the door? No, close the door! No, that fucking bitch! No! What the fuck is going on? What am I supposed to do? Stupid bitch. Meh. Yeah, whatever. You were so cool. Just found the ghost girl.
There you are. Miss. What the fuck?
Yeah, she's... Oh god, that's so loud. Like, yeah, oh god, yeah, run away. Oh, go to the door. No, it doesn't do anything. Oh, go to that door. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Oh no, she can go through the door. Go fuck yourself. What the frick is going on? Go fuck yourself. What the fuck is going on? You're such a dick. Such a dick, man. Oh god. Can I just go through this door? I know the door's gonna be here. Anyway, whatever. F you.
There you are. Miss.
Yeah, there you are.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Don't give a shit. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, I'm gonna hide. Are you serious? You're not gonna see me in this fucking locker. No, no, stay here. I'm obviously in this locker. Stay here, bitch. Stay here. I'm in this locker. Okay, she's just gonna melt into the wall. I mean, fine if that's what she likes. Okay, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Okay, okay. So this is a brick wall. Can't go there. Can I now go through? Is there a secret here? No, it's not. Of course it's not. Hello, Santa Claus. I heard rats. I want to see the rats. No rats here. Okay, I get it. Let's see what we got. Okay, we've got pliers. Yeah, pliers, great. Okay, I've got pincers. Hello, use pincers. Yeah, it goes to not the clever, but my dick face that I'm playing is not the clever either. So I think it's fair. I think it's a fair. Yeah, whatever. Stupid poltergeist. I don't care. Just let me go out. Yeah, hello. Let's see where she went. Okay, she went into this room. Interesting. So let's see where she really went. Okay, there's a bathtub. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. I don't really care. This is a stupid retarded child. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to say that anymore. There's a child that has some disabilities. That's fine. So I just saved. The wood pallets are blocking the way. Oh, whatever. It's gonna find some shears or I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Bar. An iron bar. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, look, there's an iron bar. Yeah, there's a crowbar. That's what I wanted to get. Hello, crowbar. What are you doing? The stupid bitch there. Yeah, the stupid bitch is there. Gonna put up the lights. Yeah, just bop you in the fucking toilet. I would have tackled you, but you didn't want to. So anyway, for the record, I can't go hit her with the crowbar. So, yeah. Yeah, piss off. Yes, just so scary. Are you gonna kill me? Gonna kill me? Yeah, you're gonna kill me. Oh. Indeed, she was gonna kill me. Okay, whatever. Whatever, that one was on me. That one was so on me. Anyway, I'm sorry I was a bit cocky. Can't I just go through them? I just found the solution. Yeah, this is a bit weak. This is pretty weak. I don't know. That's just a cunt going on around her merry way. Yeah, it's so scary. Oh, did you see me? No, you're just gonna bath into the fucking toilet. Yeah, so scary. Gonna bath. Yeah, that's how I feel on Sundays as well. Yeah, after all the other food, yeah, you just, yeah, go there and then fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Thank you. Okay. So that was the thing with her. That was her thing. I'm just gonna sneak out here. Ooh, it goes. Yeah, whatever. Please tell me she's not a... Yeah, okay, this fucking door is locked. Of course it is. Oh god, she's in front of it. Oh, what am I gonna do? I don't care. I'm just gonna run. Run, jump. Run, jump. I'm sorry if I'm a bit too deadpan, but this is so stupid. Yeah, let's go. Oh, I'm dangerous. I must get out of this place. I think the place before was a lot more dangerous than this. Like, is there a weirdo unreal woman after me? No, it's not, so I don't give a fuck. So, what's in here? Blue pipes. Okay, great. Good. Oh, yeah, that's a bit scary. Can I take that? No, I can't. Okay, just gonna go on then. Oh, hello, little creepy doll. Can I pick you up? Are you collectible? You're not. Okay, indeed, you're not. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. You're just a weeping woman. Yeah, the door's open. I don't care. Is there anything I can pick up here? Nope. Just candles. Okay, so what's the next riddle gonna be? Okay, so there are some things on the table. Two things. Strange looking doors. Whatever. Legendary jinx. Okay, I've got a jinx. I can jinx her. That's good to know. Okay. So I can go into these lockers. Great. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Just go away. Go away. You're so not scary, lady. So she went through the door. I don't care. So, okay. She went through that door apparently. I don't care. Okay. I just went through blood. Oh, that's so disgusting. Yeah, whatever. So you can go through this door. Okay, so I can hide here, whatever. So if I have to hide, I can run back here and there as well. So anyway, it's closed. Can open that. What the fuck was that? Doesn't work or what? Oh god, what am I supposed to do now? Oh, look at that, she's coming through the door. I am going to hide. Oh, please don't stalk me now. Okay, that was the thing. Whatever the fuck that was. Whatever that was. Oh god, this is it. Yeah, it's gonna be... Oh god, I don't know what it's gonna do. Oh god, there's stuff there. Let's just say it in the locker. Oh god, yeah, the thing is coming out. I don't care. I mean, it's a cool monster. It's just stupid that you can like escape it by going into the locker. Yeah, you're so scary. So scary. Oh god, shut up, you're so non-scary. Are you already gone? Are you already gone? No, she's not. Is she not? Oh god. Oh god, no, 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 no. I'm sorry. She's not this. Oh my god, she's so fucking stupid. What the fuck is wrong with you? She's so fucking stupid. What's wrong with her? I'm so sorry. What the fuck is with the programming on her? Okay, we're just gonna watch some stupid woman running away. Okay, I think she teleported away. We're just gonna go. Okay, this is open. Oh no, there she is. We're just gonna let her go. Like she's probably gonna leave. I don't want to peek. Yeah, whatever. You're stupid, so I'm just gonna go here. Oh god! Ow! Ow! That's so. Oh my god! That hurt! Oh god! Oh yeah. It was so fucking dumb. But probably it's me who's fucking dumb. So anyway. Hello, hello. I'm gonna. Okay. You're gonna trigger. No. Oh god. I don't know if this game is for me. I'm too cocky. I'm far too cocky. I'm so sorry. I'm far too cocky for this game. So fucking dumb. Did she hear me? Please tell me she didn't. Oh, come on, you fucking bitch. It was dark. I was in the dark. How the fuck did you see me? What the fuck? Yeah, she sees me every time. She's a fucking bitch. I'm sorry. So this is gonna be a sneaky situation. Oh god, see? So sneaky. Oh god, this is gonna get us. Can I sniff her behind? I can. Oh, smells good. Oh god, you're crying. Okay. I'm sorry, I had to try it. I had to try the AI. I'm not gonna do it again. I swear. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that again. I just wanted to see if her AI is broken and stupid, but it's not. At least that. So let's just go. Let's just go. Yeah, she's going right. Whatever. Oh god, she's there. You know, fuck it. I don't give a shit. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, well, she's pretty adamant on killing me. I mean, at least that. At least she doesn't want to let me go off in a mild manner. So you're going there, yeah, whatever. Oh, Jesus freaking Christ, hurry up. Stupid ghost. Yeah, I know you're gonna be so fucking great. Jesus fucking Christ, I don't give a shit. Okay, bye. She's just gonna run around in a circle. Whatever. Let her do that. Okay. Bye. Okay, there are lockers. Just gonna hide here. Just see what she's gonna do. She's probably gonna go around here. I mean, it's supposed to be scary, but she's just a cunt. Sorry for words, but she is. It's gonna go. It's gonna pass by here any moment now. I think it didn't even show her. So we're just gonna go out. I think she heard me. Oh, there's a little fuse. I think she just Bye. You can't see me. Haha. You don't know where I am. You fucking can't. Ooh, where am I? Am I in this locker? No, I'm not. Oh, it's gonna go away. At least I found a fuse. So what am I gonna do with the fuse? What am I gonna do with the fuse now? I don't know, but she's annoying, so just dev off. Hello, ghostly woman. Why is there someone like singing in whatever this language is? Oh god, I'm gonna run into her, am I? Yeah, no, there she is. Okay, okay. Yeah, there is a weird language I don't know, so, and the people singing are singing a weird language I don't know. Perhaps it's gonna be like, nope, not gonna be this one. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so can't go through the push door. Fine with me, whatever. Can go to the bathroom. Whatever, fuck you. Oh, look at that, there's something here. It's like a Ouija board. No, it's just a newspaper. So sad. Oh my god, get in the fucking bathroom, mate. Oh god, please tell me she's gonna come in here. Is she gonna come in here? That was my garage sound. If I open this door, she's gonna be in front of it. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. I think this is the weakest monster I've ever seen. Just a stupid bitch running around in a circle. And I don't mean that the derogatory. It's just a stupid bitch. Look at her. Just running around there. I don't care. What am I gonna do with a fuse? Like, there are people singing into my ear. Don't know what they want to tell me, but okay. Like it wants me to go here. Okay, there was a door I've been to. At least I think. Go in there. Oh great, there are lockers, so it's gonna be here. Where could I put my fuse? Where could I... Oh, there. I see it. Just close the stupid door. Yeah, hello. I got a new fuse. Put it there. I don't care. Let's go into the... Must get out of this place. No, I'm just gonna go into this locker. Is she coming? Coming to get me? Gonna gobble me up? I mean, I'm safe in this locker, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, this is pretty lame. Probably gonna go out here. Oh god, it's so scary. She's gonna come from there. Oh god, yeah. She's gonna come from there. Probably. I don't care. It's a birdhouse. Rolled metal amulet. Amulet. Okay, whatever. Open that fucking door. I'm good.
Faster, damn it, come on!
Yeah, it's so scary. Fucking cunt is gonna come out of that thing. Okay, it's gonna be a chase. Oh god, this is gonna be a chase. Will she get me? Oh, I have to press X. Can I just hit her with X? Question. Oh, she got me. Oh god, she got me. Please don't tell me she's gonna be appeased by that gate here. That would be stupid. Be beyond stupid. Get through the gate. I am pretty sure I got that. Close the fucking gate, you idiot! Oh Jesus fucking Christ! What a dick. Hello. Oh good, I got a trophy. Wake up, baby. I woke up. I'm so sorry, mates. This was so fucking dumb. It was very fucking dumb.
Hey, Tim. It's Dew. What's up with you, man? I haven't seen you in ages. Hope
Yeah,
you're
me
doing
too.
well. Call me back so I know you're not dead.
What's there? There was a weird attic, okay.
Hey, Tim.
Come on, come get it, we got that. Okay, well.
What's up with you, man? I haven't seen you in ages.
Oh god, shut the
Hope you're
fuck
doing
up.
well. Call me back so I know you're not dead.
I'm not dead, mate. Yeah. What do you think? Should I continue this or just switch to Amnesia 3? Or 4? I mean, I don't count Machine for Pigs, so... Should I, like... do Rebirth or not? Because this is pretty weak. I don't know. There's nothing here. I get some stupid stuff. I mean, I can go up the stairs. I'm gonna do that now. Oh, that's pretty steep. Yeah, of course it's locked. Let's go into the room that has the creepy ghost piano. Ah, it's a bathroom. Great. Great bathroom. Can I switch it off? Nope, I can't. It's just gonna play into my ears. Okay. Hello, Dan's drawing. Yeah, this game is pretty like, I don't know, I don't like the monster. The monster's just a stupid woman. Like, I like women. Yeah, like, you know, I like women ghosts the most, but this one's like, I don't know, it doesn't do it for me. Perhaps I'm tired, but I'll try to switch to Amnesia 3, I think. Let's just go to Amnesia 3. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, she's not Celine. Celine's much more beautiful. So I won't bother with her. If it would have been Celine, I would have like taken her up on the offer, but she's not Celine. So anyway. Frictional Games, the best gaming studio ever for horror games. Yeah, let's just put, yeah, okay. New game. We like horror. Okay, no. Okay, we like horror. Let's just go. Okay. We like horror. We like horror. Otherwise, it would be pointless, I think. I'm just gonna prepare some cookies for me. Again. They always do.
There is a moment when you realize what the pain has made of you.
Okay.
In hiding, curled in on yourself, unable to show the world your face.
Okay.
Acting on instinct, lashing out, even at those closest to you. Time has passed, and time is a thief. It has stolen your memories. The agony has faded, but so has every precious moment of joy. You have been hollowed out from the inside, and there's nothing left of the person you used to be. But you try. You try to remember how to smile. You try to remember how to love. And one day you crawl out from your hiding place and step back into the world. And then, every day, you do what you must to survive.
Yes. Oh.
Nothing. Don't worry.
Pretending it's not there won't make it go away.
I get you mad.
Salim,
Flying is scary.
it's turbulence. It'll settle down soon.
Yes, I know. It's hard though. Your head tells you one thing, but your heart disagrees.
Try to sleep.
I couldn't. I keep imagining what might go wrong.
I know someone who can help you.
Who's that? Mark. Oh, I had no idea you brought him.
I didn't want him to be lonely.
I know my heart. It's good for him to have an adventure. He'll be glad when this journey's over, I think.
Oh no. Oh, that's cool. Oh god, what's that? A weird obelisk thing. Yeah. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Ah. That was pretty bad. Pretty rough. Oh, Jesus.
Don't lose it. No, no, come on. Need to find him. He must understand. Don't forget. It's her. It's all because of her. Focus. I am Tessie. I am still Tessie.
Okay, this is a lot better than the last one. Okay.
You can make it.
Okay. This is cool. Just leave. Just crawl, 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 little girl.
Don't lose yourself.
Ah, this is really good. Ah, this is lovely. I love this.
I have laudanum. It will help. You must try to keep calm, or it will get worse. Do not allow yourself anger.
Oh, the slow down.
Allow yourself to fear. You understand me, Tassi?
Slow down. Against insanity.
What happened? Where are they all? Where's Salim?
I have to remember, she will die. Yeah, great, thank you. I wanted to look at the flight plan.
That's the doctor. I'm here. I'm here. The door's broken. There was a hand before.
I want to go out. Hello?
Hello. Hello. This is Tessie.
Interesting.
Useless.
Yeah, see, I got it. Bye. I don't know what he told me, but I'm out. I remember, yeah. Yeah, I remember this. There's this piece of shit here. Look at the piece of shit flying away.
God. Oh, God. I'm going to fry out here.
Oh look, I can see myself. Okay, I can't stay in the sunlight. That's good. I thought I could pick them up.
We've no choice. We need to get them to shelter.
I know. It's Salim. He's hurt. You know what he's like.
Let's get him down there, then you and I can sit on him while the doc takes a look. Don't worry. The caves aren't far.
Yeah, don't worry. Never mind.
Caves.
Okay, they're not important. Oh god, this is so bad. Where did you get into? What did you get into? Ah. Oh, there are like scarabs in my ears.
Salim, are you there?
Let's see. Yeah, we can stay in the shades here. Oh yeah, there's a cave of darkness over there. Let's hope it's not gonna snuggle us to death. Oh, it's not a cave of darkness, it's just a shadow. It's alright. This is gonna be weird. I can already see that it's gonna be really weird.
But it's good, isn't it? People have been here.
So, we'll be shot with salt. Instead of dying of thirst, I get the
Jan.
What? Now don't give your hopes up. We're in shit.
Okay. Weird. Weird, mate. Hello? Chocolate? Ah, yeah, okay. Oh, let's see, there was a note hidden here. Rachaya Hall. Oh god, it's Rachel. She's gonna die, I hope. Yeah, okay, so we found Rachel already. Not good. Rachel! Fuck you!
The Institute recommended her. Got a good head on her. I like her. No, don't you give me that look.
I want that. I want that. Give me the papers. Give me the papers. Hey, bag. Give me the papers. Don't care. Give me the papers. Whatever.
Oh, there is a cave. Oh, thank God.
Okay, so we went into the cave of doom. Of Karjat Doom.
Look at the hands. Such tiny, perfect fingers. Hello. Hello, my little one.
Okay, mate. That's not good. Okay, we are in the cave of doom now, officially. Can we get out again? We cannot. Okay, I'm fine.
It's all right. I can manage.
Come on. Not far now.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Always go left.
Salim?
Always go left. That's what the programmers want you to think. See? Okay. Check out Saloma, whatever. Now I'm not gonna light that. Up here. Okay, no. Oh, no, okay. Who's that? Jasmine Chabani. Okay.
What a beautiful girl. Is that your daughter? Yes. My father keeps nagging me for grandchildren. Did you leave her in Paris? Yes.
Yeah, you'll die.
Is she with her
Yasmin, I'd like to check the Sadiola samples are packed up. Give me a hand.
Of course, Mr. Mitchell. Sorry, Hank.
That was weird. That was weird. Can I get the creepy doll? No. Can't get the creepy doll. I can get the... Let's just take it with us. Creepy doll. Creepy doll. I'm just gonna throw it to there, but okay, it's just someone was drunk. Okay, fine by me. Fine by me. Someone was just drunk. But where's the creepy doll? There it is. We're gonna take the creepy doll with us. Just take her with us. Wherever we go, she's gonna be our protection. Yeah, bye. Whatever.
To those who follow, I am Salim Hanachi. I crashed with the crew
1937, okay.
March 3rd, 1937. I and others were injured. We stayed while the rest of the crew went for help. My companions.
Okay, so you went.
Why couldn't you wait?
Sorry. So he went in front of her. That's bad. We're just gonna take the doll. Jib to dip to jib to dip doll with us. Jib to dip to jib to dip doll with us. Let's go left because that's always the right way. No, not this time. We have to go into the little cave with the fucking torch. Nope. Not gonna go there. We have to go there. Come on, little baby doll. Can we, like, burn you? Can we burn you? No. Okay.
I'm not sure this is the best idea.
I don't care. I'm just gonna go in the dark. Okay. Hey, look, there are little scarabs. I'm just gonna go left. Hello. Oh. There are little claw marks on the side. That's not good.
Something.
Yeah, if only I had a lantern. I hope I'm not skipping the lantern currently. That would be stupid. Okay, I think I need the lantern. I'm sorry, game. Pretty sure I need the lantern and not the door, but I don't care. As long as you let me take the door.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, I probably came from here. Yes, I did. I came from here, I remember. Okay, so we'll go left. Right. Oh, there's a torch. No, you don't need to find light. I can see perfectly in the dark. There's a torch. Jump. See? No problem. No problemo. Go. Let's just go. The door will protect us. Always.
I'd never thought I'd miss the desert sun.
Oh god, there's a circle. Oh, look at that, matches. Yeah, I always wanted matches. But the doll is more important. Let's go, little doll. Let's go, little doll. No. There's a little doll.
It reminds me of somewhere else. It feels a bit like the shrine at Douvres. Back home.
Let's go, little doll. Hello. Hello. Weird eldritch entity. Weird eldritch entity. I know you're here. But not here. And then be in the other direction. Eldritch entity. I'm your friend.
What was that?
Oh, what was that? Oh. Oh god, what the fuck? I thought I died. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, you're so cool. I'm gonna struggle. Gonna struggle.
There's something. My eyes.
Yeah, I'm sure there was something in your eyes.
What's...
You're so weird. Everything. You're so weird. Oh, look. No, I want to go towards it. No. Get there. Get towards the fucking thing. I wanted to go to the fucking thing. Yeah, okay, okay. I think the cave grabber grabbed me. Yeah, the cave grabber pretty certainly grabbed me. Oh god, it's so loud, the fucking cave grabber. Oh, look at that.
What the hell is wrong with me?
Oh good, nothing happened to you.
This isn't where I...
Where's my doll? I lost my doll. I have to go back.
What did I do?
Okay, whatever. Lost my doll. Went to the darkness. Huh. So we're in Bizarro World now. Nope. Hello? Oh, you've got a weird thing on your wrist. Okay.
This thing on my wrist, it feels alive. Is it mine? I don't remember.
Oh, I've got an amulet to put out. Okay, hello. Huh. Okay. Is this okay? Ah, nice. Okay, I see. I see. So you got shortcuts through this. Run, jump.
How are you doing?
Christ's name. How could I leave him? I know it makes sense, everything he said, but it's such stupid fucking self-sacrificing bullshit.
Listen, I know Celine, and I know you. I know what you're capable of. He'll make it, and you'll get back to him even if all hell stands in your way.
Yeah, all hell we can do that. I still wonder where my doll is. My little doll. Oh no, that was the level end. Okay, whatever. And oh god, why does the baby have like plants growing out of its head? So weird, mate. So weird.
Sleep well, Alice.
Yeah, Alice, sleep well until you're gonna be gobbled up by bad things, I guess. Let's go, let's go, let's run, 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 jump.
Someone's been here. Hello? Anyone?
We've got a little statue. Yeah, okay, so there's another one, yeah. There are many places where weird bizarro technology will be. Oh god, what the fuck? I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I'm so sorry. Eh. So let's go. Always go left on games, always. I wonder where the cave dweller is at. Oh god, what the frick is this? It's an eldritch landscape.
Look at this place. It could be real.
Okay, I can see why this would be disturbing, but don't worry, sister. Things alright. I'm just gonna back up the mountain. Oh god, am I gonna fall? No, 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 don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. No, 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 no! Okay, so we are a weirdo thing. Okay, what the frig is happening? Okay, 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 it's alright, everything's fine. I think, yeah, I think, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is going on? Okay, whatever, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh yeah, I have to do something here. Bye? Okay, 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 I can see that. Am I doing this right or am I doing stupid stuff? Am I buying up a ridge? I don't know. Oh god, I don't know what I'm doing. Just go up this fucking rocks. This. Okay, what the fuck are you doing? Stop this. Okay.
What is this?
Yeah, okay. Okay, you fell down. That's bad. So, you're gonna die now? Or is there a weird woman coming out of the ceiling or the wall? I'm so sorry, that wasn't me. Am I doing stupid? Am I gonna die now again? Yeah, I'm probably gonna die now again. I'm just not gonna risk it again. Okay, there's no. Oh god, no, 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 no! I thought there was a way down. I don't care. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine. Yeah, you do that. Just don't care. Yeah. Yeah. So. Kann ich. Yeah, perhaps I can do this. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know if this is cheating, but I don't care. Just go up the wall. That's how every good horror player would do it. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. So this was apparently right. The weirdo players with a weird statue.
It's glowing again.
There's a statue. Fine. Oh, there's an internal abyss. Let's just ignore that one. Hello, hello, hello. I want to bug out. Oh god, no, 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 no! I think I'm a bit too careless with this one. And I'm turning into a weird cave walker every time I die, so anyway. Okay. Okay. You're Amnesia 1 reference, that's good. I think I've read this one before. Okay. 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 Wait, I think I remember this. We have to go there. And there's gonna be a weird thing, so we're just gonna run through it. I think. Yeah.
How the hell am I going to find anything in this?
I think there was some weirdo here. I think I remember a weirdo being here.
The bracelet.
Yeah, this is a cave, yeah.
This looks promising.
Okay. Oh, being noticed, yeah, whatever. I don't care about being noticed. Because I want to see what monster there may lie here. Hello? Oh, there's the thing. No, it's a guy. Okay, it's not the thing, it's a guy. There was weird light there. I'm just gonna jump here. Run, 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 jump. Oh no, 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 no! Okay, it's not, it has killed me. I'm just gonna go there.
Something brighter ahead. Fuck.
Let's see what that is. I don't really care. I'm just gonna run through. There's a monster, but I don't care. There's something. No. Okay. Okay, monster. Ah. Oh, you're in a library with a child. That's not unnerving at all. I'll get a new toy. Not okay.
I should get cold.
It's not cold. This is normal for Paris.
All right, I'll get cold.
I don't care about the paperwork. This is as official as I need it to be. I love you, Salim. Put the damn ring on.
Oh, my heart.
Oh god, this children's book.
Put the damn ring on. And you will wear mine.
Hello. Okay. Okay, this is all good and well, but
Food is ready.
what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
It's terrible.
Just go out the door. Okay.
Get out of him.
Oh god, I think this is the same room. Yeah, it is. Oh god, hello Salim. You're not creepy at all. Hello creepy Salim dude.
No.
Oh god, what happened here? What happened with your weird dead baby?
No, no, no. Alice! Alice!
Oh god, what happened here? Oh god, what's this? Oh, hello, Eldritch Dimension of the Dark One. I have always wondered where you were. So, her daughter died? Interesting. Yeah, it seems to be Fallout 4. A very, very, very weird game. But I like it. I like this one so much more than the last one. The last one was just a random asshole woman coming out of a wall. And this is a family story, apparently, so... yeah. Oh, I think my... yeah. Dreamer! Trophy earned. Great.
Alice? Salim? No. It felt so real.
Okay, so this was the one where we got from. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop it here. Because I'm getting really, really tired. So we've been streaming for 8 hours and 30 minutes, so I think that's pretty cool. So, yeah. Yeah, but I think this is, I thought I should slowly stop at this. And, yeah. What is this? Oh yeah, this is my, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm kind of glad it worked with the PS5 a bit. So I know I could stream some, but I think I'm gonna stay on YouTube because, yeah. Yeah, I think streaming on PS5 only is not that good. So I'm just gonna save an, oh god, no, save an exit here. Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, I might stream, I think I might stream Amnesia again. Amnesia was pretty fun in the end. Like the other game that was a bit weird. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the Halloween stream. And yeah, I hope you all have a great evening. Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. for me currently. So it's pretty late. Like my wife's sleeping at her friend's house because they went on a Halloween trip. So yeah. Yeah, this has been late, but I enjoyed it. I'm so thankful that you all were here. Also the ones who weren't here, and are not here anymore. And I'm so glad you made it. So yeah, I hope you all have a great night's rest, and please yeah, rest a bit. Take your time to fuel up on energy. Thursday will be the next Tower of God stream, of course it will be, and yeah, I might plan some more stuff streaming wise, but yeah, for the most part this is gonna be it for now. But I might stream Rebirth longer. I don't know, and yeah. Yeah, albeit I'm sorry. Yeah. So you might check out what was in the stream. But I'm very, very glad you came anyway. So I hope you have a great day and please relax from work. I know work can be so hard. And there can be so much effed up stuff at work. But I hope it was a great work day for you. And that you enjoyed it. And because in Germany it's like 4 what is it, 4 a.m. now? Yeah, it's 4 a.m. So it's pretty late. Like I stayed up for, what is it, 8 hours, 9 hours. But I hope you still enjoyed catching me a bit live. And yeah. Yeah, so all of you, please have a good night. And I might consider streaming Amnesia more, like the end. Like I want to see what it all is about. Because this one is a good one. Not as stupid as the last one with the stupid woman coming out of the war that killed me. So anyway, I hope you all have a great night. You all have a great week. And I hope to see you soon. Tower of God or Wheel of Time or any other content. And I will do the Bleach reaction. Oh god, Bleach dropped. Yeah, I have to watch that. So I'm gonna record that tomorrow probably. And yeah. I hope you enjoyed the Halloween stream. I will do one every year, as you know, and please take care of yourself as always. And